Hello and good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. I am Bob Mata, and this is Defense Diaries. And this is our continuing coverage of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed, day 31. Looks like today is Defense Resting Day. It's the way it looks. It's the way it looks. So, I mean, it's been a thing, right? We got Rentschler on the stand. We're about to hear his opinions on this thing. And then it seems like, according to what they said, the defense is resting. The defense is resting. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Nervous, feeling good? I mean, I figured out what I'm going to do for lunch today. And what we're going to do for lunch today is we're going to watch Alan Jackson's opening statement because I want to see, because it's been a minute, right? It's been a hot minute since we heard him, and I want to see if he told the jury they were going to see things, hear things that they didn't see and hear, or if they checked all the boxes. Because I don't know how much weight jurors assign to opening statements in terms of if they hear things, are they taking diligent notes, or like, oh, we're going to see this, and this, or do they just kind of listen to get acclimated to the facts of the case as each side sees them? But whatever the case may be, we're going to watch it because I want to see whether or not they hit the notes that they said they were going to hit. Because I think most people out there that follow this case and have been following this case are probably a little bit surprised that they really didn't touch on the conspiracy at all, at least in terms of in the House. I mean, they certainly cast some shade on Proctor. The question becomes, did they cast enough shade on Proctor? I mean, they didn't even get the really offensive text messages in, but strategically, you have to have faith in the fact that all these brilliant lawyers talked about this strategy ad nauseum, and it has to be taken into account that they clearly heard what Ronnie, the juror, said and took it to heart in terms of trimming fat, in terms of trying to make this a more streamlined defense. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled. It's like I was gonna waste a bunch of time last night trying to pull all the times that I've said since the beginning of the first trial, probably before the first trial, during the first trial, in between trial 1 and 2, where I said I wouldn't even focus on conspiracy because they have reasonable doubt with just the science. And I feel seen, I feel heard. I feel like I don't know if any other law tubers were saying it, but I definitely was saying it. And this is exactly how I would have tried this case. So, I mean, exactly. It's what I've been saying for years, year and a half. So we'll see. We'll see. I think it's going to be a fascinating day because Rentschler very much is the bookend to Wolf. And I just thought that Dr. Lopasado was amazing yesterday. I loved her. I just thought she was a knockout witness. She was phenomenal. She was phenomenal, and I saw a lot of stuff on X where people kind of felt compelled to compare her to Dr. Russell, and they're different. They're different in terms of her ability to be able to kind of like slap Hank around in between her hands. She was the queen. Like, I mean, she was just an unflappable witness. And it's like I said, she was like the assassin grandmother up there. And she was just phenomenal. And I went back, I was watching Ian and his recap a little bit last night. I jumped in there and I happened to hop in right when Alan was making his argument regarding Dr. Lapistrado and Lapistrada and Lapisado, Lapisada, and what she was going to be able to say with regard to the injury to the arm. And I happened to be going to get coffee at that point for Allie and I. And I remember, yesterday I was listening to it. I was like, man, this is just a great argument. It was such a great argument by him. And it was true. It was all true in terms of what the jury would be left thinking if Hank Brennan was able to bring her up, La Posada, and during the cross of Dr. Russell, and then have her take the stand and not even mention the fact that she believes that the injuries were either by way of an animal or a dog, canine specifically. That would have been the takeaway from that if they remembered, if they took notes, if they were paying attention during Dr. Russell, they would have been like, oh, well, why is this very learned doctor not mentioning the injuries to the arm? Because jurors don't understand the rules of evidence. They just don't. They just don't. I can't remember where I saw. Oh, it was in Ian's chat. And I don't know where this person got it in the chat, so it's not substantiated. But somebody said that one of the witnesses asked a bailiff what the word stricken means. Which, I'm not laughing at the juror because that's such a common word, but I'm laughing because it terrifies me. So, every time that Judge Cannoni says that something is stricken in terms of something that has been said, there was one juror in particular that didn't even know what that meant. So I want that to sink in so that you have an understanding of just how terrifying that can be. So, I mean, the moral of that story is that the defense can leave nothing to chance. Now, I have not heard whether or not she's doing the time limit again, which I absolutely detest. I've never in my entire career, whether it be in the courtrooms, whether watching trials after, I have never seen a judge put a time limit on closing arguments in a murder trial, ever. I mean, you're literally dealing with somebody's life. It takes as long as it takes. You don't put somebody on an hour clock. I hate that. I hate it. Like, I hate that more than anything because Alan Jackson has to make sure to go over things ad nauseum, whether it be reasonable doubt, which we all agree. They have to just hammer them on what that concept is. They have to. If there's, on top of putting all the pieces of the puzzle together for them, in terms of making Wolf and Rentschler make sense in terms of what they said and why it's so important. and like how they're going to tie in the concept of maybe something went down in the house. It's like, because when you think about the guy, and when I brought up Tedman, who was the PI guy with the wheel taking the measurements from the mailbox to the doors, and we got the 80 feet. And if they have not taken from this case the insinuation that something happened inside of that house, I I, I just don't know that that landed the way that they hoped that it would land. But and I don't know if they have been able to kind of land that conspiracy without putting any of these people on, in terms of that concept. So it's a fascinating day. We're getting down to it. I mean, Hank's talking 2 hours for rebuttal. So if we do the math, like I think Rentschler is going to be done by early afternoon. Like I think that he'll make it through direct, probably up to, if they're I don't know if they're going to do the morning break. I can't remember what she said, but um it's going to be interesting to see who Brennan puts on. I mean, to me, the whole issue with the concept of the x-rays is a big deal. It's a big deal because it really, really, really hurts Welcher, because it just does. Because it's either Hank misrepresented to his witness what existed in terms of all the other stuff that Hank always wants these experts to be looking at and taking into consideration in terms of their opinions. And I don't know. I mean, where did these x-rays come from? How did we not hear about the x-rays in the first trial? I mean, like, this is not some let's sweep it under the rug, let's not forget. Like, it's huge. It's it's huge. These extra, like, where, like, how are they coming in the defense's case in chief? The defense didn't send John O'Keefe to go, the body for another independent autopsy. Like, there was one autopsy. They had to have gotten the x-rays from the state in discovery. They had to. And like, what, like, where were they? I don't think the FBI is the answer. The FBI wasn't involved in this case early on. You know what I mean? Like, the FBI answer doesn't make any sense to me. They were not investigating this at the time that the autopsy has taken place. And so I wholly reject the FBI concept. That sounds ridiculous. That's not what happened. No, I mean, Scotty Bello did what she does. She's an excellent doctor. She was an excellent witness. She's a excellent pathologist. And she did what she was supposed to do. And the state had him. And the state had him. But where I get confused in this thing is that if the defense didn't have them and they were tendered late or were not tendered at all in the first trial, you could bet your ass that the motion to dismiss, the Brady, all that would have come, like, that would have been litigated. I promise. You kidding me? Like, x-rays, that there's no fractures in the arm. and that wasn't turned over to the defense. I mean, how exculpatory is that? I mean, maybe it was a situation wherein the defense is like, okay, they put Trooper Paul on. That guy's shit was so ridiculous. And at that point, they were not able to instruct ARCA as to what they wanted them to do testing wise. And they just said, you know what? Like, we don't want to breathe any air into the concept that John was hit one way or another. And that they just decided not to get him in. But now that they had the what's up, baby?
Hey, babe. Hey,
My
all.
beautiful, brilliant co-host. Good morning. Who's in a
Got
lot of
me
pain.
for
You guys don't even understand how much my wife is powering through. She is in agonizing pain from a long-standing shoulder injury. I think we all think that she got most likely a torn rotator cuff when we went to brought the whole family out to Austria to ski, and we got to the bottom of a run. And for whatever reason, Allie lost her balance and went down.
I mean, it wasn't even while we were skiing as well.
No, it was at the
After
end
the
of the run.
hill, on the way to the gondola, which was just down like a tiny incline.
I mean, it was even worse than that because you were like already down, like we were
Right.
in the flat area, and you just kind of like I don't know how you lost your balance. So, I'm here to tell you when she exacerbated it.
No.
Yeah, I'm here to tell
No.
you. Yeah,
No.
yeah. It's that backflip she did on the trampoline. I told her, I'm like, do not do a backflip, because
That
she
was just the first of numerous things. It had already been
it
acting up like for a couple months.
this is next level.
This is
This is
next
next
level.
level pain you're in, and
Yeah.
there's like nothing I can do, and it's like this isn't a massage thing. This is like she's got a tear.
Right. So I'm leaving in
Yeah, so she's got a doctor's
50
appointment
minutes.
this morning.
Oh, and I'm charging my headphones so I can listen to y'all and while I'm waiting for the doctor.
So we're gonna lose her a little bit, but she had to take the appointment because otherwise it was waiting, and this isn't a wait and see type situation anymore. It's like she's got to get in. Yeah, she's gonna go to an ortho. She's gonna get
But
the
today I can't get into the ortho. I have to go to my
okay.
regular doctor because the ortho can't see me until June 24th, and I cannot sleep or I got a pretty high threshold for pain, but it's uh-uh. I cannot. This aggression cannot stand.
This aggression cannot stand. It's like she has to sleep like sitting up. It's bad. It's bad. So, but I just wanted to let you all know that my wife powers through, puts on a smile when she's in excruciating pain. And Allie has a very, very high pain threshold. Like she's not one to complain about every little ache and ouchie. It's she's got to be in a lot of pain to really complain of it. So I always know that it's a serious thing when she's actually talking about it. And this has been going on since the backflip. So
Oh,
it has. It has.
no, it got much worse. It was a combination of things.
Mm, okay. You say so. I mean, it's your body. It's your body. You know better than I do.
Uh,
So yeah, I was
backflip
talking
didn't
about
help.
one of the backflip did not help. I'm gonna take my Zyrtec for the morning. I was talking about what we're gonna do today for lunch is I'm gonna put on Alan Jackson's opening statement. I think it would be interesting to take a peek at it.
Yeah, I
And
heard you
then
saying that. It's a good idea.
yeah, and then tomorrow we're gonna do Stanky's and see what he had to say. See if he checked all his boxes. And we will make sure to discuss that at length.
Oh
Because
Lord.
what?
Gwen says it's arthritis.
It could be.
I mean, yeah, because I took so long to get this thing fixed.
It could be. Well, I mean, the question is,
All I hear is old lady-itis. That's all I hear.
yeah, I mean, it could be a combination of both a tear and arthritis. It's like I was thinking about that yesterday. You know how I always tell you, like my big toe, my right big toe is
Right.
never like I thought I
Healed.
broke it years ago, and it's always in pain. Like that thing's always, and it's not excruciating, but it always hurts. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, um, and I didn't get it treated. I didn't get it looked at. So that's that.
So
All right,
the
I'm
other
gonna
thing
be
we did to our shoulders was CrossFit.
yeah,
That was not
yeah. The 2 years
don't
of
do that in your
CrossFit.
40s. Don't do it
No,
in your 40s.
yeah, 2 years of CrossFit did the damage. I mean, I loved it in a lot of different ways, but um, just the shoulder stress that you put on from, because you do a lot of like
Barbell
weightlifting.
weightlifting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even barbells. It's just like you're doing like a lot of over the shoulder, behind the shoulder, deadlifts, all that
Oh,
stuff. A lot of
deadlifts, yeah.
pull ups, chin ups, handstands. It's a lot. It's a lot of stress on your shoulder. And I had tight shoulders. So I had to quit because my shoulder was killing me. Like that was the only kind of period where I can kind of be able to sympathize in terms of having an idea of how much pain Allie's in was during CrossFit because I had a really hard time sleeping because my shoulder hurt.
Especially if we
And
took
I'm
a
a
day
side
off.
sleeper. I'm a side
Especially
sleeper.
if we took a day off. It seemed to
Yeah.
get worse when you had that, like, day of rest.
Yeah.
If you just
That's
kept
for sure.
going, your body just kept fighting through.
Yep. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna do a wheel today. And it's kind of like the same concept that Allie had, but it's a little bit different.
I had a
Um,
concept?
you did. And I don't want you guys to be chicken shits. Because this is what I'm gonna do. I am going to do a wheel today wherein the winner is going to come on with Allie and I during verdict watch for 15 minutes. Now, don't panic. You can either come in like this and just talk, or you could be on camera. We're going to leave it up to you. So one lucky winner is going to join Allie and I. You can do whatever you want. You can rant. You can rage about the case. You can however you want to spend your 15 minutes on
You
the
can give
live.
a very reasoned opinion as to why you feel the way you feel as well.
Yeah, if you are a anti, come on and debate us.
Oh,
Come
yeah.
on and debate us. Tell me why you think that Karen Reed is guilty. So I think it'll be really cool. It'll be really, really cool.
And then that'll pigeonhole right into my if you make a certain amount.
Bree's like, I want a membership. I suppose we could do. I gifted away 5 yesterday. I'm not going to do that today, Bree, in lieu of this. And I hope that a lot of people put their hat in the ring. I'm not going to cut it off at a certain limit. So
You
if
can gift your win. You can gift it. Hey,
you can
down,
gift
babe.
in.
I mean, all she's asking him about is 3 questions, so it's fine. We can wait, but
since we left yesterday. Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Dr. Rentschler again, please?
And obviously, if you gift memberships, I think if you gift over 5, you're on the wheel. Venmo's on the wheel. Cash App, PayPal, all that's on the wheel.
I don't know. I forget how much it is to gift, but 5 might be more than necessary to get on the wheel. Gotta ask Mandy about that.
Doctor, I mind you're still under oath.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
It's the Wednesday wheel.
Gosh, I want to be at the doctor right now so badly. I want to already be there.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready. Are you ready, doctor?
I am, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Rentschler, good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were discussing materials that you had been provided to review, and you described much of that material in furtherance of your answer that you were asked to review certain data and undertake certain testing as it relates to testing that was done by Aperture, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to illustrate the analysis and methodology in your review and testing of this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you bring that with you today?
I did indeed.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive I'd like to have marked as next in order.
Okay. Is there an objection?
Not for identification.
Okay, so it's marked for identification.
Thank you. That'll be KK for ID.
Let me know whenever you, pardon me, let me know whenever you're ready, Dr. Rentschler.
Sure, you want me to bring up the PowerPoint?
If you could bring up the first slide, let's start with
Sure.
that.
Let's see here.
Thanks, Unsolved.
There we go.
Is this representative of the PowerPoint that you presented, or sorry, that you prepared for presentation for the jurors?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Are there several blank slides,
know.
just sort of placeholder slides as we walk
do
through
sleep
your
like that.
analysis
I haven't
that the jurors
for a
will
while.
see?
There are, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about first of all, what was the purpose of your investigation? What did you seek to undertake?
So the purpose of my investigation in this matter was to evaluate the evidence, and particularly as it pertains to the alleged theory of what occurred in this case.
All right, so I'm going to strike that answer. Ask the question again.
Sure. Did you seek to undertake an analysis of Aperture's testing or part of their testing?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. With regard to that testing, what was the reason that you undertook to analyze Aperture's testing?
Sustained.
Ultimately, were you in receipt of a PowerPoint presentation and a report from Dr. Judson Welcher?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review that PowerPoint presentation in whole?
I did, yes.
Were you able to look at his report and read his report and review his report?
I was, yes, sir.
Did you undertake an analysis based on his reporting and his PowerPoint presentation?
So I want to see you both at sidebar for just a minute, please.
All right. What, like,
She doesn't want him critiquing the job that is that
No,
what this
no.
is going to, you think?
yeah, the Welcher did like this whole, you can't talk shit about what their experts
It's like
did.
you have to say a half a dozen instead of 6.
Right. It's just like,
You know, say the same thing with this tiny little difference.
it's like semantical nitpicking. That's so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole point of having experts is to say that the other expert sucks and that they're wrong.
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
I mean, that's the entire
And
point.
she's like, you can kind of say it, but you can't say it this way.
Right. It's semantical nitpicking. It's like bullshit.
Even more than legal issues can, you know, lawyerese and, you know, the rules can even more semantical than usual. Sorry.
Yeah. It's just Jim, as an attorney, would you rather give closings on a Friday or a Monday? Personally, I feel like Monday would be best, fresh with jury going into deliberations. No question.
Right.
No question. With Allie and I hated Friday end of case going into deliberations, because you're always just afraid that the jurors are going to rush through a deliberation because they're fucking over it, and they want to be done, and they don't want to come back on Monday, so that they're going to rush through their deliberations. They're not going to be as thorough as they need to be. They're not going to do the job. So yeah, no, I agree, Jim. 100% Monday, 100%. If they can stretch it out, Again, the problem with this ridiculous hour-long closing, how much do you fucking hate that?
It's outrageous.
Outrageous. It's outrageous. A woman's life is on the line, and she's putting time limits on the summation of a month-plus case. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. I couldn't hate it any more than I do. So thanks, Jim. You're on the wheel.
You're on the wheel.
On the wheel. Let's see. Callum, can't they challenge Bev to confront Hank? Who's they?
Well, the
Defend?
defense, I think, is what he's saying. Can't they challenge Bev to
No,
confront?
none of that shit's happening. None of that kind of stuff is happening. No one's riding in to rescue anybody. Like, this thing is going to the jury. No one's challenging Bev. No one's confronting Hank. None of that's that's not how trials operate. It's like, I think that a lot of people watch a lot of different stuff on YouTube and get a lot of ideas planted in their head from people that don't practice law.
All right, what I want to know is if Kaylee saw Hank's face when he saw the x-rays, because I didn't notice. Is that, did you see anything, babe? I was trying
No.
to look at him.
No. Did he look shocked?
Well, it's the right arm x-ray. That's what his expert said. There was none of the right arm. There was none of the arms.
May I?
Yes.
Did you undertake to review analysis and testing that was done by Aperture as reflected in the PowerPoint that you reviewed, as well as the report that you received?
I did, yes.
Did ARCA, yourself included, undertake testing based on your review of the testing by Aperture?
We did, yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what was the biomechanical analysis? That's the second point on your PowerPoint. What was the biomechanical analysis that was undertaken after you reviewed the Aperture reports and Aperture testing? What did you undertake to do?
So I touched on this yesterday a little bit. A biomechanical analysis, there's certain steps that you have to do to actually perform a biomechanical analysis. First of all, you have to determine what the injuries are. What are the diagnosed injuries? Second, you have to determine what happened to the individual. So in this case, what would have happened to Mr. O'Keefe? His kinematics, how would his body move? Was it contacted by anything? Was it contacted by the Lexus? If so, what forces were produced on the arm, on his body? Were they sufficient to cause the injuries that he sustained? And in this case, it's a little more involved. We have, was he hit by the car? What happened after that? Did he somehow move into the yard? And then did something happen in the yard to actually cause the skull fracture? So in order to determine if that's what actually occurred in this case, you have to look at each of those three separate events. And you have to evaluate that from a biomechanical analysis by looking at the force, looking at the kinematics, looking at a human tolerance, and determining or attempting to determine what happened. Now, if you try to determine what happened, not only do you have to prove that that was the case and the facts support that that's what occurred, you also have to eliminate all other possibilities. Because if you're saying this is how it happened, not only do you have to show that that's true.
So next question, and I'm going to strike that. Next question.
Is there an element of differential diagnosis that goes into biomechanical analysis?
There is, absolutely.
Explain that for us, please.
Let me demonstrate. So there are several peer-reviewed articles that I reference.
Is this slide number 2, by the way?
This is slide number 2.
Thank you.
Correct. This is injury reconstruction biomechanical analysis of accidental injury. And that sets forth the methodology that I just described. It's well written about, well reviewed in peer-reviewed articles. This is the method you need. If you're going to opine on biomechanics, this is the method you need to do, the steps you need to go through in order to provide an actual opinion.
And describe that method just a little bit further. Does that include testing?
That includes testing.
Does that
And
include both lab testing and field testing if it's possible?
absolutely, yes.
Explain that.
In fact, let me explain. Let me get through here. I just had a couple examples here. This third slide, another reference about biomechanical analysis. Again, it's all throughout the literature, very well established how to do this. Now, it's all based on the scientific method, okay? And the scientific method, which it was really established back in the 1620s.
I love
But
this.
This tells you how to do a proper scientific analysis. So you have an observation, you observe something. So in this case, you might say, all right, there's superficial abrasions to Mr. Keefe's arm, and there's a shattered taillight. Are those two things related? Well, the first thing you do is you research the topic area. You look through the literature, you find or look for any examples of that happening. You see if there's any reports or peer-reviewed articles written about this very occurrence. Can you actually demonstrate that if your arm hit the taillight would shatter and cause those abrasions? If this occurs or is a common occurrence, it should be in the literature. You should be able to find information about it. Then you form a hypothesis. Either you say, I think this injury is related to hitting the taillight, or it's not. Whichever one you choose, that's where you then start to go into your experimentation. You have to develop tests to get data to actually back up your hypotheses. So if I said, well, I think the injury is related to it, what would you do? You would go and you would test it. You would get an arm. In this case, we got a hybrid 3 dummy arm, and we got an exemplar vehicle, and we hit the vehicle with the arm. Or we hit the arm with the vehicle, we ran into it, to determine what's going to happen when that occurs. Do we get the right circumstances, the right loading to actually occur in that case? So and then you go back and you analyze that. And if your results don't match up with your hypothesis, you have to reevaluate. You have to go back and see if we don't get that type of injury, if we don't get the kinematics or the force associated with what we see, you have to reevaluate if your hypothesis or what you think happened is actually true or not. So you have to continuously go through this process. And that's what experts do. That's how you perform an analysis. And that's what's important. I have 3 kids. I have a 9-year-old who's actually.
So I'm going to ask you to wait for the next question.
Okay, sure.
Was there an example that you could use of sort of a real world example that you might want to use to explain some or part of the scientific method?
There is, yeah. And I would like to explain an example of what's important with that. So I was going to say, I have 3 kids, a 9-year-old who's actually turning 10 today. Happy birthday, Kai. And I have 2 older ones.
All right, we're gonna stop this. Another example.
Go ahead. Less editorializing.
Minus all the personal.
I'm sorry, Your Honors.
Go ahead.
Details matter, okay? Details in an investigation matter, and details matter here. You need details. You have to explain how things happen, okay? As an expert, I can't come in and just say.
Sustained. It needs to be more question and answer.
Why do details matter?
Because your opinions have to be based on the facts and the evidence.
Why is that?
Because that's what determines your conclusions. I can't come in and say, I think.
Next question.
What if you don't have all the details and facts?
Oh, man.
If you don't have details, if you haven't performed a proper analysis, then you can't come to a conclusion that something happened. You can't depend just on your experience. You have to have the analysis, the evidence, and the details to come to a conclusion in a case.
How do you best get details to come to a conclusion in a case?
You need research. You need peer-reviewed articles. You need evidence. You perform testing. You have to demonstrate what you think happened is A, possible, and B, actually did occur. And in order to do that, you need hard evidence to demonstrate that that's what actually occurred in this case.
Do you get that through both lab testing and field testing?
The form.
Oh God, just keep objecting, Hank, you fucking
Can you get that
look
in
like
lab testing?
Absolutely.
Can
Hank
you get
doesn't
that
want
in
him
field
to hear
testing?
what he's
You
saying.
can get that in field testing as well, yes.
Are those integral to an analysis?
They are. If you don't have any other evidence, if you don't have research, if you don't have peer-reviewed articles showing or demonstrating what happens, you have to formulate, you have to get that evidence. And the way to do that is through field testing, if you have no other evidence and no other source of information to provide that type of evidence.
Let's go to the next slide. Did you undertake, and this is a placeholder, did
Yes.
you undertake the scientific method in this case?
I did, yes.
What was the hypothesis of the incident that you utilized in furthering your analysis?
So the first step, the first part of this event is contact between Mr. O'Keefe's arm and the vehicle.
Could you describe for the jurors what hypothesis you used based on your review of the information you got from Aperture?
Sure. So the hypothesis that I looked at, Aperture, their testing and report indicates that Mr. O'Keefe had his arm out at a 90-degree angle.
Sustained.
What do you see? By the way, where are these from? These two slides.
These two slides are from the PowerPoint presentation that Aperture provided.
All right. So you didn't create these?
I did not, no, sir.
Describe the angle of the arm in the left photograph with the drinking glass in the hand.
So the angle of that arm is approximately 90 degrees. The other photographs in the PowerPoint demonstrate that for someone the same height as Mr. O'Keefe, the arm would be about 90 degrees with an individual standing erect. That's what was demonstrated in their PowerPoint.
Do you note anything in their PowerPoint, the Aperture PowerPoint, related to the clothing worn in that left photograph?
Yes, they have the surrogates wearing a hoodie or a sweatshirt, which is the exact same type and brand that Mr. O'Keefe was found wearing at the time of the incident.
Did that play a part in your overall analysis? The fact that
No, I just thought it was really fucking weird.
The surrogate, as you used the name, was adorned with the same type of sweatshirt that was found on Mr. O'Keefe?
It did, yes. I mean, that's one of the details that we have to look at. Details matter. So we look at the clothing that was worn and the evidence found with respect to that actual sweatshirt.
I'd like to stay with that for a second. Why is that important? Why would the clothing matter?
Well, because that tells us, that gives us evidence of what may or may not have occurred. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing this sweatshirt when the time of this alleged incident occurred. So if there is contact between his sweatshirt and that rear vehicle, the taillight from the Lexus, there would likely be evidence of that. And we have to look at that sweatshirt to see the condition of that sweatshirt, if there's evidence on that sweatshirt, and be able to pair that or match that up to what happened on the vehicle.
Is that part of a normal biomechanical analysis to evaluate clothing of the body as well?
Absolutely, especially when you look at automobile pedestrian impacts.
There you go, Bev.
Because
Or sorry,
clothing
Judge
tells
Maloney.
you or can tell you how the impact occurred, where contact occurred between an individual and the vehicle, what part of the vehicle, what part of the individual. So it either may or it may not, but it can give you very important clues about what may have occurred during the incident.
Is
We
that
gotta
part
sing
of the
Happy
normal
Birthday to Kai
methodology that's
before I
utilized
leave.
in the field of biomechanical analysis, especially as it relates to pedestrian motor vehicle incidents?
It absolutely is. Yes. Look at the damage to the clothing. Look if you compare it up to the vehicle, to the ground, to other sources. It's another tool, another detail, and part of the evidence that allows you to try and determine what occurred.
Do you have experience in reviewing clothing of individuals that may have been involved in vehicle pedestrian incidents?
I do, yes.
How often has that played a part in your biomechanical analysis, the methodology that you employ?
It happens quite often when we look at automobile pedestrian impacts. That's really one of the steps that you need to do. You need to look at the clothing, you need to look at that evidence and see if that matches up with any other evidence in the case.
Would it be a proper methodology to just ignore the clothing in a vehicle pedestrian incident?
It would be, yes. I mean, it's really one of the first things you should do.
I'm sorry. My question was, would it be proper if you just wholly ignored it?
No, it would be improper. It would not be proper. It would be improper if you just ignored it.
Getting back to the slide at hand, and we're on slide, just to stay coordinated, is this slide 7?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You've talked about the left photograph. What is the right, the short video?
So this short video is what I refer to as the paint transfer test that was performed by Aperture. And what they did was take a surrogate the same approximate height and weight as Mr. O'Keefe and had him stand behind a subject, an exemplar Lexus, the same year, make, and model. And they put paint on the rear taillight cover on the fender, and then they backed it in to the surrogate's arm. And the reason for this is they attempted to show that where the paint contacts the arm, that it's the same area where the superficial abrasions were on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Did you utilize these photographs and videos from the Aperture report in conducting and building the field testing and or the lab testing that you ultimately undertook?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What's depicted in this slide?
So this is from the Aperture report. And the third conclusion is that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and the orientation of the right taillight on the Reed 2021 Lexus LX57.
How did you interpret the phrase geometry?
To me, geometry just means shape. So the way I interpreted this is the one test that was performed with respect to the taillight. This is the only test I saw.
So I think I didn't watch all of Dr. Wolf's testimony. Please tell me at some point he got into the hydraulic system or whatever it was, the 2 inches up and then the 2 inches down.
I don't think he did.
Mm.
I don't know that he did. I'm not sure. Maybe that's a Rentschler thing.
Why? Because he's doing, well, I guess it could be injuries, not.
Yeah. I don't think that he did, babe.
All right. Yeah, I guess it would be more of a Rentschler thing. Let's hope he gets into it now.
All right.
And yeah, I was saying that we should sing happy birthday to Dr. R's kid because the judge really shut him down when he said happy birthday, Kai.
Happy birthday, Kai.
Hey, shout out to Kai.
The Big
Happy
Ten.
birthday to you. Happy birthday.
She slows it down as soon as I start
All right,
singing.
you stop. I'm doing it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. All right, that's from your dad. Happy birthday.
That's from your dad because Judge Bev shut him down. We
Judge
love
Bev
you, little
shut him
guy.
down.
This means shape. So the way I interpreted this is the one test that was performed with respect to the taillight. This is the only test I saw that Aperture performed involving the taillight and the arm, is that with this paint transfer test, they concluded that, again, the area where the paint was transferred onto the arm is consistent, the same shape and orientation as apparently the lacerations found on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm.
Did this test, in your opinion, establish force multipliers that were exerted on the taillight?
It has nothing to do with force. It doesn't describe the force exerted on the taillight or on the arm. It doesn't describe how the arm would have moved as it hit the taillight. It doesn't describe how the taillight would fracture. It doesn't describe how you would actually get the lacerations on the arm. Again, all this does is generally, and I made an error there. This report, and you can see the slide says laceration. Mr. O'Keefe did not have lacerations on his arm.
What did he have?
He was diagnosed with superficial abrasions.
Is there a difference between a laceration and an abrasion?
There's a distinct difference, both biomechanically and medically, yes.
Is that an important distinction?
That is.
Why?
The first step of the biomechanical analysis is identify the injuries, and you have to take the diagnosed injuries identified by a medical doctor. So it's superficial abrasions. To put lacerations on, that's simply incorrect.
So I strike the end of that.
Would you describe the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm as lacerations?
No,
Would they be more properly described in another way?
it would be, yes.
What's that other way?
So they've been diagnosed as superficial abrasions. An abrasion occurs when there's rubbing or scraping of the skin, and it just rubs away the top layer, the epidermis of the skin. Now, a laceration is a jagged ripping or tearing of the skin, which gets down through the epidermis into the dermis. So abrasions take much less force. They're less severe than what a laceration actually is.
In a biomechanical analysis, if it's done properly, is it important to get the proper injury to the body as a foundation to the entire analysis?
That's core to the analysis because you're trying to determine how an injury occurred. You have to know what that injury is. You have to have the correct injury to be able to evaluate it.
Let's go to the next slide.
Yeah, and got to tell us how it really happened and how the tail
This
light
is a
broke.
placeholder. I want to ask you a little bit while this is up. We can turn the lights up. First step of the analysis. What is the first step of the analysis after you determine the injuries, the type of injury?
So in this step, after you determine the injury, what we want to do is we want to look at the physical evidence. So we have the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and we have the sweatshirt that he was wearing at the time. So the first step in any investigation is to determine, does the evidence from the arm match up to the evidence on the sweatshirt?
Did you undertake that analysis?
I did, yes.
Is that indicated in a slide a little bit later on in your PowerPoint?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
you
go to the
better
next
keep
slide,
up with
please.
this supers while I'm gone.
What are we looking
I
at
wanna
in
wait
this
to
slide?
the end.
So this explains the injuries. And this is from on the left side, that is the diagnoses from the autopsy. The right side is from the hospital. And you can see it says blunt impact injuries of head and extremities, abrasions and lacerations. The laceration is on the back of the skull, on the back of the head where the occipital skull fracture is. When you look at the extremities, everywhere where it talks about the extremities, it's superficial abrasions. So the first step in a biomechanical analysis, you review the medical records, determine exactly what the injuries are. And you can see there's a picture of the actual abrasions.
Can't look at
Those
that arm
are
and see
the
tail light.
documented injuries or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Are these acceptable sources? Well, let me ask you this. What are the sources that are reflected on this slide that you referred to or you relied on in coming to your opinions and conclusions regarding Mr. O'Keefe's injuries to his right arm?
I've decided I'm going to get
Again, on the left
car.
side is from the autopsy report from the medical examiner, and then the right side is actually from the Good Samaritan hospital where Mr. O'Keefe was taken.
Are autopsy records, hospital records, medical records acceptable sources for a biomechanist to rely on in determining or coming to opinions and conclusions?
They are the sources you go to determine what the injuries are. Yes.
Did you see, you reviewed the entirety of the medical records as well as the entirety of the medical examiner's file? Is that right?
I did. Yes, sir.
Did you see reference to any fractures that were noted on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his arm, his forearm, or his hand?
No, there were no diagnosed or references to fractures on any part of his right arm or hand.
Did you
I'm
send
gonna
a
ask Mr.
message
Wolf
to that effect on
display a couple of
Signal?
exhibits, the x-rays.
Okay.
So he's going
How
to take
many
over the TV
times?
screen.
Sure.
If that's okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you talk to the lawyers on Signal? Dun, dun, dun. Oh, Hanky. I'm already getting frustrated with what we're about to hear.
Are they at sidebar?
I didn't
This
think
is
so.
an exhibit that was marked yesterday. I want to say 226. I may be wrong, Your Honor. I'll get the right nomenclature in just a second. This is one of the exhibits, one of three exhibits that was introduced yesterday. Do you recognize what's depicted on this?
That's the X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand taken January 31st, I believe.
Did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Was it part of the medical record? Medical records or AE's records?
It was a series of the x-rays, yes, was attached. It was part of the medical records that were provided to me and that I reviewed in this matter.
Thank you. Just for the record, so I can clarify, this is Exhibit 229A, as in apple.
See the little R there?
Have you looked at x-rays before?
I have, yes.
Have you interpreted x-rays in furtherance of your analyses in years past?
I have during my biomechanical analysis, yes.
Are you trained to look at x-rays and determine whether there are fractures, hairline fractures, broken bones, things of that nature?
I've been doing this for 20 years. In graduate school, I worked with surgeons and doctors to look at x-rays.
Is that part of the normal methodology that biomechanists undertake in furtherance of injury analysis?
It is part of what we normally do, yes, sir.
Would it be an important part of a biomechanist's
It's all important.
ultimate analysis and conclusions as it relates to an injury analysis?
It would be, and especially in this case, if we're talking about impact to the arm and the hand, very important to
Look at
determine,
this.
as I said, not only
Judge
what the
Cannoni's
actual injuries are, but what injuries did not occur.
Would it be appropriate to come to any opinions and conclusions in an injury analysis if you were to ignore x-rays, if they existed?
No, if x-rays exist, you need to review them. You need to determine what they represent and what injuries either did or didn't occur. You absolutely need to look at them.
Do you see any injuries represented or any defects represented in this x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
I do not, no, sir.
Can you describe what you do see or what you would expect to see if there were injuries, broken bones, torn ligaments, things of that nature, swelling? What would you expect to see?
You could actually see the fracture lines on the bones. They are evident along the hands or along the ulna and the radius. Any dislocations you see, there would be a difference in the space at the joints between the bones. Dislocation, then there would be an increased space or even a decreased space if there's compression of the joints, the interphalangeal joints, the metacarpophalangeal joints, the wrist joint. There's no indication on these x-rays of any fractures or any trauma or any
Hank.
type of injury to the bones or the joints.
Oh,
Can we go
God.
to 229B as in Bravo with the board's permission?
Now we're going to see the whole right arm.
You see what's depicted in this photograph?
I can, yes, sir.
What is this?
So this is a x-ray. The forearm shows the ulna and the radius, which are the two bones in the forearm.
Do
Wow.
you see any defects, injury, trauma to these bones or anything associated with those bones?
There were no x-rays
I
of the
do
arm,
not.
sir.
And when you're
what's
viewing
happening here?
this on the software to look at the x-rays, you can actually adjust the contrast. So you can adjust the brightness and the darkness, and it allows you to go through the whole range to better evaluate whether there are any fractures. This is a little bright, so when you're looking at this, you would actually decrease the contrast a little bit.
In terms of your review of this particular photograph, what did you note in terms of trauma or injuries at all?
I did not note any indication or any signs of trauma or injury to the forearm or to the wrist in this case.
If we could go to 229C as in Charlie.
What
What are
in
we
the
looking at in
hell?
this photograph?
This is the right humerus, the right upper bone of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Just Hank
Do you
needs to
notice,
be
or did you note,
sanctioned.
did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you note any defects, trauma, injuries at all with regard to the bone is the
humerus.
humerus?
I did not
Pause
know,
it real
sir.
quick,
What about
babe.
the joints associated with the humerus, top or bottom?
I did not know.
Just in case anyone here did not see when the Commonwealth's expert, Dr. Welcher, right, babe?
Yep.
Welcher testified. He was specifically asked about any hairline fracture from his testing that he would expect to see. He said fractures was something that he'd expect to see, but there were no x-rays of the arms in this case.
Of
So
the
he-
right arm specifically.
Of the right arm specifically. So he could not say, no one could say whether there was a hairline fracture because without an x-ray, that's something you can't tell. And I was thinking, I was like furious. Like, God damn, he's making an amazing point here. How you can't tell if there's a hairline fracture without an x-ray.
Right. We were like beside ourselves at that fact. So,
Right. And I just figured, I guess they don't take x-rays when you're doing a,
so I think he was either not given. I mean, only one of two things happened. Either he was given the x-rays and he ignored them and lied on the stand, or Hank pulled a fast one and didn't provide him with them and allowed him to get on the stand and testify. There is no fucking way that Hank was not aware that there were x-rays of the right arm, and he allowed his witness to get on the stand and
Well,
make
but why would he do that? He looks like a complete. He loses credibility. The expert loses credibility. He just thought the jurors would forget.
Well,
and
but
they-
like here's the other part of that. How in the world did Hank think, in what world, that the defense wasn't going to bring the x-rays in?
Well, right. That's why I'm
I know
saying,
that's
why
your
would he
point, but
do
you
it?
didn't say it.
Right. So given that, why would he do it?
I don't
And
know.
either way, he needs to be sanctioned, yelled at, told to fuck off for either complete and total incompetence. You cannot just not be familiar with your own case and misrepresent the facts to the jury by mistake or on purpose. Either way, she should have grave concerns.
100%. She really should.
Note any
What about I'm sorry, the bone is the
humerus.
humerus?
I did not, no, sir.
What about the joints associated with the humerus, top or bottom?
All right, I'll meet you
I
guys
did
in the
not
car.
note any injuries or damage to either the elbow or the shoulder joint.
What is your opinion in conclusion, having reviewed all three of these x-rays, with regard to the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, starting from the arm, the forearm, and the bones in the hand?
There's no indication of any type of acute injury from the x-ray to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his hand, his forearm, or his upper arm.
Thank you. We can switch that back. And if we can go back to your PowerPoint.
The x-rays did not come in
Can
the
we go to
first
the next
round.
slide, please?
Maybe. Let me see if I can start back in on it here.
Rentschler's wearing the same tie, right?
There we go.
Same tie.
What are we
Oh,
looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the hoodie or sweatshirt that Mr. O'Keefe had on at the time of this alleged incident.
Did you consider these photographs in conducting your injury causation analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
What role did these photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's hoodie play in your injury causation analysis?
So this shows the hoodie, and it was inspected by the police department, and it was noted, as you can see on the right sleeve by the triangles, there were 9 different punctures or holes noted in the sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these series of photos?
So let's move to sidebar for a minute and.
Oh, Jesus.
Guys can bring your PowerPoint.
Oh my God. This like hiding the ball bullshit that she does is insane. Just let him get up there and testify. He has a very different opinion. Her trying to shut it down every fucking time is so disgusting. I cannot stand it. I cannot stand her. It's like we're trying to get to the truth here. We are trying to get to the truth here, and she shuts it down every time they're trying to get their experts' opinions out. I don't give a fuck if Hank wants to hear it or not. No one died and made Hank the boss of shit. Hank's not the boss of my asshole. That's what Hank's not the boss of. He's not the boss of anything. I'm so sick of this guy. Like every time he asks for something, he gets it. It's ridiculous. I hate the objections with no basis and what the objection is, because we have no idea what he's objecting to. There's nothing objectionable to what's going on right now. Hank, so this has to be playing out for the jury. If we're this frustrated, how do you think the jury feels? How do you think they feel? They want to be like, what? Like, we just want to hear what this guy is saying. Shut up, Hank. Quit objecting. Like, why are you trying to hide what this man has to say so hard. Why are you doing that? Like this amount of objections. I mean, how many has it been? In what have we had? 30, 35 minutes of testimony, less, because of the sidebars and all the bullshit. It has to be in excess of 10. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, what is he afraid of? Either you have a case or you don't have a case, Hank. Either you do or you don't. And we know that you don't. That's why you're pulling this bullshit. I just hope, and if you're wondering, that's not something that you can argue in closing. Alan Jackson's not going to be able to say, well, you know, you have to sit there and wonder why it is that the Commonwealth objected so many times during the testimony of our experts. You can't do that. You can't bring that up. So you just need to hope that the jury is picking up what I'm putting down here in terms of how they feel about the fact that you got to turn your volume down, babe.
Oh, like you can hear my blinkers and stuff?
No, I just heard myself, like I heard an echo.
Oh.
So, all right, let me bloop a little. I got some blooping. You got a fair amount of blooping. Wow.
So
We're live.
he God damn it, I keep forgetting I can't see out of the side, out of the rear.
Ugh.
So this again is sort of seems geared at whether or not he is attacking the expert's method itself or giving his opinion. Is that what this is about? Because
It's hard to know. I think it has to do something with the slides that they're showing. So at the point that you were heading to the car, they had put up the slide of John's hoodie with the little white triangles to indicate where the puncture.
oh, so then this seems to be going towards whether he laid enough foundation that he has experience and can look at material, the clothing. And I thought he laid that foundation. Maybe he'll have to come back and follow it up about, all right, you said that that's standard, it's part of it, blah, blah, blah. How many times have you done it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It seems kind of long for that. It seems like that could have been.
It thought, well, that could have happened from the bench.
Right.
You know, it's one of those things where, again, when they don't give the basis for the objection, the defense attorney, or Hank for that matter, if there is an occasion where she actually sustains an objection by the defense, has to figure out what the hell the objection is and how to cure it in terms of how to ask the question.
Right.
You know, which is annoying. It's annoying. Like sometimes that's why they have to go to sidebar.
Right, but
Because
he'd
the
have a
lawyer
much
can't
shorter.
figure out what the hell the objection is. So they're like, all right, well, I need a sidebar because I don't know why this guy's objecting. I can't
Right.
figure it out.
But again, this is a little long for that.
It is. It is.
I think that she's still saying he's not qualified to, that they haven't, but again, I think it's too long for that. I was still thinking about the clothing, but.
Well, I'm
Hey.
assuming that the testimony is going to land on the concept that those polycarbonate pieces couldn't have punctured the hoodie. You know?
Right.
So I don't know.
Well, read some comments. I don't want you getting behind.
Okay. Let's see.
And there was a new member, so start at the top. Did you say hi to the new member? I put it up there, but.
Unsolved Mysteries, welcome back. I think you've been a member before.
I think she? I think Unsolved has been a member before. I
I think
recognize
so too. Gen X girl lawyer, member for 13 months. Oh, wow. Just saw that. Aw. We love you, Gen X girl lawyer. Wild Child member for 10 months. Hope this is another good day.
Thanks for both of your generosity.
Officer John O'Keefe was never hit by the car.
No,
Thank you. 10 months. Nice run.
nice run.
Jim, thank you. We saw your comment. Callum, thank you. We saw your comment. Kaylee, we saw your comment. Defense attorney, meow. Member for 18 months. OG, 18 months. Gone by too
For
fast.
your generosity.
OG. Super OG. It's like right around when we started the channel. Like at least started putting content up. Thank you so much, Defense Attorney Meow, for being a member for so long. Tayhaf, good morning, Bob. Question: do you think Karen Reed will file a civil suit against the Commonwealth or Canton if acquitted? Thanks for everything you do. Love you and Allie. Thank you. First of all, Tayhaf, I'm not sure what the statute of limitations are in Massachusetts in terms of suits against the government. In Illinois, they're a year.
Right, but there is some, I think, exception if you're going to do
What is
for
that
like-
weird like noise? It sounds like a record scratching.
in the car. It's maybe I'll
that.
look it up. It's probably the boxes bump it up against next to each other.
It sounds like it's like on your like you're hitting your phone on something, kind of like little crackling there. Did you hear that?
I did not. Let me try unplugging the charger. Is that any better?
So far,
All right. I thought it was like the boxes bumping up against each other, but
nah, that would have been in the distance. This was a very, very close sounding sound. All right, so you were saying that there could be some loophole.
oh, right. Because when you sue for like wrongful prosecution or my brain's not working yet this morning. I'm trying to think of there's
Malicious prosecution.
malicious prosecution or false arrest. There might be a way to wait.
Jurors, I apologize that
end
took so long, but it was
criminal.
necessary to do rather than sending you out. So, sure.
All right, let's see who won.
Thank you. Tori.
Okay.
Unsolved Christie's $5 holla for Allie's rotator cuff fund. Aw, thank you. Or G, sleeping on your belly with your arms up under your pillow aggro's the shoulder. Don't know
Yeah,
if
I
that's
put that
wrong.
up.
My eyes aren't good enough to see the
I
upper
used to
right-hand corner.
sleep
What
like
slide
that,
number is
not
this?
the
Number
tabs,
12.
Number 12, thank you.
Maybe months.
Did you look at these photographs and consider these photographs in furtherance of your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we move to slide 13, please? Did you also look at and consider these photographs in coming to your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes.
Can we move to slide 14, please? Did you look at and consider these photographs in coming to your conclusions and opinions
I
regarding
did.
this case?
Yes, sir.
Can you move from slide 14 over to slide 18, please?
Can I switch through real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. So we 18.
Let's go to 18. What are we looking at in slide 18?
So this is Mr. O'Keefe's right arm at autopsy, and they're holding up a ruler to demonstrate the size and dimensions of the abrasions.
And what are the yellow indicators?
Those are indicators I added based on the length of the ruler to show the approximate size, length, and width of those abrasions.
Was it important in your biomechanical analysis to measure and denote all the injuries?
It was, yes.
Did you actually count the number of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
How many injuries did he have? How many distinct and separate injuries did Mr. O'Keefe's arm present?
Conservatively, I counted 36 different superficial abrasions on his right arm.
And did you go through all the photographs in an effort to count and distinguish one abrasion and one defect on his skin from another?
I did, yes, sir.
And you said conservatively 36 separate abrasions, correct?
That's correct.
What does that mean in terms of the mechanism that you would expect to cause that abrasion?
Well, you need 36 different points of contact to get through the sweatshirt and get to the skin to actually cause abrasion to the skin. 36 different separate points of contact to the skin.
How many defects, remind us, how many defects were noted by the crime lab in Mr. O'Keefe's right sleeve?
9 defects.
Wow.
Can you scroll to slide 22 quickly, please? What is this?
This is a slide, again, from Aperture, from their PowerPoint. It's the only slide, the only photo, the only indication of the hoodie that I found in their analysis. And it also has pictures showing, looks like they try to line up the top of that taillight cover.
Sustained.
Do you see there's some sort of marking on that lower left photograph with some yellow lines?
I do, yes.
How did you analyze that marking?
I analyzed that. It goes through the part of the taillight cover and then goes through part of the upper arm of the surrogate.
And there's a parallel line to it a little bit in a V shape. There's a parallel line below it. How did you analyze that line?
I analyzed that as apparently showing that the area of the taillight.
So not apparently. What did you
How did you
analyze?
interpret
sure.
that?
I interpreted that represents that area of the taillight corresponds to the area of the upper arm.
And there's a red dotted line around the tail light, correct?
Correct.
How did you interpret what that represents?
That was the part of the taillight that fractured.
Did you put any of these lines on there, or are these all from Aperture?
These are all from Aperture. I did not put any of those on there.
You see the small, it's horizontal, I'm sorry, it's vertical photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I do, yes.
Did you note anywhere in the Aperture report a denotation of the number of abrasions, counting the number of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
There's no denotation, no indication that the number of abrasions were ever counted. No, sir.
Ultimately, based on your review of all of your testing, did you come to an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm are consistent with striking the right rear taillight of the Lexus?
I did, yes.
And what is that conclusion?
That they're inconsistent with striking the taillight or being produced as a result of contact with the taillight.
Why did you come to that conclusion?
There's a number of reasons that I came to. First of all, the abrasions, the numbers don't correspond to the number of holes or.
Sustained.
Did you consider, without counting the number of abrasions and the number of holes, did you consider the abrasions?
I did, yes.
Did you consider the sweatshirt?
I did.
Was that an important part of your analysis?
It was, yes.
What else did you consider?
I considered that it was not possible to line up 36 different abrasions with
So I'm going to strike that answer, ask it differently.
Your Honor, if he could finish his answer. He was about to say contact with the taillight.
Yep. So ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. What did the 36 abrasions, conservatively, and their interaction with the taillight have to do with your ultimate opinion and conclusion?
Well, that you have to, if those abrasions came from contact with the taillight, you have to be able to correlate them and line them up with contact, 36 different contacts from the taillight.
And ultimately, based on your understanding of Aperture's review and the photographs that you saw, you were presuming, based on Aperture's testing, that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie. Is that correct?
Sustained.
What was the condition? Let me ask it this way. There's a photograph in the Aperture report that we're looking at with blue paint on an arm, right?
Correct.
Is that your understanding, or did you test that Mr. O'Keefe could have been hit wearing short sleeves?
No,
What did you test? What was your presumption and assumption in your testing?
that he was wearing the hoodie that was found on him at the time,
With the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
with the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
Watch the form of the question, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Let's go to the next slide, please.
You're like tying his arms.
What is this?
Jesus.
These are the top 2 and bottom right slide are from the Aperture PowerPoint.
How did you interpret the 2 photographs on the right, the parallel lines and the red lines in that slide?
The parallel lines correspond to an area of the fractured tail light, and then the red dotted line corresponds to an area of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm, and there's a red arrow pointing to part of the fractured tail light.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
Again, this is the paint test. This is the only test that was conducted by Aperture to look at the tail light and the arm in this case, and the interaction between the two.
Did you note whether in all of Aperture's data that you reviewed, whether or not there was any measurements to determine whether the abrasions were consistent with contact with the Lexus?
I did. There were no measurements at all taken with respect to that test. No measurements with respect to where the contact happened on the car or on the arm itself. There was no indication of where that blue paint extended on the surrogate's arm, say from the wrist up to where the laceration or the abrasions would have occurred.
Is that important?
It's very important.
Why?
Because you can't say that the area where the blue paint is corresponds to the area of the abrasions if you don't take measurements. If you just eyeball it, all you can say is by eyeballing it, it looks approximately the same. But that's not scientific. You can't come to an actual conclusion that where that paint covers the arm is where those abrasions actually were. They could lie outside, they could lie forward, they could lie above that painted area. You can't say with any scientific certainty that that area of paint corresponds to where the abrasions are.
In this motion video and the still photograph to the left in slide 24, is that what we're on, 24?
We are, yes, sir.
What did you note with regard to the positioning of the surrogate's arm? I think that's Mr. Welcher, as it relates to the taillight and the back of the SUV.
Yes, the positioning of the arm in the photographs as well as the one test that was performed, the arm is approximately 90 degrees, level in line with the rear taillight of the vehicle.
Did you seek to do any testing approximating the positioning of the arm as you saw it, as you interpreted it in the Aperture data?
I did, yes, sir.
What were you seeking to determine when you did your testing?
Well, if we want to determine whether the orientation and the position of the abrasions on the arm correspond to the tail light, you have to have the arm in the position that you claim it struck the tail light and then look at the abrasions. Because if you're looking at orientation and the direction of the abrasions, you can't look at how they exist with the arm. The only pictures of the arm of the abrasions are with Mr. O'Keefe's arm extended. But that's not how he would have had it according to the test. It would have been at a 90-degree angle.
Dr. Rentschler, were there any peer-reviewed articles cited in connection with Aperture's paint transfer test?
I did not see, I was not provided a single peer-reviewed article with respect to the paint test or any indication of any test or article looking at arm contact with the vehicle or a taillight cover.
Can we go to slide 25? What are we looking at in this slide?
So in this slide, the picture on the far left is the photographs provided from the autopsy in hospital with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm fully extended. Again, those are the only photographs we have.
What about the photograph in the middle and to the far right?
In the middle and the far right, what I did was actually take that arm and then rotate the forearm to put it in a position that it would be in as demonstrated by the paint test with the arm at approximately 90 degrees.
What was the import of this undertaking?
Well, if you look at the paint test and the way the arm's at 90 degrees and having the car come and essentially contact and push the arm out of the way, that's going to give you or tell you the directionality or the direction of the abrasions. Because if you have your arm at a right angle and the vehicle comes and pushes and slides against it on that forearm, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal, to be in line with that forearm.
Are they?
They're not. You can see some of them are vertical, some of them are angled, some of them it's hard to tell what the directionality is. But if your arm, again, is being struck and pushed this way, as it's pushed and as the car goes by, if this would occur in this manner, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal in the direction that the vehicle is actually traveling.
When you say horizontal, do you mean horizontal from the elbow to the wrist?
Correct, or parallel, yes, with the forearm.
Can we go to slide 26, please?
So that was a big
This is
slide.
yet again the same video that we saw earlier.
That is correct. This is the paint test video, yes.
And what has to happen in order for the paint in this test to reach the upper forearm?
Well, in this case, to reach the upper forearm, there has to be contact between the forearm and the taillight cover.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
We're still not getting.
What is this slide showing?
Again, this shows, you can see on the right, I added arrows to kind of show the directionality of the different abrasions. And on the forearm, they simply do not line up with the type of kinematics or the type of motion shown in the paint test. Again, of the arm getting pushed out of the way and the car traveling past. If there were going to be abrasions from the fractured glass as it moves along, again, it would be lengthwise parallel to the forearm.
If the arm was positioned as it was indicated in the paint test done by Aperture, would you expect to see this pattern of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm if in fact it contacted the taillight and if in fact it was abraded based on the taillight?
You would not. You can't get, for instance, horizontal abrasions on the upper arm and somehow get vertical and angled abrasions on the forearm. The kinematics don't work out to actually produce those types of injuries.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the paint transfer test, and it demonstrates there were no measurements taken. So we don't know the exact size or location of that paint or of the lacerations. And you can see the photograph on the right basically shows that after doing the test, a picture of the right arm was put next to it and basically eyeballed to say it's the same, well, it's only approximately the same area.
So I'm going to strike that. So next question.
Do you see any measurements, any tape measures, any laser measuring equipment, anything like that in that right photograph?
Nothing, no types of measurements whatsoever.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
What do you mean? It's blue paint.
This is on the left, the same video that we've seen several times, correct?
That's correct.
What are we looking at on the photograph on the right?
So on the right, it is the video of this test taken from the side of the vehicle.
Did you notice anything of note in this angle of the paint transfer test?
I did. I slowed this video down. And so as you can see, as it starts out, and you'll see the vehicle starts to slowly back. So there was no photographs showing the position of the arm in the back of the car. The video is from the side, and the top video, you can't tell where the arm is positioned against the tailgate. But whatever positions it's at, you can see as the car backs up here, look at the elbow and the upper arm. If the car backed directly in this direction, there would be no contact with that elbow or the upper arm. And remember, this test is to show where the paint would transfer and if that correlates to the lacerations.
You mean before you start the video, when you say there would be no contact with the elbow or the upper arm, you mean the biceps area and from the elbow up?
That's correct.
Is that based on the photograph on the right and the positioning of the surrogate?
Exactly. You can see right now, if the car just backed directly straight back, it would not contact the elbow or the upper arm.
Before you play the video, what did you note when the car from the angle to the right of the video on the right? What did you note as the car, just before the car starts to make contact with the surrogate? What did you note?
So in order to get that pattern on the arm, right as the car contacts the arm, the surrogate pushes his elbow forward, leans into the car against the light, and then rolls off.
Can you play that for us, please?
Bye.
Did
I'll
you
be
see what you were describing in that video?
I did, and I can slow it down. So you can see even at this point, as the car approaches, it would not contact the elbow or the bicep. So as it comes in, watch the elbow all of a sudden shoot in. Surrogate turns his arm in and then leans against the light cover. So this is not indicative of someone standing there and having a car back into their arm. In order to get that pattern of paint on the arm, someone would have to stand there, and as the car approached and contacted their arm, they would have to actually push their arm forward and lean into it to get that paint pattern.
Is that, in your view, proper scientific testing?
Sustained.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this?
And so this is that same event, and you can see I slowed it down even more just so you can see the actual movement of the elbow and the upper arm to get that pattern.
He's just destroying Welcher's bullshit.
Thank you. Can we move to the next slide, please? This is slide 30. And let's go to 31.
Yeah, this is 31.
I'm sorry, 31. What conclusions or opinions did you reach or could you reach after reviewing the totality of the results of the paint transfer test?
The paint transfer test, all it can show is the approximate area, of where the arm was covered in paint as the surrogate jammed his elbow in and rolled against the taillight cover. So it tells us nothing about what may have actually occurred, how the lacerations were actually, or the abrasions were produced. It doesn't talk about the kinematics of the arm to actually cause those abrasions. All it does is just say, under this specific condition, if someone was to stand there and then shoot your elbow forward and lean in, you would get paint on this approximate part of the arm, because we don't even have any measurements for it. That's the only thing that test demonstrates, and that's the only test that was conducted to look at the interaction between the arm and the Lexus in this case.
Did you reach any opinions and conclusions regarding whether the physical evidence is consistent or inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I did, yes.
And what are what's the basis?
The basis is looking at the number of laceration or the number of abrasions on the arm, as well as the orientation and direction of those abrasions. And they don't correspond to how the arm would interact with the vehicle if it was at a right angle and struck by the rear of that vehicle.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Doctor?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? Actually, slide 33. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
This is amazing. I mean, if the jury's not getting this, I can't help them. I can't help them.
Did any of the testing that you saw in terms of the paint transfer test or any other testing that you saw included in the Aperture report and the Aperture PowerPoint presentation indicate that there was any consistency or any results that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being struck by the taillight, causing 36 plus abrasions to his right arm while wearing the shirt, or the sweatshirt with 9 holes in it.
Objection.
That's sustained. You have to ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you determine, based on the testing by aperture, whether or not it was consistent, that paint transfer test was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's arm being damaged by the taillight at speed?
I did.
Okay, and what is that conclusion?
That does not represent that at all. The evidence from that test, again, it's only puts pain on the arm. So in no way does that determine or demonstrate how, if the arm struck the taillight cover, how the taillight cover could shatter, how the movement of the arm could interact with the cover to produce those abrasions.
Did you go, I'm sorry.
There's just no evidence of that. There's no steps taken to demonstrate how, if that's even possible, would that actually occur in a case like that? First, you have to show it's possible. I saw no peer-reviewed articles, no research data, and the only test that was done that links the injuries to the taillight cover is this paint test.
Is that the paint test in which the arm was leaned into the car?
In which the elbow was shot forward and then the arm and upper arm was leaned into and against the cover.
Doctor, did you also go on to further your injury causation analysis by performing impact tests to evaluate the kinematics involved?
I did, yes.
Can you describe that for us, please?
Sure. So one of the steps involved in the biomechanical analysis is the kinematics, the motion. So we need to look at the motion of the arm. If the arm hit the taillight cover fractured, and you got abrasions, you need to be able to show that. You need to look at how the arm would actually move if it was struck by the vehicle. I've seen no peer-reviewed articles or research to demonstrate that. So what you need to do then is do testing to look at how the arm would actually move and whether it's possible to create those conditions to actually get that injury.
Did you use an ATD hybrid 3 arm for testing?
We did, yes. We used a 50th percentile male ATD hybrid 3 arm.
Is the use of that hybrid 3 arm accepted in your industry in terms of testing?
Yes, it certainly is. As I said yesterday, it's the gold standard for testing. And the arm itself is used just for that very purpose. In fact, there's a number of studies. They use the 50th percentile arm to look at airbag deployment. One of the issues with airbags for the driver is it comes out of the hub of the steering wheel. So if you're steering and you're turning your car and you hit something and the airbag goes off, what happens? It blows right into your forearm, and it can actually cause fractures. We see that quite often. So they perform testing with the 50th percentile arm to look at the forces and acceleration on the arm as airbags go off. Very similar. So if your hand was hit by the back of the arm was hit by the back of the car and propelled forward, that's very similar to having an airbag deploy. Actually, this would probably be more severe. An airbag's almost like a giant pillow enveloping the arm. And here we have an SUV actually contacting the rear of your arm.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Sure.
This is 35.
Let's see, here's 35.
There we go. Thank you. What's depicted here?
So this was testing done at 15 miles an hour. So this is with the hybrid arm and suspended so that it was actually impacting the right rear of the Lexus as the Lexus was traveling at 15 miles an hour.
Was there acceleration that was noted on the arm, force and acceleration?
There was on both the arm as well as the hand, yes.
What was the result of the damage to the taillight based on this test?
So in this test, there was actually no damage. As you can see, it catches kind of the hand and the forearm. And if you want to describe it as kind of a glancing blow, there was not enough force at 15 miles an hour on this glancing blow to actually fracture the taillight.
Is the position of this arm relative to the SUV consistent or inconsistent with the original spot that the surrogate in the paint test was standing as it related to the SUV?
It's consistent. We lined it up so it's consistent with that original location so that it would not impact the elbow or the upper arm. So at that position, if there's impact to the arm at 15 miles an hour, it doesn't cause the taillight to fracture. And it's also important to look at the kinematics. If you look at the acceleration data below, that hand and arm is accelerated. The hand's accelerated up to the speed of the vehicle in about 2 to 4 milliseconds.
How long does it take to blink your eye?
250 milliseconds. It takes a quarter of a second to blink your eye. So this occurs if your hand's hit at 15 miles an hour by a car, it's going to be accelerated up to the speed of the car about 50 times faster than you can blink.
Can we go to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at in this?
50
So
times
this is lab
faster than you can
testing
blink.
at 17 miles an hour. So the housing and the cover was basically propelled into the forearm of the dummy at 17 miles an hour.
What was the acceleration that was noted on the arm?
So when you look
Mario.
at the arm, its acceleration here is almost 300 Gs.
What does that mean
So-
just to us?
So, 300 Gs, if you look at weight, if you say the weight of the arm is 10 pounds, 300 Gs means there's 3,000 pounds of force acting on that arm.
Is that enough to break a bone?
It's more than enough to break a bone.
Is that enough to to tear ligaments?
Absolutely, yes.
What about the bones in the hand? Are those stronger or the same resistance as the bones in the forearm? Or are they
No.
more delicate?
No, the bones in the hand are, as you can imagine, much weaker because they're much smaller. When you look at the carpal bones, the metacarpal bones, the metacarpal interphalangeal joint, which is basically your knuckles, they are much smaller and it takes much less force to fracture your hand bones compared to your ulna or your radius.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a 24-mile-an-hour impact with the arm of the dummy contacting the rear, again, tail light. And it shows you the motion, the dummy suspended, shows you the motion of the dummy and, again, the force and acceleration. Now, that right video I put in because that's real-time video. We've been showing the low speed, but look on the right. This is the actual speed at 24 miles an hour. That's what it looks like if you have your hand out and it's struck by an SUV.
Is the arm accelerated in this? Do the same physics apply? Is the arm accelerated up to the speed of the car in milliseconds?
It is, yes. It's all about weight, right? Because you have a 6,000-pound car and you have a 10-pound arm. It's whatever speed that car is going, your arm, your hand, whatever's sticking out there is immediately going to get accelerated up to the speed of that vehicle.
The video on the right is in real time. Like you said, it's sped up in milliseconds. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is the hybrid 3 that's used in this test, is that suspended from above?
The dummy in this test is suspended from above, yes, like a pendulum, barely touching the ground.
Is the dummy connected to the ground in any way?
No, it's just its feet are barely touching.
What would happen if there were forces applied to that dummy that went perpendicular to the travel of the vehicle? What would happen to the dummy?
The dummy would swing out like a pendulum in that direction.
Based on your review of the test that was done, the 24-mile-an-hour test, were there forces on that dummy that were perpendicular to the car such that the dummy would swing out or be forced out or be propelled out away from the car?
No, there were no forces from the testing, and it's simple physics. Your center of mass of your body is basically at your umbilicus or your belly button. So in order to move the body, you have to apply a force at that part of the body. If your arm's struck, it's not going to move your body appreciably. All it's going to do, your arm's like a moment arm, it's going to spin you around. Could there be some motion forward or backward if you take a step? Possibly. But the center of mass of your body isn't going to move. You have to get struck by the vehicle to have the body actually move in a specific direction.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is this showing?
So this is a slow-mo of the overhead from the real time. There was a GoPro that was recording that real time video, and this is a slow motion of that video.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. As you see the vehicle contact the arm,
Wow.
what happens to the arm as it's being contacted in those milliseconds where it's being accelerated up to 24 miles an hour?
Well, the arm's accelerated up and pushed away from the body. So whatever part of your arm or body is contacting the car, that's going to be pushed forward away from the rest of your body. So not only is it loading the arm with an impact force as it strikes the arm and the hand, but then it's actually stressing the joints too. It's like imagine having a car come and 3,000 pounds of force pulling your arm forward at the elbow, at the shoulder joint. It's putting a lot of force and pressure on that appendage.
What's the G-force for the 24-mile-an-hour impact?
G-force, let me see
Could
exactly.
you pause that video for a second?
Sure.
Because I want to ask you a couple of questions about it as well.
Let me see exactly what that G-force was.
Do you need to refer to something
Yes, my report.
with the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
John's arm would have been jello.
So at 24 miles an hour for the arm, the acceleration is 302 Gs. And for the hand, it's about 435 Gs.
Does that translate to over 4,000 pounds of pressure?
Well, for the arm, it's close to 3,000 if you say a 10-pound weight, and for the hand, that can be anywhere from 800 to about 1,600 pounds of force acting just on the hand itself.
Understood. Can you back this up a couple of frames?
Sure.
Pause it where I ask you. One more frame back. One more back. Right there. What's happening physically to the arm, to the right arm at the point of impact?
So
question I wanna
there
hear.
is a force on the hand, on the forearm, where it contacts. Now, your arm just isn't going to hit and the force be distributed evenly across the entire part of the arm. That's not how your arm is actually articulated. Even if it was, again, that's similar to an airbag deployment, where at these levels you would get fractures. But if it hits the hand, now, if Mr. O'Keefe's holding a glass at the time of this impact, think about that. What happens is you're holding a glass. It exposes the knuckles. So if you're holding a glass and your arm's at a 90-degree angle and the car comes back and hits your hand, it's going to strike right on the knuckles. The force is going to be applied right at that joint. And then it's going to likely hit along the forearm back near the elbow.
What's the shape of that arm in this still photograph?
Well, it's somewhat of an abnormal shape because the arm should be level with the body. The forearm should be even with the shoulder. But you can see as it gets pushed forward, it's accelerating that forearm away from the arm and the rest of the body.
Does that abnormal shape suggest anything to you in terms of what you would expect regarding the bones in that arm?
Again, there's thousands of pounds of forces acting on the arm and also on the joint itself, not just the arm or the bones we have to consider and how much force to fracture, but think of the elbow joint and think of the shoulder joint. It takes much less force to dislocate an elbow than it does to actually fracture it.
Did you see any evidence based on your review of the medical records, including your review of the x-rays, any evidence of any dislocation?
There was no evidence or indication or diagnosis of any dislocations or fractures to the arm at all.
Fractures or broken bones at all?
Correct, nothing.
Can we go forward another frame? And at this point, the arm has already been struck and accelerated, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you see the taillight material?
I do, yes.
Okay. It's basically now broken, is that correct?
That's correct. It has now been fractured, yes.
All right, let's go one more frame forward. And the taillight material, did you make note of that in this frame?
I did, yes.
What direction is that taillight material going relative to the vehicle?
It's going forward.
And where is the arm?
The arm has been pushed away. Now, you have to remember, as that arm, if it contacts and fractures the taillight, it's not exposed to the fractured pieces that still exist on the taillight itself, because those pieces that fracture haven't gone anywhere because they're against the arm itself. And then as the arm moves away, the pieces then move with the vehicle.
Are the taillight pieces upon fracture moving at the same speed as the arm upon contact?
That's correct, yes.
Is that a matter of physics?
That is a matter of physics, yes.
Is there any possible way for the broken pieces of taillight to out-accelerate the arm upon contact when the arm's being deflected away from the vehicle?
It is not, I don't believe it's physically possible. That was not demonstrated in our testing, and I've never seen that demonstrated in any peer-reviewed articles. Now, you can see here again also the light and the fragments are being propelled forward. So you also have to consider where Mr. O'Keefe was found. He was found in the yard about 10 or 20 feet from the road. There was no exact measurements. But if you look at the motion of the taillight, it's going forward. Now, if Mr. O'Keefe has to move diagonally to the top left of that corner, and if he's not hit with the center of mass, he can't get to where he ends up before the taillight fragments have already gone forward and been deposited on the ground. Average running speed is like 4 to 6 miles an hour. Even if this SUV is going 10 miles an hour, the lights fracture, they're dispersed on the ground, and then Mr. O'Keefe somehow ends up to his point of rest. But you wouldn't find the fragments on him because they've already been pushed forward, come to rest before he even has a chance to get to where they find him.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this slide showing?
So this is just frames taken from that actual video showing the interaction from the top left, then you go down to the bottom left, and then the top right and the bottom right. Just shows you the progression of the contact and the movement of the arm.
Is the bottom left frame the same frame that you stalled on just a second ago at my request, showing the deformation of his right arm?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And is that just a close-up of the same?
That's just a close-up of the same, yes.
Okay, next slide. And is that a final close-up of the arm after it's been deflected out of the way?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Does this also illustrate what you just described in terms of the trajectory of the broken taillight fragments?
It does, yes, sir.
Do you see any defect at all in the right sleeve of that hoodie?
There is no defect in that right sleeve of the dummy. No,
Was
sir.
the dummy's sleeve examined following this test? Closely examined up close rather than just a photograph?
It was examined and photographed, yes, sir.
Was there any defect in that right sleeve at all?
No defects at all were noted in that sleeve. No.
Next slide, please. What are we seeing here?
This shows some of the photographs taken of the sleeve and the arm to show that there's no defects whatsoever, and it shows the damage to the Lexus. And again, at 24 miles an hour, not only do you get damage to the taillight on the fender there, but you also get damage to the taillight on the liftgate.
Was there any damage on the taillight of the liftgate in the subject SUV?
There was not, no.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
And so this was 29 miles an hour with a suspended hybrid 3 arm.
Was the arm in the relative orientation that you saw depicted in the paint transfer test by Aperture?
It was, and in fact, in this one, there's actually contact. We moved it in so that you would get contact with the elbow and the upper arm as well. So it's in the position after Dr. Welcher moves his elbow in and rolls his shoulder into the taillight cover. We evaluated that position with this test.
And do you see any damage to the liftgate taillight based on this test?
There's extensive damage at
Crash.
this speed, yes.
What about the damage to, damage would you expect to see to the arm itself at this speed and in this orientation?
At this speed, I mean, we're talking 4,000 pounds of force on the forearm, and with the with the hands, 1,400 to probably 3,000 pounds. I mean, well above levels where you would get fractures.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide, these two photos?
This was the final test that was conducted in using a dummy, and it was impacted at 29 miles an hour. And this was a center of mass impact.
Why was it important, Dr. Rentschler, why was it important
Oopsies.
to do a center of mass test?
Because if we have an auto pedestrian impact and you want to see where the pedestrian ends up, you have to evaluate how they were impacted by the car. In order to have the pedestrian move any substantial difference, it has to be hit at the center of mass. Again, it has to be hit at that belly button area to propel the body in a certain direction depending on the speed and direction. If there's no center of mass impact, how does someone get to the point of rest? You can't correlate a side swipe where the arm gets contacted and say if someone ends up 20 feet away, there's no way to correlate that arm impact caused them to somehow move 20 feet away. It wouldn't be as a result of the actual incident. It wouldn't be a result of the impact pushing their body in that direction.
From a physics standpoint, is it reasonable to believe that your arm could be struck, just your arm could be struck as it's out in front of your body, and you could be propelled backward, say 7, 8, 10, 12 feet as a result of that strike?
No, it's not reasonable. That's not physically possible. And you look at the arm itself, and we're looking at talking about the injuries and the abrasions compared to fractures. So if Mr. O'Keefe's arm was hit at 24, 29 miles an hour, what this suggests, and there were only abrasions, what this would suggest is that if the taillight doesn't cover or fracture, you can have your arm hit at 24 miles an hour and you wouldn't have any injuries at all, which from a biomechanical standpoint doesn't make sense. If the claim is that the fractured taillight's the only thing.
So I'm sustaining the objection to that. I'm going to strike that portion, Mr. Jackson.
Let's go to the next slide. What are we looking at in this video?
So here's the video showing that strike at 29 miles an hour with the center of mass impact to the dummy.
What's the import of this particular test? Why was this important, and what did you conclude following this impact test, the center of mass impact test?
There's a couple of reasons. It shows there was extensive damage to the rear of that Lexus. So if you had a center of mass hit, you would have damage to the liftgate, to the fender, to the sheet metal. You would have substantially more damage than what we had in this case. And secondly, which I believe is just as important, it shows the post-impact trajectory of the dummy. So again, if you're struck on the corner by the Lexus, the dummy goes straight back in line with the vehicle. There's no force and no direction to actually cause that dummy to move off into the side of the vehicle. So you can't be hit center of mass with the vehicle going straight back and somehow end up 10 or 20 feet to the side of where the vehicle is traveling.
So in this circumstance, would you expect the taillight material to be distributed straight back in the same center line as the vehicle is traveling?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you also expect the body to be struck and move in the same center line as the vehicle?
Sustained is two.
Sure. What about the body? What directionality would you expect on a center mass hit?
The body's going to move in the direction that the vehicle is moving. That main direction, that main force moving straight back, the body is going to move primarily straight back.
Did you reach an opinion or conclusion regarding whether the right arm kinematics are consistent with fracturing the taillight cover and sustaining the abrasions that you saw on John O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
What is that opinion?
My opinion that it is not consistent with contacting and fracturing the taillight cover.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please?
Man, just killing it.
I could have just a moment.
This case is dead. This jury's paying attention. This case is dead in the water. It's over. Kidding me?
On what do you base your opinion that you just told the jurors?
that looking at the kinematics of the arm, it's inconsistent with the evidence we have with the actual abrasions to the arm, the evidence on the sweatshirt, and that at these speeds, you would likely expect fractures, certainly to the hand, and likely to the ulna and the radius and the forearm, if your hand or arm was struck by the rear of the SUV.
Can we move to slide 48, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a study where they used an impactor and they contacted the dorsal or top part of cadaver hands. And they looked at the force that was exerted and they looked at how many fractures were produced as a result of that.
Did you review scientific literature regarding hand injuries under this sort of impact loading? Is this representative of that?
It is, yes.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So this shows the position, and this is taken directly from the aperture paint test. You can see the position that Dr. Welcher had his hand against the tailgate right at the time of impact. And you can see that corresponds, the contact areas correspond to the areas of the hand that were actually tested in this case.
Next slide, please. What is this showing?
So this shows the forces produced during the test as well as the forces produced during our testing. And maybe the next slide here actually better. If you look at the knuckles, which are the blue middle region, and then the metacarpal bones, which are the lower one. So for the metacarpal phalangeal joint, the knuckles, on average, it took 397 pounds of force to fracture that joint. Well, the 15-mile-an-hour test produced a minimum of 483 pounds. And more realistically, that's just with the hand weight. There's going to be more weight because it's attached to the wrist. More realistically, it's twice that, so it's around 900 pounds of force. But what these tests show is that the force produced on the hand, as represented by the PowerPoint from Aperture, even at 15 miles an hour and likely below that, you would expect to get fracture of the hand bones, of the knuckles, metacarpal interphalangeal joints, and the metacarpal bones if you contacted the rear of that vehicle at that speed.
Did you see any indication in the x-rays you saw or the medical records that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe's hand was damaged in such a way?
Beautiful.
As you expect?
There were no indications whatsoever of that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a test where they actually looked at the force on the elbow. So this is a direct longitudinal force against the elbow. Now, there's no indication of exactly the paint test has the arm horizontal, but there's no indication, there's evidence of whether maybe it would be angled or if it's straight horizontal. But even if your arm's angled a little bit at the point of impact, the forces again on the right are what we determined from our testing, and those are minimum. Again, that's just with the forearm. If you include the entire arm, it's about twice that. So even at 10 miles an hour, you're going to have 600 to 1,200 pounds of force acting on the arm.
Is that enough to break it?
That's enough. If you strike the elbow, that's more than enough to actually fracture the different bones of the elbow.
If an arm was hit at that speed with those forces, would you expect the x-rays to show no trauma, no broken bones, no fractures, no hairline fractures?
I would not expect that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this slide?
So these are just more articles that I referenced, and they look at impact force on the forearm, so the ulna and the radius. It takes, just to have a transverse blow right against the bone, it takes about 1,100 to 1,200 pounds of force to cause a fracture. We're at that level already at a 10-mile-an-hour impact.
What about a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
24, we're at 1,400 to 2,800 pounds of force.
Did you see any trauma on John O'Keefe's arm that was suggestive of an impact of that nature, of that size, of that force?
There was no trauma. There were no fractures. There wasn't even an indication on the arm of where it would have contacted the vehicle. So if there's fracture at the taillight, there's going to be a force at that point on the arm where it actually contacts the taillight and causes that, right? There's going to be a force riser to cause that damage. There was no bruising. There was no lacerations. There was nothing at the alleged point of contact which would indicate an impact that produces thousands of pounds of force on the arm. No evidence of it whatsoever.
You just mentioned this in your answer, but I want to ask a little bit further. We've talked a lot about bone fractures and ligament damage, et cetera. What about bruising? In any of these tests, would you expect to see bruising?
Thank you.
At least bruising.
Thank you.
All over the arm at the points of contact?
Absolutely. Bruising occurs when the blood vessels just below the skin are ruptured, and it causes blood to flow into the arm.
Was there any indication that John O'Keefe suffered even a minimum amount of bruising on his arm at all?
No indication of any amount of bruising whatsoever on the forearm.
Next slide, please. And let's go to the next slide.
That's science.
I think we want to jump to slide 50. What slide are we on? Is that 53?
This is 55.
Let's go to the next slide. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. What are you looking at here?
So this again is from the paint test, and it shows, even as the arm gets pushed in, the vehicle's not in line with the center of mass with Dr. Welcher here. So it's not a center of mass impact. And this is important because we've just looked at the arm, and we've looked at the kinematics and the force and whether that's consistent with what happened and the injuries. The next step is to look at what happens if the arm gets hit. How does Mr. O'Keefe end up where he does in the yard? So that's post-impact movement or trajectory of the body. You have to evaluate that if you want to link all these events. If you want to link the head injury to contact with the car, you have to know what happened in between. You have to know the details. And so the next part was to evaluate that.
Is there any indication in any of the testing that you did or any of the review of the medical records medical records of John O'Keefe, including the autopsy records, all of the autopsy records, the x-rays, and the hospital records, any indication that John O'Keefe was struck center of mass?
None whatsoever. No indication at all that he was struck center of mass.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about whether he was struck center of mass?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
I don't believe that he was. The evidence indicates that he was not. If he was struck center of mass, imagine that. You're getting hit at the pelvis. You're getting hit on the thigh. You're getting hit at the knee. And then the body's being propelled forward. Your arm would get pushed into your body, into your ribs, into your torso. You would have very significant and substantial loading to your body, initially the right side of your body, as that impact occurred. And there's no evidence whatsoever that occurred.
Switching to a glancing blow, a blow of just the arm, not the center of mass, but just the arm. Do you hold an opinion and a conclusion as to whether or not a glancing blow or a blow to the arm only would propel Mr. O'Keefe 7, 8, or 10 feet perpendicular to the line of travel of the vehicle?
I do.
What is that?
It would not be possible. Our testing demonstrates that. The peer-reviewed articles demonstrate that. I've seen no evidence anywhere in this case that would suggest or even indicate that if you get a glancing blow or a sideswipe blow, that somehow would produce enough force to push you 8 to 10 feet into the yard. I don't believe it's possible. I've seen no research that would indicate that would occur.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And let's go to the next slide. Let's keep going. Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this slide, it's a paper that describes how to evaluate vehicle pedestrian impacts and how someone moves in the projection of that body.
Did you seek to analyze a fulsome understanding of whether it was possible that Mr. O'Keefe was hit on his lower extremities?
I did, yes.
Why did you do that? Why was that important?
Well, because with automobile pedestrian impacts, the lower extremity, your legs, your ankles, your knees, that's the most injured part of the body during auto-ped impacts. So if he's going to be impacted at that speed, especially at center of mass, there's likely going to be injuries to his leg, to his knee, the bumper lines up with the knee. That's one of the most commonly injured parts, as the bumper pushes into the knee, fractures the tibia, the fibula, or damages the knee joint.
Did John O'Keefe suffer any injuries to his lower extremities suggestive of a vehicle impact?
No, I believe the only injury was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of the right knee.
Could Mr. O'Keefe have suffered a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of his right knee by being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour?
I don't believe so. I don't see how those kinematics would work.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that injury was from being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour or somewhere around 24 miles an hour?
I do.
What is that opinion?
I do not believe that injury is consistent with being struck by an SUV at approximately 24 miles an hour.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Yes.
Did Mr. O'Keefe suffer any other injuries to his legs or his lower extremities other than that small, how big was it? How many centimeters?
0.5 centimeter abrasion.
That small 0.5 centimeter abrasion. Did he suffer any other injuries to his lower extremities indicative of being struck by a vehicle?
I don't believe so, no.
Let's go to the next slide.
What a
Taking a look
presentation.
at the photograph on the right.
Presentation.
Concentrating on that for a second. How did that SUV get in that condition?
That was by striking the dummy at 29 miles an hour, and that was a center of mass hit with the dummy.
Were you able to review photographs of the subject SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV?
I was, yes.
Did her SUV suffer or suggest any kind of damage anywhere close to this?
No, the only real damage was to the outer taillight cover on the fender itself was fractured.
Next slide, please. We've seen this. This is the video that was the center mass impact.
That's correct, yes.
The photograph that we just saw previous, what relationship does that photograph have to this field test?
That was the condition of the SUV after it struck the dummy here at 29 miles an hour.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this series of diagrams?
So this is some more recent testing that was done, and this test compared impacts between a small sedan and an SUV, and show it's looking at damage or injury to the legs as a result of this type of an impact. And these impacts are actually conducted at a speed of 24.7 miles an hour. They used cadavers, people who donated their bodies to science, set up the cadavers and struck them at just about 24 miles per hour.
Wow. This is
Did this support
amazing.
your opinion and conclusion concerning the lower extremities of Mr. O'Keefe and the possibility that he was hit by an SUV at speed?
It does. If I can go to the next slide, it actually.
Sure.
So this shows you for the SUV, it's the last column on the page there. The last three columns are the injuries associated with the SUV strikes. There's fractures to the pelvis, left knee injury to the ACL, the MCL, fracture of the tibia and fibula. There's extensive damage to the legs of all three of the cadaver subjects that were struck at 24 miles an hour with an SUV.
Did Mr. O'Keefe show any signs of any of these injuries?
He did not, no.
Next slide, please. Is this, what are these photographs and diagrams on the right?
So this was taken from the PowerPoint from Aperture. And so it shows that the medical diagram shows the 1.5 centimeter abrasion. And if you look at the picture on the left of the surrogate, you can see, so the bumper would line up from the knee all the way up to the pelvis. So a vehicle at speed of 24 miles an hour, if it impacts that knee or that leg, it's not going to produce only a 0.5 centimeter abrasion. It's going to get the leg, and it's going to cause significant damage to the knee and to the leg itself.
When you say from the knee to the pelvis, are you talking about the width of or the height of the bumper itself being from the knee to the pelvis?
I am, yes.
Would that be the contact area that you would expect if there was even a glancing blow to the knee and the hip?
That's correct. You can see on that picture there where that bumper, the rear corner of that bumper where the bottom reflector is, it extends from the knee all the way up to the pelvis.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are these diagrams?
Again, these are just reports, peer-reviewed articles demonstrating that auto-pedestrian impacts result in lower extremity injuries and fractures.
Did you review all of these peer-reviewed articles that you've told the jurors about, these academic articles, in furtherance of coming to your opinions and conclusions?
I did, yes.
Did you see any reference in the Aperture report that you reviewed and the PowerPoint slides that you reviewed that the concomitant peer-reviewed articles were sought in the paint transfer test
No.
or cited?
There was only one article that was cited in that report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
Did it have anything to do with the paint transfer test?
It did not, no.
Next slide, please. And let's keep moving until we get to the, yes, there we go. What does that slide depict?
So this is the opinions that were offered in the Aperture report. And if you look at the top, number 4, it says the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Reed Lexus, again, impacting John O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe striking the rear posterior aspect of his head on the frozen ground. And when you look below that, it basically has the references or the support for that one conclusion.
I'll see you both at sidebar for a minute.
Yeah, go to sidebar. Go to sidebar. Yeah, you can shove your sidebar right up your ass. This has been hypnotically amazing. This has been so well done. Like, we didn't get this in the first trial because we couldn't. Because the defense couldn't say, hey, this is all the stuff we need you to do. So thankfully, that jury could not come to a unanimous verdict, because this is it. This is what I've been saying for 2 fucking years. This is where the case is. Fuck the conspiracy shit. Karen needs to walk out of this courtroom found not guilty, and this is how you do it. This right here. Forget clouding it. Don't make it murky with anything. Focus on the science. The science wins the case. The science wins the case. I've been saying it forever. I feel so validated. This is amazing. If you are watching this and you're a juror, how are you walking away thinking that anything the Commonwealth has put forth is true? I can't, like, what is Hank? I cannot wait.
Dr. Rentschler, can we move to slide? Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
70, Mr. Jackson?
That's what was, I was just going to do. 7, thank you. I wish my eyes were better.
Yeah, John's
Slide
body.
70.
John's body solved the case, at least in terms of he didn't get hit by a goddamn SUV.
Let me restart it here.
Yeah, they were coming back, so I don't want to miss one word of this.
Thank you. Okay, what are we looking at in slide? This is slide 7. Yes. What are we looking at in slide 70, Dr. Rentschler?
So this was the one article that was referenced in the Aperture report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts. And there was a chart from there that was referenced in the PowerPoint that indicates the head's the most commonly injured body region in pedestrian impacts.
And what significance did that reference have in your analysis?
Well, that's not accurate. This article was written in 1979. And the first modern SUV, the Jeep Cherokee, wasn't manufactured until 1984. So this is an article that's 46 years old that doesn't actually relate to this type of an impact. And that's the only peer-reviewed reference with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts that was cited in the entire Aperture report.
Can we move to slide 71? Do you recognize what's depicted in this slide?
I do, yes.
What is depicted here?
So this was hybrid. This is the 50th percentile hybrid 3, the same dummy that we utilized. And Dr. Welcher performed a test where
Can I interrupt you?
Sure.
So this ATD
It's the same one that
test
Welcher
device
used.
was not a 95th percentile test device?
It was not, no.
Is it 50%?
It was a 50th percentile, yes.
Is that the same exact, not the same exact, same exact sized ATD that ARCA utilized in all of its testing?
It was, yes.
Okay.
And to get the forces on the head, Dr. Welcher scaled the acceleration results based on the weight, which is what I was talking about yesterday. You scale the results from the 50th percentile. That's exactly what Dr. Welcher did in this case.
Is that an appropriate way to adjust for the size of an ATD?
It absolutely is, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this test, what he did, he took a 50th percentile dummy, stood it up, and then let it drop backwards and strike its head on a concrete surface.
Next slide, please. By the way, Dr. Rentschler, did the last slide include a video?
I believe it did, yes.
Can we go back?
Or I'm not sure it's on this slide, though. That's just a screenshot.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to that slide for just a second. I thought this might be the video of it.
Oh,
So in the lower portion of the center of the screen, you see Dr. Welcher holding the ATD. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Did you review a video of what happened next? This is not the video, but did you review the video?
I did, yes.
Describe for the jurors, since we don't have access to the video, what did you see happen from this point forward?
So Dr. Welcher releases the dummy, and the dummy just falls rigidly backwards, almost like a tree, and impacts the concrete.
Can we jump from your PowerPoint to a video that I have and ask you if you recognize it with court's permission?
Is the video in evidence?
It's in Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint.
Is the
True
footage
story,
in?
Veneer.
Is it in?
It is.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
Is this just look like the same screen, basically same thing that you just took a screenshot of?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. If we could play the first couple of seconds of the video and pause it. As that video began to play, did you recognize this as being the same video that you reviewed earlier?
It is, yes, sir.
And did you utilize this in coming to your opinions?
I did, yes.
Opinions and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
Thank you. Let's go ahead with the court's permission. Can we play the video? Thank you. What did you see? Describe what you saw in this video.
So this is a passive rearward fall of the ATD dummy. So just releasing and let it fall. Obviously, it's a dummy. There's no musculature. There's no response to that dummy. So this is what would happen if a rigid individual just fell backwards onto a concrete surface.
Can we see it one more time, please? I want to ask you one other question. I'm going to ask you to take note, Doctor, of the impact location. Did you see that?
I did, yes.
What kind of surface is that floor, if you can tell?
That, I believe it indicates it's a concrete surface, concrete floor.
Did you notice if the falling backward like that, the dummy slid across the floor or was propelled across the floor, anything like that?
It did not. It just dropped and angled backwards and hit directly on the floor.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. I'm sorry, if we could revert back to your PowerPoint. And if you could pull up slide, I think it's 72.
Let me, every time we do that, I have to restart the PowerPoint. Okay.
Why did you include this video one more time in your PowerPoint here?
Because again, this is the pain test, which indicates the position, at least that Dr. Welcher had himself at to get the impact with the taillight cover. And notice, again, so it's not a center of mass hit. It hits his arm and then he slides by. So if that were to occur, he would rotate or move to the left. So if Mr. O'Keefe did that and somehow ends up falling backwards, rigid directly onto his head, he's going to have to rotate at least 270 degrees and then stop and then fall directly backwards onto his head. There's no explanation of the kinematics.
Sustained is to the end of that. I'll strike the end.
Do the kinematics support what you just suggested?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
What do the kinematics support?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute. Jurors will be taking our break.
Oh, are they going into the break? I don't think we have any blooping. This has been, I'm transfixed. This is amazing. This is just so good. It's everything that you'd hope for in terms of, and it's beyond that. It's such a incredible example of just how much the defense had to put forth in order to fucking burst the fairy tale bullshit story that the Commonwealth has been trying to push on the public in terms of what happened here. Imagine for a moment, if you will, that Karen Reed was indigent. Imagine that. Karen Reed would be going to prison if she was indigent. Like all kinds of people in this country who don't have the money to pay. This is how hard you have to fight to beat the government. That's why when I'm on X and I'm seeing all these people cheering on the fucking government without providing any evidence, any proof, any science as to what they're saying, it should terrify you. It scares the shit out of me because I've been in it for 2 decades. I've seen it over and over and over. People pleading out the cases because they can't put forth the defense because the Commonwealth or the state offers them no jail time. So they're pleading guilty to things they didn't do. This case is a fucking sham. They have wasted so much of the taxpayers' money. They should be ashamed of themselves. And Hank coming in here with this bullshit, with his scorched earth approach, because Hank doesn't have to answer to anybody. He's a hired gun, literally a hired gun who could come in and act like the biggest jagoff he wants to act like, and there's no repercussions. He's not getting fired from the Commonwealth because he doesn't work for the Commonwealth. He was hired to try this case. So he's coming in and acting like the douchebag that he is because they wanted a conviction on this thing. They picked the biggest jerk off that they could find, and Hank was that guy because he is good at cross-examinations. He's trying to bully the jury into coming in with a guilty verdict. That's what he's doing. And it should scare the shit out of everybody. And this thing ain't over. This still has to go. I mean, I forget who said it. Veneer said it. Like, all it takes is one obstinate juror who doesn't like Karen. And we're at a mistrial again. Despite the science, they're just going to ignore the science. This case begins and ends with the science, period, end of conversation. The defense doesn't have to prove anything. They don't have to prove anything. And you know what they did? They came in here and they proved that John O'Keefe was not struck by that vehicle. They proved it with science, not just words. Not some Ipsy-Dixit bullshit because I said so. Somebody asked, I think it was Frida, had asked, I started whether or not they're going to put Welcher on, right? And that is a fascinating question. It is a fascinating question. And I talked about it yesterday. I don't know how you put them on, but I also don't know how you don't put them on. If you're Hank Brennan, and let him take the goddamn beating that he deserves. He deserves to be beaten about like a punching bag for the bullshit that he came in here and pulled whenever that was that he testified. That guy did no scientific testing at all. Nothing. I mean, I'm like I'm thrilled, but I'm furious all at the same time. I'm all the things. I'm feeling all the things. Because this thing has been a sham. I mean, is Canoni sitting up there watching this shit?
May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, based on your review of everything,
Rentschler.
did I do that again? My goodness.
Freudian slip.
This is Dr.
Alan.
Welcher in the video, correct?
Forgive
Right.
you.
All right. I was staring at that. I apologize. Dr. Rentschler, based on your review of the video in which Dr. Welcher is positioned, as well as the drop test that you saw, as well as the discussion of being of the body placement, where you discussed the body placement. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the testing that you reviewed from Aperture is consistent or inconsistent with John O'Keefe being struck by the vehicle, propelled perpendicular, backward, say 7 to 10 feet, and falling straight back onto a hard surface, as depicted in the drop test?
The testing's inconsistent with those types of kinematics or that type of scenario.
On what do you base that opinion, sir?
That's based on the testing that was performed, the evidence available in this case, and the kinematics of how somebody would move post-impact after being struck by an SUV.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Can we go to the next slide, please? May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's Melanie. It's me, Melanie. Are you talking about you're hearing Canoni saying something?
Finally,
Yeah.
Dr. Rentschler, do you have an opinion, or did you reach a conclusion whether the biomechanical evidence in this matter is consistent or inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being impacted by the subject 2021 Lexus 570, resulting in a backward fall leading to the head injuries that he suffered?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion is that the evidence is inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe being struck on the right arm by the SUV and then moving laterally into the yard and falling backward onto.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. So now we'll take our break, folks. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Out fucking
Rise from the jury.
standing.
Jury, just
Out. Fucking standing.
You are
Outstanding.
muted.
You couldn't ask for anything better than that. You just couldn't. I mean, he destroyed Welcher's bullshit, and he gave the actual answers, and he produced the science and the testing and the physics, everything that a jury would need. What the Commonwealth is suggesting simply is not possible. I mean, he can't say that. He has to stick with that term of art, with a reasonable degree of medical certainty, with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. You're stuck as experts with that. You're never going to hear an expert get up there and say that it's impossible with a reasonable degree of medical, because they can't use that kind of language. You get shut down. What's up, eh? So you missed some pretty powerful testimony there. Got me pretty fired up. All All right, so we've got a little time to kill. I'm going to go through some supers, and I mark some other questions as well. Babe, mute yourself until you're settled, please. I want to mute Allie until she's. I can hear her little flip flops. Hear her flip flops. I muted her. All right. Chiefs Kingdom. Did I bet Jay about a jersey? Yeah, you're gonna have to refresh me. You're gonna have to, I've had way too much shit going on to remember any bet. I never welch on a bet though. I'll tell you that. If I lost a bet, I'll pay up. Like, did I have to wear like a Mets jersey or something like that? That would have been something that like Jay would have tried to push on me, which I would happily wear. I'm not anti-Mets. Babe, I'm muting you until you're settled. It's loud and weird sounding. Let me know in the chat, Chiefs, is that what you're talking about? Because I honestly don't remember it. Jay didn't bring it up again. Not that Mickey gifted 5 DD memberships. Thank you so much. Oh, family hugs. Welcome to the family, y'all. All the new ones. We love you. We love you. Duke Juke 11, you guys rock. If I get on and we're talking about the chain of custody in the Stephen Avery case, then da bears. Well, don't worry, Duke Juke. We have not abandoned Stephen Avery. I know I keep saying that, but time is short. Time is short. She keeps unmuting. Quit unmuting until you're settled, bae. Not that Mickey comes back with another 5 DD gifted memberships. Aw, thank you. Family hugs to all the newbies. Cristobal Mateo. Put the logo, Elk Grove Village, on the wheel. I love it. Fellow Illinoisan. Allie, objection fuckface was awesome. What day was that? It's hard to say. She says it all the time now. I mean, we have an emoji for it. So it was a hot minute ago. It was early. Thank you so much. You were on the wheel, my friend. As our Duke Juke, not that Mickey, Chiefs Kingdom, Jen, Lori G, Unsolved Mysteries, Tehaf. Y'all are on the wheel. Just Jim, you're on the wheel. For your guest appearance, if you missed it, if you're late to the party, what we were doing, whoever wins the wheel spin today, and I'm throwing everybody who's up on there. So this, like, I can only do a 3-hour max in terms of the goal. We're at 26 out of 50, and the goal ends in 48 minutes. I'm going to start another goal. So, like, don't worry if you've donated. You know, if we don't hit 50 with the first goal and I have to start another one because I have time limitations, I'm going to do that. But the winner is going to do a guest spot with us, with me and Allie, during one of the days on Verdict Watch. And I'm going to try to figure out things to do, things to watch, things to talk about while we're on Verdict Watch. And it'll be great.
Well, I think you should go down to Massachusetts for Verdict Watch.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
I can still do that with people, but you can be man on the
Man on the street. The man on the street shit. I love it. You know that. All right, let me keep going through here. I love some man on the street shit. I love it. I talk to everybody, you know. It's like you could bet your ass if I go do some man on the street, I'm going to be talking to the anti-free Karen readers. You can bet your ass. No echo chamber. Nobody puts Bobby in the corner. All right, let's see. Stephanie gifted 10 DD memberships. Thank you, Stephanie. Always.
You're on
always
the wheel.
giver. You are on the wheel. And family hugs to all the noobs. We love you guys. Love new members. Now you can use our awesome emojis. Now you can come when we do our members only lives, or we listen to your voicemails. I listened to one last night that's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm not going to give you any spoilers.
Are
We're
they
going to
on the
post
lunch
that.
break? What's happening?
No, morning break. I'm going to
Oh.
post it. All right, yeah, I'm going to take that banner down and change it. Morning break. She usually does 15, 20 minutes. Yeah, you missed that. You missed that. You should actually go back. It was so powerful. Rentschler was so good.
I mean, I
So
was
good.
watching it until the doctor came in, so I missed like the last 20 minutes. Should I go back and I'll watch that while you guys are doing this?
Well, no, just watch it. Watch it at lunch, or yeah, you can watch it while I'm going through the supers.
All right. I'll see you guys in half hour.
Just dismantled the Commonwealth's case. It's done. It's dead in the water. I mean, you still always have to worry about jurors. So you never know what a jury's going to do. Never.
All right, I'm out.
All right, love you.
Love you.
Okay, Steph, you're on the wheel. Mickey, you're on the wheel. I'm late, but nothing more than the normal sidebar. Hank's games, I'm guessing. Yeah, you weren't that late. I told you when I saw your comment, you didn't miss it. You saw all the good stuff, Mickey. Let me put it that way. And you were on the wheel, my dear. Camilla, $5 holla. Good luck at the doctor's alley. Yeah, I'm anxious to hear what was said, what the plan is for the wounded wing. Thank you. And you were on the wheel, Camilla. Jane H, €5. I feel not guilty this time around for free Karen Reed. I hope so. I mean, it's like the thought of her getting convicted is horrifying. It's horrifying on so many different levels. It's horrifying first and foremost for Karen. It's horrifying for her family. It's horrifying for our country to think that a case that has the eyes of the world on it can be orchestrated in such a way that a railroad job is done to where jurors have been hoodwinked into thinking that somebody's guilty for something that they didn't do. It should scare the shit out of you. Really should. Because I am not everybody's innocent guy. That's not me. It's not Allie. Shouldn't be anybody. That's absurd. People commit crimes. People are guilty of crimes. People do awful shit. That's facts. So if I'm this adamant, and it just so happens that there's been 2 cases in recent memory, which is Richard Allen, in this case where I both using my experience as an attorney in terms of the evidence that has been presented and common sense, those 2 things, feel that both of those individuals, Richard Allen, and I truly believe it. I truly believe it, that both Richard Allen and Karen Reed are factually innocent people. Richard Allen's he was convicted. And I'm not done with that case by a long shot. We're in a stall period while the appeal gets prepared. They still haven't finished the record on that. The record is where they put together all the transcripts, all the exhibits, and they get that put together and it gets tendered to the appellate court. And once that's done, then they can start drafting. I'm sure they're identifying the issues, but until you get all the transcripts, you really need those in order to be able to move with any significance forward in an appeal. You have to have the record because it's all based on what happened at trial and pre-trial, and rulings, decisions, evidence that was allowed in, evidence that was kept out, things that were said, science that was used, opinions that were given that shouldn't have been given, all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, and my point is that when I'm sitting here yelling from the rooftops that I think somebody's innocent, it should have weight, because that ain't me. Everybody's innocent. No, that ain't me. Now, if you're asking me if I think that there's a ton of cases where the state has not met their burden and people get convicted without talking about whether they're factually innocent or not, I tend to think, but I'm biased. I'm outwardly biased. Like I in circumstantial cases, I often don't believe that the state has met their burden because it's a high burden. It's the highest burden we have in this country, thankfully, because it's dealing with our most precious gift, which is freedom, our liberty. So it better be a high burden. Callum, I meant the x-ray stunt to tell him off. Yeah, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. I absolutely knew what you meant. And I'm going to get back to that Welcher conversation anyway, because it's interesting. It's interesting. Does Hank put him on? I mean, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Absolutely. Hank knows. Hank knows it's going to happen. There is no avoiding. Alan Jackson walking up there. Alan crossed him, right? Or was that Bob? Yeah, that was Bob. Bob did Welcher, right? Hey, Bubs. Just wake up, summer girl. Yep. Must be nice. Let's see. Yeah, I the Welcher conundrum for Hank, and I feel zero sympathy for that piece of shit. I'm relishing it. I think it's delicious that Hank is sitting there pulling his hair out, wondering what to do with Judson Welcher. So I put him up there to take the beatings, but I saw it, and I think it was Chiefs had said something. Welcher did, if you go back and listen to his testimony, which I did last night, he qualified his statements. Not that I saw. X-rays don't exist that I saw. So, he wasn't saying there were none definitively. So he left himself a little wiggle room, which tells me that was Hank that pulled that shit. That Hank put him up there. And Hank just told him to qualify his shit. Just say, yeah, you weren't aware of any x-rays. And then I want you to opine that you would think that there would be a fracture at least, even if it's hairline. I mean, any way you slice it, any way he tries to do it, there's no good answer for him. I mean, not only did Rentschler just get up there and completely spit all over everything that he told the jury in terms of the testing, if you want to call it that, that is a strong term to use when talking about what Welcher did in terms of that blue paint bullshit. Like, I'm no physicist. I'm no scientist. That's some stupid shit like I would do. Literally. Yeah, you're not going to put some paint on the taillight and then alley back up and I'll roll off that fucking thing. We'll see. I mean, it's like, that's not science. That's not science. That entire presentation by Welcher was devoid of the only thing that mattered, which is science. I mean, that's the fucking idiot who said that there is no exact science when it comes to engineering. What? Like, I almost fell off my ball when he said that. Can you imagine the civil engineers who build fucking bridges saying that there's no such thing as exact science when it comes to engineering? Holy shit. Could you imagine the people that are building rockets and shooting people into space? Speaking of shooting things into space, saying, we're eyeballing shit. Fuck out of here. And now that we had Rentschler testify, I can see why because remember, if you'll remember, I was pretty upset that Bob didn't really go after him for his lack of science. It's better this way. It's better this way to have your expert come on and have him point out that there was no science that was applied in the test that was done by Aperture and Judd Welcher. It hits harder. It hits harder than a lawyer sitting up there saying it and asking a question and allowing him to try to weasel out of it with some slippery answer. Instead, you put a real scientist up on the stand and you have him say it. It's more effective, yes? Yes, it is. Let's see. Dr. Russell's audible gas. Great moniker. Tip: muscle relaxers and ibuprofen make it bearable. Yeah, she's had the ibuprofen. She hasn't had the muscle relaxers, Dr. Russell. So I'm assuming she got some kind of script when she went in there, some kind of painkiller. Thank you. Kelly, I just hope the jury sees through this bullshit that this court has bestowed upon them. Free Karen Reed. I think we all do, Kelly. I think we all do. I'll tell you what, and I know how adamant so many of you are here about wanting justice for John O'Keefe, and that in your mind entails holding the people that you believe are responsible for what happened to John accountable for their actions. That is not lost on me. I get that. I understand it. For the purposes of this trial, I've said this many times, only one person can be found guilty at this trial, and that's Karen Reed. And your job, if you were defending her, is only one thing, and that is to walk her out a free woman with a not guilty verdict. And this is just a cleaner way to make that happen. When you start throwing in all of the Higgins, the Albert, all that shit, it murkies it up. This jury's going to go back with one common theme from the defense in terms of their in terms of what they put forward in their case in chief, and that is that scientifically, what has been shown to me as a juror is that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's SUV. There's not going to be any, but like what about all the other? It's like they've pinpointed what the strongest, most provable for defense attorneys and a defendant who have no obligation or burden to prove anything, but they took it upon themselves to prove to the jurors with science that John wasn't struck by the vehicle. So that leaves the juries, they're going to have to sit there, and there's going to be jurors. They're going to sit there and say, okay, well, I don't know what happened to John O'Keefe, but what I do know that didn't happen is that he wasn't hit by Karen Reed's vehicle. I mean, interestingly, the one kind of X factor that slightly concerns me a little bit is ARCA didn't really do very much in regard to the taillight being damaged by the impact to John's Traverse. Because you kind of need that crack happening, and then just hope that they put enough in about Proctor, that he had his hands in everything, that he's no longer employed, that they put enough smoke there to where they put that together themselves. And Alan's going to argue it. Alan's going to argue it in his summation. So it's not as if they're not going to be guided towards the way to think about it and what they should be deliberating with back in the jury room. And by the way, Kelly, you're on the wheel. Giggle Glimmer, occupational therapist here. Tear that didn't heal properly might be a lot of things. Get an MRI prior to ortho appointment, get occupational physical therapy prescription. I agree. Hopefully that's what the plan of action is. I mean, you certainly don't want to, you're not going to jump into any kind of surgical remedy without having an MRI done to see where the damage is. And the amount of surgical intervention that has to take place to get it back to normal. Thank you for that. And you were on the wheel, Giggle. Not that Mickey, my son has to do a science project, and even at his age, they use the scientific method. And he's 10 years old. Eye rolls 4 times. Thank you, not that Mickey. And you're on the wheel anyway. LM Cali Girl, $10 hollow. What's the jury thinking with the stricken comments and Bob rushing the witness? I mean, I think more so with the objections early on by Hank, it just comes off like he's trying to hide something from the jurors. Like he doesn't want this guy to be able to say something. And like the best analogy I can come up with is like, we all wanted to hear Rentschler's story about his kids, like his real world application. And like, she shut it down. And we're all like, what the fuck? I wanted to hear that. It's probably going to be an adorable story. Now for the jury, they're sitting there saying, well, like, why are they not letting this guy tell us what's what? They don't understand the rules of evidence. They just don't. These folks didn't go to law school. I mean, maybe you have a lawyer on there. Maybe you don't. Probably don't. So they don't understand when they're sitting there why the judge isn't allowing this man to speak, why he's not being allowed to give his opinion. You know, I mean, I think human nature is going to force you to ask yourself why. Like what is Hank trying to hide, right? I mean, that's what I'd certainly be thinking, you know, but I'm a terrible judge at that because I'm a lawyer. I understand many times what the objections are. I often don't understand why they're sustained, but you know, I know why the objection exists. So, you know, and like that's the part of this that's always scary. You just never know what a jury's going to do. I'll say that a million times before we get a verdict on this thing. E-Ray, welcome, family hug. Welcome to the fam, E-Ray. Chiefs Kingdom, 1587. Love when Allie gets fired up. Me too. Big time. She gets fired up. I get fired up too, but I try to wait for pauses. I always want you guys to hear what the lawyers are saying. So I try to bide my time a little bit. You were on the wheel, Chiefs. I think you already were. Lori G, is there some lawyer rule for frivolous objecting? I mean, there's not a rule that prohibits you from frivolously objecting. And the problem here is the way that they handle this shit in Massachusetts is they don't have to state a basis for the objection. So it's hard to know what's frivolous. And frankly, she sustains a majority of Hank's objections, meaning she's agreeing with Hank. Hank wins. But typically, you know, if you have a judge that's getting irritated with a lawyer for what they feel is a frivolous objection, wherein you're merely making the objection to just break the flow of an examination, if it's going well, the other side, and you're just subjecting to mess with their head, to break that flow. A judge, a judge may say something, but that would probably be at sidebar. Lori, you're on the wheel. Jessica, Auntie Bev needs to get the boot right out of court. Yeah. Well, not happening. At least not during this case. Maybe she'll retire. Maybe this will be enough. She'll be like, you know what? Had enough. Had enough. I mean, it's hilarious to think about how much coverage this case has gotten and how it's built. Like in between, like it built up even in between trial 1 and trial 2. Like you could start getting more national attention in the case. And it's like you've got this cast of characters that have been involved in this case that are like now ingrained into the public's, at least the people that follow the case. So like, we're never going to forget these people, these characters. We're never going to forget Canoni. We're never going to forget Hank Brennan. We're never going to forget Bob Alessi and Alan Jackson and David Yannetti and Eliza Little. Just all the people. We're never going to forget Trooper Paul. Like, was Trooper Paul on your life bingo card? That's a guy that you're going to remember for years to come. Like 5 years from now, you'll be in a bar talking about this case. You'll be like, remember that guy, Trooper Paul? They put it, it's like, it's crazy to me. It's crazy. Like it's been like a super long Seinfeld episode. There's just been, we'll never forget OnlyFan. Look at her. Just spinning up there. Working hard every day. Letting us know when the trial's on break. Letting us know when the trial's back in action. How much do we love OnlyFan? So much. Lori. Lori G. Oh, wait, Mickey. I'm blown away that there are x-rays. Me too. I was blown away. I'm like, what? What? Like when that happened, I was like, what? Lori G, I knew no ME on the planet wouldn't take x-rays. Agreed. I mean, that was like the concept of that was insane. You're on the wheel. Amy's positive pathways. Did the prosecution not give the x-rays? Did Welcher lie to fit the narrative or incompetent? 3 options, and Bob states as I type. But on the wheel now. Yes, you are. Yeah. I mean, that's how you break that thing down. That's how you break that thing down. But, when you think about the potential backfire of Hank pulling that shit, having this guy get up there, opine that he didn't see any x-rays that were taken. I don't know if they were done or not, but I would expect to see a fracture. I mean, think about like that backfire on that thing. Now we know. Now your expert said that he would expect to see a fracture from that type of impact. And now we know. Maybe Hank threw the goddamn case right there. Maybe that was Hank's tip of the cap. There you go. There you go. I handled it. I threw the case for you right there. It's hard to explain. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around a reasonable explanation as to how that might have happened. This is an old case. It's already gone through a full trial. In what world does Adam Lally and Hank Brennan, are they not aware that x-rays of the right arm exist? There is no world that is a reality. Makes it inexplicable to me. Amy, you're on the wheel. Not that Mickey.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
Karen Reed wins, can she go after Canton PD in the civil suit? Maybe. Maybe. Chief's Kingdom.
All right,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Brennan?
Thank you.
All right, let's go. Eat him up, Rentschler. Eat him up. Ask some stupid ass questions. Ask about the weight of the arm, Hank. Please. Do me a huge favor.
Dr. Rentschler, facts matter, don't they?
They do, yes, sir.
You've said it many, many times. Facts matter. Isn't that correct?
I think it was details, but facts matter too.
Do details matter, doctor?
They do.
They're critical, aren't they?
If you want to prove that something happened a certain way, they're critical, yes, sir.
When you were talking to the jury and giving opinions about where Mr. O'Keefe might have fell or not fell, you were discussing where Mr. O'Keefe was lying on the side of the yard, weren't you?
Where he came to rest?
Came to rest.
Well, approximately, we don't know the exact position, but yes.
You said 10 to 20 feet, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
You said that 3 times, 10 to 20 feet. Do you
Yeah.
think Mr. O'Keefe was 20 feet from the roadway?
Well, I think he's maybe 10 feet, but 20 feet is from, if you're hit by the car, you need some distance to travel. He couldn't travel just horizontally, or perpendicularly. So it would be at least 10 to 20 feet if you look at the total distance.
You have no idea where the point of impact was in this collision, do you?
Nobody does.
I'm asking you, not nobody.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
So go ahead and ask the
You-
question.
Dr. Rentschler, before this jury, have no idea where the point of impact was of this collision, do you?
that's correct. There's no evidence.
Play exhibit 2, please. When you were giving your estimate 10 to 20 feet, Dr. Rentschler, did you ever see this photograph before or part of this video?
I'm sure I have.
Well, when you say you're sure you have, are you guessing or have you seen it or not seen it?
I'm sure I've seen this before, yes.
So you've seen this before.
Yes.
And when you looked at this video, did you look at the street and look at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Sure. Yes.
Sure?
Yes.
20 feet, Dr. Rentschler?
The way I explained it to you, yes, sir. 10 to 20 feet.
Details matter, don't they?
They certainly do. Yes,
You
sir.
take that down, please. Did you speak to anybody today before you testify about Dr. Welcher's testimony in court?
I did not today. No, sir.
Before today, did you speak to anybody about Dr. Welcher's testimony?
I did not. No, sir.
At any point, did anybody discuss certain issues with you today that they said would be particularly important?
I don't believe so. No, sir.
When you began your testimony yesterday, before you even finished your credentials, you began talking about your work with the NHL and how important it was to use a 50% hybrid 3 dummy. Do you remember that testimony?
I did. Yes, sir.
And you hadn't even finished your credentials yet. Was it brought to your attention that there was an issue in the testing because you or Dr. Wolf or you and Dr. Wolf chose to use a 50% dummy?
Not at all. No, sir.
In your preparation for your testimony, was it discussed at all that at the beginning you should get ahead of the issue and talk about the 50% dummy?
I didn't know it was an issue. No, sir.
Well, you know that the 50% dummy represents somebody who's 5'9", correct?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Approximately 173 pounds.
171, 172, somewhere around there.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how much did he weigh?
216, I believe.
How tall was
He was 73 inches, I believe.
he? So that is not a representative height and weight for Mr. O'Keefe, is it?
That height and weight? No, sir.
And so if you were making projections or analysis based on limb weights, they would be inaccurate if you didn't make adjustments, correct?
Well, they would certainly, the force on the limb would be less if you use a lighter limb. So if Mr. O'Keefe is heavier than the hybrid 3, and I use a hybrid 3, the forces I calculate would be an underestimate of the actual force acting on his body.
If you didn't make an adjustment, but you relied on the numbers from the test 3, the hybrid 3 dummy, ultimately the conclusions would be off, wouldn't they?
They would be an underestimate. Yes, the actual forces would be higher.
And so did you make any conclusions, or did you know that when Dr. Wolf did his tests using the hybrid 3 dummy, he didn't make any adjustments.
What do you mean? What adjustments would he make? You get the acceleration, but the acceleration's not going to change, and that's what we utilize. Then you can scale the weight of the body, but I'm not sure what he would have made adjustments for.
When you looked at the ratio, force and mass, if you use a lighter weight, the mass changes, doesn't it?
If you use a light, sure, yes.
And that changes the force equation, doesn't it?
That can, yes.
And so when you were discussing yesterday at the beginning of your testimony about the 50% dummy, had that issue been raised with you?
No, sir, it had not.
You had testified before, hadn't you?
In this case?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you knew there was a sequestration order?
Prior?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't discuss the case with anyone, no, sir.
Well, you didn't discuss it with anybody, you said?
I did not, no.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information from your employer about issues and testimony in the case.
The party that retained us told us things. I didn't break any sequestration. They were the ones in contact with the court. So it was my assumption that whatever they were telling me was allowed by the court. They were the client. I didn't discuss anything with them or tell them anything, but yes, they told us certain things.
Before you testified under oath last year, you were getting updates from your employer about details of this case, weren't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is this all you got, Hank, you fuck?
Maybe we can approach briefly.
Yeah, approach. Is this all he has? Is this what he's going to do? This is his approach. He's got jack shit. He cannot attack anything that was done with this testing at all. This is what he's got. This is the best he's got. He's firing his shot. This is his shot that before the last trial. Wow. All right, good. Good. Do you think the jury's going to think anything of this shit? Like, honestly, they're not. This is like there's nothing that's going to destroy this guy's credibility. Nothing. It's got nothing. Yeah, I mean, like that's the one thing that still bugs the shit out of me. Like, as powerful as this testimony is, it's like that. Like the defense has really just kind of avoided telling the jury flat out that these guys were independently doing their testing. You know? And that's such a powerful thing. You know, it's like I'm always talking about that. That's like manna from heaven. Got two guys that were hired by a third party that neither side knew about, came in and did the testing and came back with this opinion. No, you know, not biased. No horse in the race, no dog in the hunt. Like that part of it is frustrating to me because this is about the truth. It's a search for the truth. And in a search for the truth, I would always want to hear an independent witness that hasn't been paid or doesn't work for either side. Unless he's agitated, he's getting animated. Does he have the black gloves on again? I'm kind of hoping that he just wears the black gloves for the rest of the trial. Looks like an assassin when he does that. Get up there, just have those little black gloves on. I kind of like the look. So I'm going to sport these for the rest of the trial. There's David scratching his temple. Like, what the fuck? Oh, let's see who won.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information, not from the defense, from your employer, about other witnesses' testimony during the event, weren't you?
I don't know if they told us about witness testimony. They told us about certain evidence. I had no contact with the court, with the prosecution, with the defense. I had no idea what was going on. We were retained by a certain organization, and they contacted the court. They were in talks with the court about, I guess, what we could or couldn't do. Anything I got was from that organization.
Wow. Powerful, Hank. Powerful. Fucking swing and a miss.
Voir dire 2, 118, line 15. Did you testify under oath that they did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the event that I was not aware of?
I don't know. They told us about evidence. I don't know if it was specific to who testified to what, but they told us certain things, certainly, yes.
What I just said to you, are those your words, sir?
I have no idea. I mean, if that's what's in the record, I assume it is.
Would you agree it certainly helped you prepare?
It helped me prepare.
Yes.
It didn't make a difference to my analysis or conclusions.
Made no difference at all?
It did not, no, sir.
Would you agree it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I don't think it made a difference at all, no. It doesn't change the facts that I evaluated or the analysis I conducted or the conclusions I came to.
And so as you sit here today, you are denying that that information certainly helped you prepare.
How did it help me prepare? It didn't change the opinions I offered. It didn't change what was in my report or what I'm opining to or testifying to today. It hasn't changed anything I've ever testified to.
I'm going to ask you a very specific question. I want you to give me a very specific
I want to ask a very specific question. I want you to
So
answer it
just
because
go
I'm a
ahead and ask the
douchebag.
question.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare?
Honestly, I can't remember. It didn't change my opinion. I don't see how it would help me prepare. I remember there was evidence about trace DNA found that we didn't know before. That didn't change my opinion then. It doesn't change my opinion now. It doesn't have anything to do with my opinion.
Details matter, right, sir?
Details can matter.
Details matter. So let's talk about detail.
Sure.
So you're denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare. You're denying it.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I don't think that it did. It's been a year, but certainly it didn't.
All right, real quick. He's attacking him because it's cross-examination, and this is all he has. He's trying to impugn his integrity. He's trying to catch him in a lie. That's what we're going to spend 15 minutes here with Hank trying to catch him in some kind of fucking lie. This is weak as water. This is weak as shit. I hope he spends like an hour trying to do this stupid shit because he doesn't have any rebuttal for the science, yo. Keep going, Hank. You look like a total douchebag.
Didn't change any of my opinions or what I opined to. It didn't change.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah,
I don't think that it did. It's been a year, but certainly it didn't change any of my opinions or what I opined to. It didn't change anything with my testimony.
I'm going to ask you one more time. I'll ask you a different question. Receiving that information from your employer, are you denying it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
What the fuck do you mean? What was going on in
I
the
don't
trial?
even think that it did. I don't understand that. I understood what was happening. I understood what the theory was. So saying that there's trace DNA doesn't change anything. It doesn't affect what my understanding of the trial was or what was happening or what allegedly occurred.
When you were traveling out to testify last year, you had phone conversations with the defense, didn't you?
I think I had like 2 phone conversations, 2 or 3.
So that sounds like a yes, you did.
Yeah, there was one right before my qualification, my voir dire, where I talked to Mr. Jackson, and that was it. Other than that, I think it was just planning and scheduling.
Mm-hmm. Was there any discussion on how you could portray yourself
Hey, hot
as
stuff.
independent?
Wow. What a stupid
I
question.
don't believe there was.
So you don't believe.
Yeah. There was no need to.
That's not the question. Details matter. Was there any attempt?
So the objection's sustained. I'm going to strike that, folks, okay? Questions, Mr. Brennan?
Was there any attempt in your conversations to portray yourself as independent as far as your arrangements were concerned and coming out here?
No, I don't think so, because there was no need to, because it was independent.
When you had conversations with the defense, did they offer to give you transportation, assistance getting here?
They provided a ride to and from the airport, yes.
Did you tell the defense that you prefer to take an Uber so that it would appear independent to a jury?
No, because I didn't take an Uber. I took their ride. If I wanted to appear independent, then I would have taken an Uber.
Did you have a conversation about that you were thinking about taking an Uber?
It didn't even cross my mind, sir.
What
And
the
then
fuck is
after
he?
you testified,
What the
did you
fuck is
say
he talking
independent?
about?
What do you mean independent?
Well, did you have any bias warrant in you?
Any bias?
Bias, yes.
What do you mean? Did I have any bias?
Well, after you testified, where did you go?
Well, I was waiting for my ride, and to get back to the airport, they had to take other people. And so they were having a lunch afterwards, and they said, come have a sandwich, and then your ride will take you to the airport. So I went, and I had a ham sandwich.
Had a ham
You got a ham sandwich.
Did you testify at some point that after you had something to eat, you just stood in the corner?
I did. I sat at a table, ate, and then went over and literally stood in the corner waiting for my ride.
When you sat at the table and eat, did you just eat your ham sandwich, or did more go on?
I ate. People were talking. I really didn't talk much at all.
People were talking?
Certainly, I'm sure I did, sir.
outrageous.
Did you laugh along?
Did you?
I assume if something funny was said, I probably laughed.
Did you talk about your testimony?
Oh my God.
I
Where's
don't,
Bob?
at this point, I
need
don't
to
even
pause
remember.
this.
Let me alert you.
Go back.
When you were there,
Go back and just pause it a second. You got to go back a couple. Okay. All right. All right. Holy fuck. Is this a sick joke?
This is absurd.
This is he actually, excuse me, sir. Did you go somewhere with them
After he testified.
after you testified? And did you eat? But I'm sorry, sir. Did you laugh? I'm pretty sure you fucking laughed, didn't you, sir?
Sir, we expect you to be brooding in a corner. Actually, we expect you to be in a small circular tube that's fully enclosed so you can't hear nor speak to anyone. That's how we expect you, because you're an expert witness who's already tested. Everything that he's saying is fucking ridiculous.
What I want to know is he's just making shit up. But did you say you wanted to take an Uber to appear more independent? Is he just fucking saying shit?
He is trying to, he is trying so hard. He's trying so hard to forward their biased argument, wherein I just talked about this. I just talked about the fact that it really irritates me that the defense has not really portrayed them as independent at all. So now Hank's going back and he's making the point that they were independent, but really they're biased because he's buddy with the defense.
Because he laughed and ate a ham
And
sandwich.
eating ham sandwiches and guffawing at all the hilarious jokes. I mean, this is fucking absurd.
And Kevin Dorr says, I'm honestly not mad at Hank. Bev is the one allowing this. She's putting her lazy hand on the scale of justice. The defense is not objecting, but
Because it's not doing anything.
right, because it's stupid and worthless. But sometimes I can't tell, like, if Hank objects real quiet, like, because sometimes it sounds like the judge just chimes in, and that so I can't tell, what's going on.
All right,
But-
let's continue to watch this shit show. What the fuck? This is outrageously bad.
And literally stood in the corner waiting for my ride.
Smacks of desperation.
when you sat at the table and eat, did you just eat your ham sandwich?
Oh my God.
More go on.
I ate. People were talking. I really didn't talk much at all.
Did you listen?
Well, certainly, I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you laugh along?
I assume if something funny was said, I probably laughed.
Did you talk about your testimony?
I don't, at this point, I don't even remember.
Let me alert you to something. When you were there at the luncheon, did you see a camera crew
I believe I did, yes, sir.
filming and documenting, right?
There were a lot of cameras, yes.
You know that you might have been on some of that footage?
That's fine. I could care less.
Okay. So do you think maybe you were talking about the case and their answers and laughing it up a little bit?
I have no idea, possibly.
You were involved in conversations with the defense attorneys, were you?
What do you mean conversation, sir? I had just gotten done testifying. I was having lunch. Whatever was spoken about at the table, I'm sure I heard.
You know what a conversation is when someone speaks to you and you answer.
Well, you know what a
Sure.
conversation
Did you have
is.
conversations with some of these folks?
Sir, I can't remember conversations I had last week, let alone a year ago. So I probably did, but I have no clue
Do you remember any,
what we would have talked about.
do you remember accolades you might have been receiving because you had given certain answers to the then prosecutor on the case and laughing about the answers?
I have no idea.
Remember?
I can't remember last week what I had for lunch last Tuesday. How would I remember a conversation from over a year ago?
Do you remember when you were having conversations with some of these folks and you were laughing about when the prosecutor asked you about other evidence like DNA?
I would be
You had
objecting
a response
just
about the
because
physics
it's like facts, not
doesn't
evidence.
change. Remember
I
any of
don't specifically remember that, no, sir.
How long were you at the table eating your ham sandwich with the folks there enjoying the event? How long do you think
I
that
wish
went
you'd
on?
say,
I don't.
sir, this was
I,
after I
I honestly
testified.
don't know. 10 minutes. How long does it take you to eat the ham sandwich? 10 minutes?
Me about
And
3
after
minutes.
you finished your ham sandwich and then you told us you stood in the corner, you got a ride back to the airport?
I did, yes, sir.
After you got back to the airport, ultimately your company billed the defense for your time preparing and traveling and testifying?
I believe they did.
Well, you wrote your bills down, didn't you? You wrote your time down?
Well, I don't know who gets billed to it. I think it was actually, I wrote my time down and it was the same time code for the original employer that we had. I'm not involved in billing. I don't know who the bill goes out to. I just put my time in and do my work.
Do you know that the defense paid that bill?
I have no idea if they paid it or not.
And then now you have a new contract with the defense. Or I should say you have a contract with the defense, don't you?
I assume ARCA does. Again, I'm not involved in that. I don't do any part of the financials. I just do my job.
Do you keep your billing?
I enter my billing every week, yes.
Do you know how much you've been paid so far in this case?
I haven't been paid anything. I'm a salaried employee for ARCA. I have no idea how much ARCA's been paid.
How much has ARCA been paid because of your work so far?
He just said, I have no idea.
I have no idea. I'm not involved in the financials, sir.
You have no idea how much time, how much compensation your company's going to get for the work that you've done and continue to do on this case. You have no idea.
Yeah, it's not my concern. It's not my department, so I don't.
Is that that's a no?
That's a no, sir.
Now, when you communicated with the defense, did you
He's
text
a
it?
salaried
didn't you?
employee. Oh, boy. Signal.
When?
At any point.
There were some texts, yes.
And at some point, there was a court order for you to bring a copy of your text?
I believe so, yes.
But when you say you believe so, details matter.
Yeah.
Do you know whether there was a court order for you to bring your text?
I believe there was, yes.
Did you comply with that court order?
I complied with, yes, with whatever I had.
Did
Yes.
you have any of the text messages?
I don't believe so.
What happened?
Well, there were like 2 text messages about where I could get my ride and what time. And so after that day, like I do many times, I'd probably erase those texts.
When you say probably, did you delete the text that you had with the defense last year during the trial?
Again, I had like 2 texts about scheduling, and I'm sure I deleted them like sometime around that time, like I do with most texts.
Did you ever use Signal?
I did not, no, sir.
Why not?
I have no need to.
Why would you have a need to?
What- You asked,
Allow it.
I wouldn't have a need to. That's why I said I don't use it.
What signal for?
It's
How would I
for,
know?
I think, for encrypted messages.
Objection.
Do any of your colleagues use Signal to have conversations with their clients?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that you're aware.
I have no idea what my fellow employees or cohorts do.
One of your fellow employees is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Wolf. Yeah, you worked very closely with him on this case, didn't you?
I've worked with him on this case, yes, sir.
And working with him on this case, were you aware of his habits, of whether or not he used encrypted apps like Signal?
I'm going to allow it.
I'm not aware of Dr. Wolf's habits, no, sir.
So stupid.
When you worked
So
on this
fucking
case when you
stupid.
began, you worked with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Klein.
But Scott Klein is another engineer at ARCA that worked on the case, correct?
And you worked with Dr. Wolf.
That's correct, yes.
You worked as a group?
Well, I mean, we all worked on the project together. I'm located in the Pittsburgh office, and Mr. Klein and Dr. Wolf are in the Philadelphia office. So we didn't physically work together, but we worked on the same project, obviously.
When you first began your testimony yesterday, you said that you were restrained in what you could do. Do you remember that testimony?
I do, yes.
And when you said you were restrained, were you attempting like a preemptive strike because of certain things you didn't do to try to ward off any questions about that? Objection.
Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Were the rules different regarding your initial investigation for you as opposed to Dr. Wolf?
I don't know that they were. I don't believe they were.
Did Dr. Wolf have free reign to do whatever he wanted?
Objection.
Sustain.
Were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I don't believe we were, no.
You, though, were you?
Was I?
Yes, were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I mean, there was budgets and we had to stay within certain values. So I wouldn't say I was given free reign because I couldn't do whatever I wanted.
Did anybody tell you what tests you could or couldn't do?
I don't think there was a list of specific tests or not, but you would discuss what would be done or what we could do and what the cost of those tests would be.
Were you free to suggest any tests that you wanted to?
I'm assuming I could suggest whatever I wanted to, sure.
Were any of your suggestions denied?
Can't remember. I don't know that they were. I mean, what we were constrained is what the client wanted to know. And so we tailored our tests to do that and tried to keep the budget and the cost of what we did in our analysis down for that very purpose.
Could you have suggested crash tests?
Probably could have suggested whatever I want.
Did you suggest crash tests?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it might have been brought up, but pretty sure that would not have been within the budget. So
I want you to be detailed. I don't want you to guess.
So without that preamp, go ahead and just ask the question, please.
Did you suggest doing crash tests last year?
I can't remember. We obviously didn't, but I don't know if that was brought up or not.
Since your memory is difficult,
Wow. Since your memory is
Sustained. Okay.
Since your memory is difficult, what the fuck's that even mean?
Yeah, Judge,
All right,
you
dude.
need to rein your guy in so that I don't have to sit here and keep fucking yelling.
This is so. If you're wondering why she's allowing this is all going back to when Hank was so desperately trying to keep both ARCA guys off. And then it was this other argument that they were actually biased and that this concept that the defense was going to be able to continue to call them independent witnesses because Hank understands the power of the fact that they were independent witnesses, that they did this testing prior to being hired by anybody having to do with this case. It was truly independent. He understands the weight of that they are not hired guns. Welcher is a hired gun. La Posada is a hired gun. Russell, they have all been retained. They are what you would typically consider to be a hired gun. And hired guns come in and they give you opinions that you pay for because they're going to say the shit that you need them to say. That's what makes these people so powerful. Now, she's allowing this because she said she was going to allow for him to get into all this shit in order for him to try to cast shade. Here's what the problem is for Hank. As to Rentschler, and maybe I missed it yesterday, did Alan even ask him if they were independent initially?
No, I think he said you weren't hired by us. You weren't hired by the
So he
Commonwealth.
went through that thing. So
yeah,
he went through
you're
that.
not
thing.
an insurance agency, and he got to get in. You were hired by an independent agency, which I
So
think I only heard him say once because I'd like
Hank's
to.
only move, babe, the only thing he can do right now, the only way that he can try to mitigate the damage is by trying to make this guy seem like he is biased and that he was a hired gun. That's what all this is. It's the only thing
falling
that we have.
flat. Judge Canoni thinks it means something. I'm going to allow that question about Signal because it's really, really.
Well, she
compelling.
ruled that she was going to allow it. That's why she allowed it.
Well,
Previous.
To remember things, do you
This
write
guy
them
didn't use it.
down?
I know.
That's one of the ways you can do it, sure.
Do you do it? Do you write down things so you don't forget?
Depends what it is.
Did you write down my birthday? You want to remember that?
Babe, did you let the dog out?
Yeah, I forgot. I'll go get him.
You might
Janine,
be, you might
I
be
think
paying.
Provided a CV,
definitely
which is a
part of-
resume.
part of what's
That's
going on.
correct, yes.
Resume outlines your education,
And Rosie and Milo.
Yes, sir.
areas of specialty,
Correct.
and then it highlights your accomplishments as far as the focus of your specialty or the focus of your profession, what you like or what you do a lot, right?
Some of it, yes, sir.
So, for example, you have a number of publications that are peer reviewed.
Correct.
And peer review publications mean that you've written something that's been evaluated and considered by other experts in the industry and have been adopted or recognized, correct?
Well, that it's been published, yes, sir.
You have a long list of peer reviewed articles dating back to 2003. Is that correct?
Yeah, as I said yesterday, most of my peer-reviewed articles are all written when I was in graduate school, correct?
Have you had any peer review articles since 2003?
Probably not, no.
And your peer review articles, 2003, deal with the evaluation of selected electric-powered wheelchairs.
That was one of them, yes, sir.
The next one, intelligent walkers for the elderly.
Correct.
Comparison of fatigue life for 3 types of manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of a pushroom activated power assisted wheelchair.
Correct.
Displacement between the seating surface and hybrid testing dummy during transitions with the variable configuration wheelchair.
The hybrid 3, yes, sir.
Assessment of manual wheelchair ride.
Correct. I was looking at forces and accelerations on the body. Yeah.
Fatigue life of 2 manual wheelchair cross brace designs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of selected ultralight manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Augmentation of 100 key ISO wheelchair test dummy to accommodate higher mass.
Yes, sir.
Thanks,
So you would
special
agree that all of your
AML.
peer review articles deal with wheelchairs.
Well, wheelchairs and the kinematics and kinetics forces associated with propelling wheelchairs and injuries associated with that. Yes, sir.
Do any of them deal with pedestrian collisions?
No, they don't.
You've written a book chapter,
Yes, sir.
Smart Technology for Aging,
Yes, sir.
and again, nothing on pedestrian accidents.
That's correct.
Expanded abstracts, you've written a few.
I have, yes, sir.
Suffice to say, dealing with wheelchairs.
And assistive technology, that's correct.
So this is a decent line
Any
of
have to do
questioning.
with pedestrian collisions.
I don't believe so, no.
looking at your CV, you can note any area of specialty you'd like, correct?
You can put down whatever you like, I suppose, sure.
Sure. Have you listed any specialty as pedestrian collisions?
Well, not specifically. That actually falls under impact biomechanics, biomechanical injury causation. So I didn't list it specifically, but it certainly falls under the actual expertise that I perform.
Come on, Hank. You suck. You're really just sucking. So bad. Just like Rosie said.
Now, Doctor,
Hank's making the Commonwealth
when
look
you
so bad.
worked with Dr. Wolf, did you have a chance to look at his report?
I did, yes.
If you saw anything in the report that was off or mistaken, would you have an opportunity to discuss that with him?
I'm sure I would, yes, sir.
Did you find anything about his report that was wrong as far as data?
I don't recall. If I did,
Getting
I probably would have talked to him, but I don't recall.
You and Dr. Wolf were collaborating together, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you collaborate, you relied on each other's data at times, didn't you?
To some extent, yes.
Some things Dr. Wolf did, you relied on ultimately for your interpretation and your conclusions.
I did, yes.
Did you write a report and talked about the acceleration of the ATD, the test dummies, regarding its hands and arms?
I did, yes.
When you wrote your report talking about this very specific data, do you remember what you determined was the acceleration for the ADT right hand at 29 miles per hour? How many G's that was?
Let's see.
Oh, ask for permission to look.
Accelerations for the right hand.
Page 6.
Yeah, it looks like 863 Gs.
Okay. And when you were comparing data with Dr. Wolf, if something was different or off, would you correct it?
Oh, I'd talk to him about it, sure.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him about his collection of data regarding peak acceleration that the arm and hand experienced at a 29 mile per hour collision?
Well, when I think that 863 is from 1,000, the CFC 1,000 hertz low pass filter. And in his report, he used a lower number from a 180 hertz. So they're both accurate numbers. It's just how you actually filter the data.
So you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
And I ended up using a lower number than when I did my calculations.
Could we have Exhibit 1, please?
I hope Hank's just stepping in some shit because it sounds like he thinks it's an issue.
You've
maybe
talked
it's
a lot
not.
about this photograph. Do you see it?
I do, sir, yes.
And you described, well, you didn't describe, you read that these were superficial abrasions, correct?
That's the diagnosis, yes, sir.
Any of those wounds a puncture in your mind?
I don't make medical diagnoses, so I'm not going to comment on that, sir.
Well, you talked about x-rays and injury. I know you don't make medical diagnosis, but you were very careful to be detailed about what this was. Not a laceration, right? It is a superficial abrasion.
That was what was diagnosed by the medical records, yes, sir.
And you were very careful to make that distinction when you were critiquing Dr. Welch, correct?
Sustained.
Right.
And
Shut
so
up.
You also looked at x-rays, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you looked at them, did you try to give the impression that you've read them, even though you're not a doctor? And
He did read them.
Sustained.
were you trying to interpret them for us?
No, it was actually interpreted by the medical examiner that there were no acute injuries.
So when you were giving all that information to the jury about the x-rays, was that your personal opinion, or were you just regurgitating something you had read?
That was the medical examiner's opinion, but certainly you can look at the x-rays and see that there are no actual fracture lines
Your
or
own eyeballs.
space displacement between the joints. But it's the medical examiner and his diagnoses that I rely upon.
So when you were going through an explanation of all these different photographs and x-rays, you weren't trying to portray that you were giving your own personal opinion about it?
I don't give diagnoses, but if there's no fractures, on an x-ray is diagnosed by an MD or physician, you can look at the x-ray and then you can see why there are no fractures. You can look at the x-ray and see where the fractures are if there's a diagnosis. So the diagnosis was no fracture, no acute injury, and that's certainly consistent with looking at the x-ray itself.
So when you were looking up the x-ray and holding it up, was that just a prop? I mean, were you simply just regurgitating what you read in the report, or were you doing a certain kind of,
Sustained.
were you doing any kind of analysis yourself when you were sharing with us what those x-rays showed or didn't show?
The analysis is that there's no fracture or acute injury, and that's what the medical diagnosis is, and that's what the
What I saw with
x-rays
my eye.
showed.
Are you giving us your opinion, or are you regurgitating what you read in a report?
That is what the medical diagnosis is, that there's no fractures and no acute injuries. That's what the medical opinion is.
So you're regurgitating what's in the report.
Sustained in that.
Fucking
Did you see any
stupid.
MRIs?
I don't believe any MRIs were taken or performed.
In
no.
x-rays, does it depict deep soft tissue damage?
Normally, it does not depict soft tissue damage, no.
How about muscle tears?
No, it does not.
How about tendon tears?
Not normally, except you can see laxity in the joints if there is tendon or ligament tears. Normally, you can see laxity in the joints, but it doesn't show the ligament or the tendon itself.
Nerve injuries?
No, sir.
Avulsion fractures?
Yes, sir.
People sometimes get MRIs to see if there's a fracture that doesn't appear in an x-ray. Yes?
Sometimes x-rays are the best for looking at bony fractures. MRIs looking at soft tissue injuries.
Speaking of wounds, you've cited a number of references, a number of materials in your reports, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And one of them that you've cited is forensic pathology.
Yes, sir.
This is a legitimate source to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've relied on it for at least part of the basis of your study or opinions.
This sounds nothing like the state/Commonwealth cross-examine. This smacks of the desperation of defense attorneys when they're trying to poke holes in the state's evidence. That's exactly what this reminds me of. This is Hank just desperately trying to discredit this guy. It's so bizarre to watch this.
It's
It
crazy.
really is. It's like, do you know what I'm saying now?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's weird.
It's super weird.
Well, I relied on it because it speaks and looks at the difference between, for instance, a laceration and an abrasion.
A person could be struck by a motor vehicle and not indicate any bruising to that area, wouldn't you say?
At what speed, what part of the vehicle were they contacted, what part of the body were they contacted? It depends on the amount of force associated with that. There's a number of variables involved.
Okay. Does the absence of a bruise indicate that there was no blunt force trauma to the area?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer that?
Well, the absence of a bruise, can you repeat that again?
You were talking about bruising.
Yes.
Does the absence of a bruise necessarily indicate there was no blunt force trauma to an area?
No, you have to look at all the evidence and you have to look at the force. If there's 4,000 pounds of force applied to the body or to the arm, then certainly you would expect a bruise. And if there's no bruise, then you would have to question if that impact or contact actually occurred. You don't just look at that by itself in isolation. You look at all the variables and facts involved with the case to determine if an injury occurred.
There you
Have
go,
you ever
Hank.
seen collisions where more than one person was hit or struck by the vehicle?
Objection relevance.
Multiple pedestrians, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen in a collision where the vehicle's going the same speed when it hits multiple different people, there can be multiple different injuries?
Objection. How the fuck is this
That
relevant?
is so vague, and you'd have to go back and
And
look at
irrelevant.
a specific case, look at the injuries, look at the vehicle, look at the people. You can't just say, is it possible this could occur? You have to look at a specific case and demonstrate that that could actually happen.
Well, I'm not asking if it's possible. I'm asking in your experience. Have you
I'm going to allow that.
Ever been involved in evaluating multiple pedestrian crash where there are multiple pedestrians hit by one vehicle and they sustain different or in some cases no injuries? Is that going to happen in your study?
Sure, because it depends where they're hit, what part of the body they're hit on, what the force is for that hit. The people aren't going to be hit the same multiply by one vehicle. You can certainly have multiple people in different types of injuries.
Have you seen people hit by a vehicle at a particular speed and have certain injuries, and then you've seen other cases where people are hit by a vehicle similar speed but have no injuries? Have you ever seen that?
I'm going to allow it.
So what do you mean by injuries?
Have you ever seen in any of your cases a pedestrian hit at a certain speed and have injuries, and another case where you look at where there is a similar type collision with different injuries?
With different injuries.
So
You just said
again,
two
do you
different
mean
things.
abrasions, cut, laceration, fracture? Do you mean same cars? It's not something that you look for and compare between cases. You'd have to go back and actually study the cases and look at the details.
Having experienced
Details.
pedestrian collisions, you can't think of a similarity between cases as far as vehicles and speeds and totally different injuries occurring.
I'm going to allow that. Can you?
Do you mean hit the same way with the same type of car at the same speed with the same force?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer it?
Say no.
I don't believe I've ever seen a case
No.
where two people were hit with the same car at the same speed with the same force with different injuries. I don't even know if you can correlate that.
Looking at Exhibit 1, have you done any study about the directionality of glass or broken plastic?
What do you mean by directionality?
About when something shatters, how it shatters. Does it shatter the same every time, or when plastic shatters, does it shatter differently?
It certainly depends on the impact.
Do you have any studies where plastic shatters exactly the same way on different impacts?
I doubt that it shatters exactly the same way.
It has a lot of different variables, doesn't it?
It could.
Depends on a number of different equations, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on the testing you do. If you want to see how it shatters, and if you're claiming that it shattered in a certain way to cause a certain injury, if you don't have any peer-reviewed evidence, if you don't have any research, then you have to do the testing, because you can't just say, well, it's possible it could shatter this way and cause that injury. That's not conclusive.
Prove
You can't
it.
use that to come
Jerk
to
off.
an opinion about what happened.
That's
Oh, that
your
wasn't what
burden,
I was
Hank.
asking you. I was asking you if you have seen in cases that when plastic breaks, it breaks differently.
Yeah. Well, sure. The testing we've done here, the taillights covers fractured differently, and we didn't get any contact. So I have personal experience just with this case alone.
We'll
sir.
get to the contact. When you looked at all the tests you did, the plastic broke differently in each and every case, every experiment, didn't it?
Sure, it's broken like that, and I've never seen a case where you get these types of abrasions.
Well, I didn't ask you that.
Oops. Well, I answered it that way.
Is that funny?
Fuck bag.
It's
Yeah.
not funny.
You're
Okay.
funny. You're
So,
funny. I think
I'm
you're
going
funny,
to-
Hank.
I'm going
I think your
to
questions are
strike
stupid.
the comment. Next question. Next question, Mr. Brennan. No more
Admonish
comments.
him.
When you did your
That was all you're
experiments,
getting.
the sizes of plastic that broke were different in each experiment, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The number of breaks in each experiment were different, weren't they?
They were, yes.
Thanks,
The
Hank.
angles of the break changed from piece to piece, experiment to
Oh my
experiment,
God.
didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Different
Did you
angles.
watch the videos and watch the damage and take a look and count how many pieces broke in each experiment?
I didn't specifically count, no. We looked at contact to the sleeve and to the dummy itself.
You never counted the broken pieces in each experiment?
Oh,
I did
Lord,
not. There
Hank.
was no need to.
Not a matter if there's a need, did you?
No need
I
to,
did not,
Hank.
no, sir.
You had talked quite a bit about Dr. Welcher's test with the paint, so I want to ask you some questions about that.
Please
Were you
do.
ever under the impression that Mr. Welcher, you can take that down, please. Were you ever under the impression that Dr. Welcher was trying to reenact the actual collision when he did that blue test?
Yeah, he was.
Calls for
Well, that
speculation.
was the only test he performed, and he referenced that test for his opinion that the position and orientation of the lacerations are consistent with the taillight cover. So if that test was not intended to signify or demonstrate the position of the arm, he has no evidence to say the position and orientation of the arm in the lacerations, which are abrasions, are consistent with the taillight cover. That's the only test he did. So if it doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless in his analysis and conclusions.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Oh, wow.
So,
Shut the
Mr.
fuck
Jackson,
up.
Mr. Brent. I'm gonna see
Admonish
counsel
him.
outside.
Admonish him.
Rewind it so they can hear him telling her, admonish him.
Yeah, it's time to admonish
Yeah,
him. This
go
is where he's coming-
sidebar, Judge
Yeah, shut the
Cannoni.
fuck up, Hank. I want him
I'm
to
gonna
be admonished in
do-
front of the jury.
He has no evidence to say the position and orientation of the arm in the lacerations, which are abrasions, are consistent with the taillight cover. That's the only test he did. So if it doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless in his analysis and conclusions.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Sustained. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Once again, Your Honor, I'm asking you, Mr. to admonish him. All right, sidebar.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, in the meantime, I do that shit all the time. When I'm cross-examining, I always add extra.
Well, and we've seen Alan Jackson do it too.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
she cuts him off. She admonishes him.
yeah, she's like, exactly. She fucking shuts him down. I mean,
Is there any bloop bloop?
I got shut down one time in particular. And I didn't even think I was not nearly as bad as Hank's been with my extraneous fucking comments that I always like making. Oh, well, that's amazing. Yeah, we got some blooping. Oh God, this is so pathetic. This is like, I love this though.
Yeah,
It's fucking
Hank's
Hank's
leaving.
floundering.
Floundering.
That's the word I can come up with.
Yeah.
Floundering.
It's even worse than floundering, though.
It's floundering. He's fucking flopping around like a fish pulled out of water, off the line. Can't pick it up because it's too slippery.
So
Trying
is
to
that
get it-
live?
We're pretty
'Cause
close.
This little looked frozen.
Oh boy. Wait, why have we gone to OnlyFans? What the hell's going on? They all sat down.
Now hit play.
She's speaking into the elephant trunk.
But the play there you go.
No sound yet. All right, I've still got a little blooping. Bloop 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 bloop.
Doesn't look like it. You're done.
What the fuck is this? Black screen? What the fuck? Oh my god.
Okay, it's back. Whew.
Shoo!
Oh my goodness.
We're live. We're live. The hell's
Mickey
going
wants
on?
to know, did you turn over the ham sandwich to the court, sir?
Yeah. Has the ham
Kevin
sandwich
Dor-
retained independent counsel?
Right, I saw that one too.
I tweeted, is Hank going to call the ham sandwich in rebuttal?
Kevin Dorr says, in Massachusetts, you don't become a judge because you're a good lawyer. It's because you're politically connected. It's an easy job. They only work 32 hours a week.
What is going on with
32
Boston
weeks
10?
a year.
They're making me
and
nervous with their
30
shit.
hours a week.
What's going on? Where's the picture?
You figure that out. I'll chat.
What is going on?
Go to some other one.
What is happening?
Is this Boston 10?
Yeah. Boston 10's been my ride or die. All right, let me see. What
Thanks, Madam Ovaries NYC. Lucky Lochran is my hero. Hank, everyone isn't willing to throw their career away for the Karen Reed case. They're not like you. Right? Yes.
Oh my God, they're on lunch.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Watch here. I'll show you.
Brennan
show
is
you.
barking dog cosplaying as an attorney.
All right, let's see. Yeah, they're on the lunch. She up and took a lunch.
All right, let me finish these. Farmer Whitehair says, I think Hank is talking long about the things he wanted redacted from his testimony PowerPoint. Oh.
The court is on lunch. Be back at
Yeah, that was
1:45
from-
Eastern.
That was earlier from before,
Wow.
yeah.
I mean, so did we like miss Bev declaring that somehow?
Kasi at bat says, "Put me on the wheel, Bob. You're on the wheel."
You're on the wheel, and you're on
And
the wheel.
he or she gifted 10 Defense Diaries membership.
Okay, that's Casey. Casey at the bat. Oh, wait here. That was all we got. A little. I hear him saying something about break. I don't think that, like, she took an early lunch. Well, not that early.
So I don't know where you
Did she ask Hank, are you gonna actually ever ask him any questions that matter?
Right.
Hank, I'm just curious. When
I
are you
need
gonna get into some actual substantive questions, Hank? Is that ever happening during your cross? Here it is. That's it. That's all we got.
All right, we'll switch. No, just remove it, I guess, so that we're not getting
All right.
issues.
I mean, if you say so.
I don't know where you stopped with the supers. I went from the bottom.
Don't
up.
do that. You're going the wrong way.
Well, but that's because it's close in time to everything that we were just talking about.
It's all right. I have
started
to give love for those that supered early. Chiefs Kingdom. I think we went through yours. 5DD memberships gifted. Family hug. Welcome all the new members.
Welcome all new.
Thank Chiefs Kingdom for that. And Chiefs, you're already on the wheel. Joe Pa. On rebuttal, will Welch will come back and testify. He heard Karen say, I hit him. I mean, question is Welcher going to get called? Dangerous gambit.
I think he's going to do it.
I think he has to. It's
I think
like
he's got in his mind.
I mean, like Hank thinks he's going to be able to handle this issue with the X-rays. I think,
and I think that I hope that Jackson's going to be able to confirm that, because he did already get into this on direct. He studied with I don't know, surgeons and doctors about reading actual X-rays, so that he did that with his eyeballs and confirmed the diagnosis. That
you don't need to be a radiologist to see a fucking crack in an arm. I'm sorry, you just don't.
Well, right, but he at least he has done some studies. But go ahead.
Akasha, lucky number 13. Yes. Thank you so much for your continued support. Akasha, I saw you either in Ian's chat or I dipped into Turtle Boy's Aiden's thing for a minute. You were in one of the two. You didn't say hi to me. I was hurt, but I still love you. Meg P, member for 18 months. OG, nobody puts Bob asshole in the corner. That's true. Nobody
Bob's asshole.
Oh, my asshole. Yeah, nobody puts my asshole in the corner. Thank you for being an OG and a mod, Meg. Big Ernie.
Member for a month.
So happy to be here. We're so happy that you are here.
Thanks for your support.
Thank you. Meg P. Was it a rumor that Brian H. signed a proffer saying that the only thing he did was pull a dog off? I have no fucking idea.
Well, that was clearly not. I mean,
I'm guessing that's a rumor. Like, I'm guessing
there was some kind of proffer thing that went on, I thought, at some point. But it definitely, if it was that he pulled a dog off of Officer John O'Keefe, we sure as fuck would have heard that. So,
and Meg, you're on the wheel, by the way.
You're on the wheel.
You're on the wheel. Joe Pa, you're on the wheel. Let's see. We have excuse me. Okay, Meg, and then Larisha, you could be demonetized with me on, but here's to the goal. I don't think so. I think we'll be fine. I mean, can you be any more vulgar than Allie and I are? I mean, we throw a lot of F-bombs out there, so we're not everybody's cup of tea because we swear. We're swearers. Foul language, but you on the wheel. That's what's going on with you, Larisha. Itch, $10 olive. Forgot it was Wheel Wednesday. Good morning. And thank you. And you're on the wheel.
You're on the wheel.
Amanda, you're on the wheel. $10 holla. Close. $199. How does the aperture still exist after the trial?
I
It's a great
mean,
question. I'm not hiring him.
no.
Tell you that.
I mean,
Hey, look,
basically, you might because you're like those.
It took 17 years to get his bachelor's, which he still doesn't have.
But if you get really desperate, you'd be like, oh, you know what? These guys will say what I want them to.
Hey, listen, Aperture, they are real hired guns. Thank you. Close. Mickey, I knew Rentschler would bring it together, which he did, very much so. Previous doctor just helped sealed it. Very strong end. Hard agree.
Yes.
Hard agree.
agree.
And I had marked Polly's here. Yes. I never believed the arm hit the light. Wrong method of impact. Again, defense hasn't really shown what else could have happened, though. Now, here, the only reason that I put this up is because Polly, the defense doesn't have to show a fucking thing. They don't
All they have to
prove
show
anything.
is that the prosecution hasn't shown what happened.
Right. That's all they have to do.
Is point
this
out.
This
the
isn't like
prosecution
whose
hasn't shown what
story
happened.
has been proven. That's not what a trial is.
No,
In this
only the
country,
prosecution.
defense has no burden. Nothing. They have to prove
Nada.
zero. Nada. Nada. Thanks, Polly. Close. You were on the wheel. We see why Hank was fighting so hard to keep Arca out. Yeah, we knew that. We knew that. I mean,
Yeah.
their shit's devastating to him and his shitty case. You, my friend, are on the wheel. Mickey, John would have been embedded
in the Jeep.
100%. I mean, did you see poor Rockin' Robin? What the hell's the dummy's name?
Rescue Rudy.
Rescue
Randy.
Rescue Randy. Did you see poor Rescue Randy when he got crushed at 29 miles an hour? Poor guy. Jesus.
I might have been listening, not here.
It's brutal. It's brutal. Thank you so much, Mickey, again. Kelly Hill, love you guys so much. And free Karen Reed. Hallelujah. Crayon writer, Welcher has skipped town and can't be called back. He gone. Wouldn't shock me. He's gonna be like, yeah, you know what?
Yeah,
I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it.
I mean, poor Rentschler had to testify during his son's 10th birthday, or was he turning 11? I can't
10.
recall.
Little Kai turning 10.
Happy birthday,
Thank you so much for that, Crayon Writer. I think that could be a distinct possibility. DK, $20 holla. I'm absolutely mesmerized by all this information. I have great respect for people who can break down technical things and explain it in a way that I can understand. Me too. And that's the superpower of a great expert, is being able to make things palatable to jurors and lay people. It really is. That's why I'm always talking about our DNA expert that we use, Dr. Reich, guy's brilliant scientist. He can nerd out as much as you need him to, but what his superpower is he breaks down DNA so that everybody understands it, which is invaluable for an expert witness. I mean, you saw it with both the ARCA guys. They were able to just dumb it down for us so that we understood what they were saying. It's like, think about back when they had Hyde on. My head felt like it was going to explode. I'm like, what in the fuck? What is all this shit? And why does it matter? And is it really proving anything? It's like, you don't work for Apple. You don't work for Google. You're just guessing on shit. Thanks for letting us hang out with you. Oh, please. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Otherwise, I'd just be an old man.
Talking to himself.
Wow. There you go. Maybe to my wife. You'd probably hang with me.
Talking to his wife.
You'd be like, oh my God, I have to come watch you on the YouTube again so that you have one person watching. Yes, dear. Yes, you do.
Oh boy.
And then Frida, I think I got to this question for Bob. Does Hank even put on Walter? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think I addressed this. So Frida had asked, do they even put him on rebuttal? It seems like it would crash and burn the CW case. Big mistake, but kind of want to see Welcher, Hank Brennan make mistakes. I like I've said, and my answer to that is it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think he has to put them on.
They'll finagle their way through it somehow.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, you didn't say that you said maybe there weren't X-rays, or that you weren't shown X-rays, or you're not aware of X-rays that were taken.
These X-rays don't change your opinion, right?
Right. Yeah, come on. Yeah, the blue paint, right? That's all that matters. The blue paint wins the day. Milo's mom. Remember, Bev kept this out last trial because use he wasn't an MD because
that was
he
just
wasn't
because.
an MD. This trial, she allowed it because she changed the rules for Zerocher. What do you think that is?
Well,
Is that Rentschler? Welcher? Welcher.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's Welcher. Milo clearly typing on her phone.
I think she's trying to be cute there with like.
Oh, Zerocher.
Zerocher.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So it was not. Yeah, I'm with you now. Thank you. Thank you for that. That was like reading a license plate that has like some kind of cute little thing going on, and you're trying to figure out what it means. Thank you, Milo's mom, and you are on the wheel. TLA 1616 member for 7 months. Would you prefer a $20 or $5 memberships? Love you both.
$5 memberships.
No.
5 memberships.
20. Yeah, 5 memberships because I don't think YouTube takes out of the memberships.
Plus, we like when people get memberships because then they get to
Special
have little-
perks. Get all the special things
for a month.
I mean, if you see those amazing emojis that we have, like, I mean, if you want to be able to throw fuckface in chat, got to become a member. It's the price of membership. You know, you want to have the fuckface emoji, then there you go. Can be yours.
I was like, I didn't see a fuckface emoji on my phone because I'm technically not a member.
Wow. That's just sad. Nan, Jen's Horde highlights. You were on the wheel. I'll tell you that right now, Nan. Benjamin Moore called. They want their paint back. Here.
Highlight them as you're reading them.
That paint. Oh yeah. That paint is a lot like the color that we have in our bathroom, which we both hate. And thank you so much, Nan. You are on the wheel. Tay, new member. Family hug. Love you, Tay.
Do you know they like don't give pain medicine anymore for people?
I remember back when Cody made their first super and Cody made their first comment. Remember that? Like back at the beginning of trial. You're like a veteran now, Cody. Thank you so much. And you, Cody, are on the wheel. Let's go. Verdict watch with DD. I want to guest talk. Yeah, baby.
We're gonna come up with an
Not
amount.
only is Cody like, I'm gonna start chatting now. Cody has upped the game to where Cody wants the guest spot. I like it. I like it. I like
So,
that
but we're gonna come up with an amount that entitles you to a guest spot without being on the wheel too.
the wheel, taking the
I just gotta figure out if it's like $1 million
the chance out of the whole thing. $1 million, yeah.
or
Sarah, aspiring court reporter. The first objection fuckface happened in the first 2 hours of stream on 5/7. Thank you, Sarah. Also hit the like. Also, screw Bevan Hank. Here. Thank you, Sarah. And you're on the wheel. You're on the wheel. Tay, the Bob rant. One of the many reasons why I love your channel, Bob and Allie, passion for people's rights and calling out the bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah. True story. I mean, we can't help ourselves, really. It's like it's all genuine. Like when I'm outraged, it's because I feel outraged. Yeah, I've said it a million times. Like I feel like I'm doing more good in terms of informing the public of shit that's fucked up than we ever could do one by one through the case, through the judicial system. It's just like have a louder voice out here. Thank you so much. And Tay, you were on the wheel. Nicole Kelly, you were on the wheel. So Dr. Wolf can make cappuccino, the spelling with the real Wolf. So Dr. Wolf can make cappuccino with his wife, but God forbid we happy birthday. That's right.
Right. No,
fair, very fair. Facts.
Oh my God, enough personal information.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Did you say?
Yeah, we don't want you bolstering your
wife?
profile. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's
although it was the cutest thing I ever heard.
Helena Handbasket. I knew
Hey, that's gonna. By the way, it's gonna get himself some points with his kid for missing his birthday. A judge yelled at me.
Yeah.
When I shouted you out.
And you can watch it on the tubes.
Well, right.
So Helena says, I'm late. Did you already go over Higgy signing a federal proffer? Love you all.
All right. So what are you? I remember this came up last year. We're going to do some research over lunch, see what the hell everybody's talking about. I think this came up before. It's definitely not.
It all sounds fresh.
I mean, I guess I can't say it's definitely not that all I did is pull a dog off of him.
Helena, where did you get this information? I want sources. I want sources before I waste any time. I
remember this coming up before,
somebody just said. I heard a bunch of shit. People just like pontificating and guessing and speculating.
No,
that,
I think
oh,
at
the
the
feds
first
are arresting
trial.
them, or people are getting arrested. It's like that bullshit was going on for months.
No, but at the first trial, I think something did come up with Higgins. I thought I don't know if I'm remembering the actual testimony or question, or if I just remembering all the noise about it.
Oh, and Helena, you're on the wheel. Lily B, you're on the wheel. Forever grateful that you've taught me what justice and presumption of innocence means. Staying for the rants. Thank you.
Took it off instead of putting it on. I don't
Oh,
know.
sorry. Love you, Lily B. We love you. And you, Lily B, are on the wheel. Boris, on the wheel. It's innocent until proven guilty, not guilty until proven innocent. No one should forget that. Hear, hear, Boris.
But they still somehow do. But yes.
Boris, I want you to get that tattooed in the middle of your back. How about that? Do it. You do that, and you get a guest spot. What?
I'd say that's don't
Why you gotta poop
try to
on shit,
entice the
woman?
guy to put a tattoo like that
Do
on him.
it. Do it. A little bougie. You were on the wheel a little. Oh, and Boris, you're on the wheel. It's horrifying for this family. No justice for Libby and Abby either. You know, I hate to see innocent people go down. It's truly heartbreaking. Yes, it is. And terrifying. Scary. Imagine if it was you or some member of your family, your best friend. How terrifying that would be. Ernie, you're on the wheel. The rants have been 100 out of 10 today. We need to cherish our defense attorneys as a society more. The game is rigged.
Yep.
I agree with every single thing that you said.
Yes.
Ernie.
It's about time people start to recognize.
Recognize. And Ernie,
Recognize.
you're on the wheel.
I always say we are the unsung defenders of the Constitution. Here,
Could it-
unsung heroes of the Constitution, whatever it is.
Could AJ take Welcher during rebuttal? I don't see why not. I mean, he's coming. Yeah, I don't think that Bob Alessi's stuck with Welcher if they want to use somebody else in the rebuttal case.
People are like, AJ can attack better. He's a better attack dog.
What do you think, Bay? You think AJ could like take Welcher on if they call
I mean,
him
on rebuttal, it's a new.
It's new. Yeah.
They can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
It's just,
Yeah.
are they going to do that? I don't know. I'd
I
be
don't
like,
know.
hey, guy, we've decided we want you to step aside.
Bob, listen, you got bad news.
But it could be because it's going to be more on the new subject. So it would almost make sense for Jackson to do it.
All right. History and homicide. The last two witnesses got me from reasonable doubt to not guilty. Now, remember, over history told us that in her country, but I think you had to be on the members only. She left a voicemail, and they have 3 potential verdicts. And I think you're New Zealand, right? That's where you're at. But I believe that's where you're. I think that's what the NZ stands for. But over there, you can have guilty, not guilty,
or innocent,
something like not proven because it
Right.
wasn't proven, and then like something
Innocent.
equivalent to factually innocent, like you
Right.
didn't do it. So here, NG is NG. So,
and
but
reasonable doubt is NG. But I think what history and homicide is saying, and I can't remember if she's a she or a he, but
it's a
what
she.
what she's saying is that it got her from reasonable doubt to factually innocent.
Yes. Yes.
Me too. I
Thank-
mean, I've already thought she's
In
probably
history, you were on the
factually
wheel.
innocent. It just
Johnny Miller, you were on the wheel this day, 31. If I'm on the jury, all I hear is Dr. L say it doesn't matter how fast the Lexus was moving because he wasn't hit by the SUV. Yeah. That was great.
agreed.
That was great.
Agreed.
You're on the wheel, John. Chiefs Kingdom, 1587. Trial 1. You bet me Chiefs wouldn't make it to the Super Bowl. Oh, if the Chiefs made it, you would wear any Chiefs jersey I picked during a live. I will do that.
All
I will
right.
do that.
So you got to go out and get a Chiefs jersey, though.
Wait, does that mean I have to buy a Chiefs jersey? That sounds like some bullshit.
Pick him
I
an
should have really worked on the particulars of that wager. Like typically, like I've had my buddy who's a Saints fan. I lost a bet to him, and I had to wear a Saints jersey,
But
but
he gave you the jersey
he supplied it. He supplied
because
it.
he had it and he lived up
He
the
had it.
street. So
Yeah.
we'll figure it out. We'll get him a
We'll
jersey.
figure it out.
The
But
man never welches on a bet.
I'm no Welcher.
But bump.
All right. Thanks, Chiefs. I'll make good. I'll give you a make good on that bet. Farmer Whitehair. Welcher was so proud of his Blue Man application test. Yes, he was.
Yes,
He was. So you know what? I took a little blue paint, put it on that tail light right here, and then I had him bump me at 2 miles an hour. And I spun out of it.
Hydraulics. Oops.
Oh
Oh,
no, not that. I didn't take that into account.
nope. Forgot about it.
Hey, listen, Farmer, you're on the wheel. Miles Selena, I can't wait for Hank to make an ass of himself again on this cross, and he is doing
We have
just
seen
that.
it. Yes.
We be seeing it. We're in the middle of it. And Miles, you are on the wheel. Don Burke, think if Richard Allen had this support. That's what I'm saying, girl.
Who knows if it would have made one shit bit of difference.
Don Burke, you were on the wheel. Couldn't have hurt.
I feel like
Kara Altman. I mean, if they could have hired anybody they wanted in terms of experts.
right.
Kara Altman, the odds are that AJ and Karen Reed end up together after this trial. I don't know. I mean, Googled AJ's marital status and saw the video of AJ and Karen Reed, fascinated by the human dynamics. I don't know. As far I mean, all I know is that Alan's.
I don't know what video she's
happily
talking
married.
about. That altered, that fake video where it looks like he's grabbing her boob. That was debunked.
But I mean, when you're in a fight like this for 2+ years, feelings can develop.
Well, at least a deep friendship.
A deep friendship. I think the bigger question is Karen going to end up going to law school? That's what I like. That's I think there's better odds of Karen going to law school than AJ and Karen ending up together.
Sounds
That's
like a lot of work.
You go through some shit like, nah.
It sounds like a lot of work for someone who's kind of set in their ways and likes to relax and have their days shopping. And
I don't know. You fight like this, you fight for your life like this, you grow to appreciate the defense side of things. I can guarantee you, if Karen goes to law school, she sure the fuck isn't going to be a prosecutor. Farmer Whitehair, didn't Burgess reach out to Brennan about change? Yeah,
yes.
Yes.
They're just Brennan's just making an ass of himself.
He's trying to make things that are not unethical make them seem unethical, and they're not. So Kelly Denver, don't call me Dever. Oh, Deaver. That's what I called her too. I kept calling her Deaver. So did AJ.
Right, but she's saying don't call me Dever.
What do you mean?
Because
Deaver?
she wrote Denver. Kelly Denver, don't call me Dever.
Yeah, but Dever's how you pronounce her name. She kept telling Alan,
don't call me Deaver. All right, whichever. Read it.
Wait, isn't her name Deaver? Yeah,
Denver.
So don't call me Deaver.
Deaver.
Does this prove the organization wasn't a private company?
I think he also got in the words, at least once, he got in the words, an agency. I'm pretty sure that the jury gets that this.
I wish you would have accidentally said bureau. The bureau.
It's a 3-letter word.
And you were on the wheel. Shannon L. Love Bob and Allie so much. And being here with y'all. Hank is the biggest douche canoe. And that detail matters.
Sure does.
Indeed. Thank you. And Shannon, you are on the wheel. Fire lawyer. You were on the wheel. If details matter to Hank, he would have asked Wolf about the back, or he wouldn't have asked Wolf about the back of a John O'Keefe sweatshirt.
Right. And then
True
we
story.
did the next one. So then Mickey says, Bob and Allie.
Wait, we did this?
Yep. I'm honestly not mad at Hank. Bev is the one allowing it. She puts her lazy hands in the scales of justice. I went over that early.
Yeah.
Wade
The upside
is
down.
right.
The upside down.
It is a joke.
Did you do
Stranger Things.
Stephanie? Hank
No.
is trying to, and Mickey, you done been on the wheel. So Stephanie, Hank is trying to have him understand what it's like to be relished to the corner like he did in 7th grade. Yeah. Put your dunce hat on, jerk off.
Yeah.
Go to the corner. Stephanie, you're on the wheel.
Thanks, Brian. You're on the wheel.
Brian, you're on the wheel. And thank you. Holly Johnson, science, facts, and details are not biased. True story. I mean, look,
Preach.
if you have science, facts, and details that are subject to interpretation, they can be biased. This kind of science, I don't know, because if there was a way that the Commonwealth and Aperture could have made it work to truly help them, they would have done it. That's what tells you. I mean, what ARCA did, what Wolf and Rentschler did, it's like, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, and it didn't matter. To me, the biggest takeaway is it didn't matter how fast or slow they were hitting the arm. The thing never got punctured by any of the plastic shards.
My script is still in progress.
Oh,
It's
so
just
what did they do?
They just give me a steroid to bring down the
Did he refer you to a ortho?
with the appointment I already have for the 19th.
Okay.
And it's like they don't give pain medicine anymore. It's like they went from over prescribing to like, no, you can't have pain medicine.
Because the whole fucking country was addicted to opioids.
Right. But I think that this, like to bring the inflammation down is going to help my pain a lot. So I'm excited to
that makes me happy. That makes me happy.
get it in my body. And then I read Janine's comment earlier about is the defense letting Hank get away, act this way to open the door to the DOJ hiring them. And I'm sure that's Jeannie. Sorry. And I'm sure that's part of it, as I said before, and part of like what we've been saying, that it's like, all right, we're not even going to object because what he's doing doesn't mean shit anyway. And then, you know, Milo's mom asked the same question, like, why doesn't this open the door to the feds? We'll have to see. We'll have to see how much he pushes it, and maybe he will. Maybe he will.
Okay.
All right. So wait, now I got to get to where the last one that we did. Oh. Hold on. All right. So Kraken says, Bob and Allie, some in chat are saying a juror is sick.
Ooh.
Said that. Well, now it's been like a half hour.
Juror is sick of Hank's bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo! Woo!
Contrary Mary says, don't put me on the wheel. I love you both. The rants.
You're on the wheel.
You can gift it. You can gift it. Nikki says, last one of the week for Scout. Maybe a ham sandwich with this. All right, we owe Scout $40.
Do I?
Yes. Yes. The last one she said this was for Scout.
What do you give the kid who has everything?
I mean, Lord.
Spoiled rotten. Spoiled rotten.
Shaboogs. Now Delphi and Karen Reed are really entwined. Ham sandwich entered the chat.
Indeed.
And that's because like you can refresh. Oh, you can indict a ham sandwich, or you can refresh your recollection with a ham sandwich.
You can impeach with a ham sandwich. All the ham sandwiches.
PFIN, new member. What's PFIN get?
Aw, family hug. That's what PFIN gets.
Brown-eyed girl 714. Why do you think they didn't bring the x-rays in with Welcher when he stated there was none done? I think they kind of must have decided they wanted to do it this way. Just let him, you know, not give
bed.
Yeah, make his bed and then sit in it, and then they'll point it out on cross and not give.
But they didn't point it out in cross.
I mean, in closing,
or on rebuttal.
Well, right. They'll definitely do it.
But I think that strategically, you would have to contemplate. Like if we're handling the case, we might be like, all right, do we hold this ace up our sleeve and not attack him on the attack him on the cross and wait in the hopes that
They open the door. And
maybe or that they don't call him because of it. It's a distinct possibility that they're not going to call him.
I don't know. But brown-eyed girl, I mean,
He's going to look like a total fucking asshole.
we've been trying to figure the same, like how Brennan did this, why Brennan did it, what the fuck is going on. Yeah.
Did you read Lucky here?
Yeah, I'm where I'm at.
Where
I
you
read
be?
Lucky. Down towards the bottom more. Like 11:58. The sober hipster, in honor of the Pulse nightclub victims 9 years ago today. Pulse is the first place I felt safe to be me. Thanks for being an affirming channel. Well, happy Pride, happy Be Yourself month, or is it a month?
Equity for everybody. I want equity and equality for every human being on the planet. Period.
Ramble T26. Sorry, babe.
Go ahead, baby.
If I ever get called to testify, I'm sticking to the La Pasota way of answering every question. Basic yes or no. Her blunt answers slayed. Yes, they did.
Yep.
Yes,
and Spoogs and Brown Eyed and Sober Hipster,
you're all on the wheel.
You're all on the wheel.
Farmer Whitehair
Ramble,
says
you're on the wheel.
Randy deserves a ham sandwich.
Randy might be a ham sandwich at this point. Poor guy.
Fen, thanks again for your generosity.
You're on the wheel.
Pam says,
happy birthday, Kai Rentschler.
Yes, if I win the wheel, I'll give you my prize so you can be on alive and get all the happy birthdays from the amazing group of grown-ups.
That's awesome.
Yes.
That
Hope
is
your
awesome.
shoulder's better soon, Allie. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. And you were on the wheel.
Yes. Well, Kai Rentschler's on the wheel.
Yeah. I'll have to email Rentschler and say, hey man, you don't know me, but here's the deal. Your son's on the wheel.
I think he's gonna be like, I'm not doing that. Did your son, on last time you testified at a trial, was your son brought on to like some really pro defendant podcast and like get honored for his birthday?
All right. So Nicole Kelly, did you read that?
I didn't. Sorry.
Hank inserting yesterday, John O'Keefe couldn't have hit his head on a rock.
Could have, right?
Could have. Has anyone looked into who placed a rock on the lawn during jury viewing of 34 Fairview?
I mean, it was a point of contention, but I don't think they ever figured out who did it. But I'm like, what the fuck is Hank getting at? Now he wants to be the one to say there was a rock there?
There was a rock.
He's as dumb as a rock.
Box of rocks.
Yeah. Wait. Stop.
Nicole, you're on the wheel. John. Aw. Family hugs. John's on the wheel.
Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kristen, what's next in the plans after the verdict? Oh, God. Love hanging out.
I hate to say it, but I kind of feel like going back and watch the Lori Vallow shit. I heard it's just been an absolute shit show. She's unhinged at this point. So I'm thinking about that for certain.
I think we got to do something live though, personally, babe.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll see what's on the. I mean, look, the reality is any trial that you like become like totally immersed in is going to be fascinating because trials are just fascinating. So we'll figure it out. And Kristen, you were on the wheel.
Claire Doherty, love you guys. Best chat in town. Thanks for your support for the last 3 months.
Indeed. Oh, family hugs.
Yeah. Debbie King. Hank needs to shut the fuck up and sit down.
Sit down, Hank, you jerk.
The more he talks, the more he's helping the jurors make the not guilty verdict. Love you all so much.
Love you back, Debbie. Thank you. And you are on the wheel.
Boris, I'll get the tattoo. What's the email for proof? No, Boris, don't do it. Don't do it.
Do it.
Get a different tattoo and you can email us that.
Do it.
Proof. And
Get
Bob will
the DD logo on your back.
No, do whatever you want, and Bob will still do whatever he said he was going to do because that.
He gets a guest spot.
He's still going to get a guest spot.
Back in studio, the real booty. For the wheel and 8 tentacles of middle fingers to hanky panky. Stanky.
Probably just got
Thanks,
demonetized
Kraken.
for the middle finger.
You are on the wheel. Felicia. Bye, Felicia. I grew up in West Lafayette, Indiana, and recently learned my sis's ex-husband, Battleground, Indiana, who's like a bro to me, is Facebook friends with Brad Weber.
Ooh.
Tell that guy to fess it up. Tell
Fess
that
it
guy
up.
to fess it up.
Get him to do an interview with Bob.
Yeah, tell Brad Weber to come on so I can grill the shit out of him.
Or
And
not on a live. It could be in real life.
Felicia, you were on the wheel. And thank you for the intel. If you guys don't follow Delphi, that was like us reading hieroglyphics. Brad Weber was an important witness for the prosecution who was a lying sack of shit. Grin for me. I'm just saying, I vote Grin for me to be a guest on cam during jury selection because that guy is hella interesting. Hashtag beat Bob. Grin, you're on the wheel. Is that the Eurythmics back there? Is that your I think that's the
Wait.
Eurythmics back there. See his little picture?
Oh, I was like, what are we talking about? Back where?
You're on the wheel. That's all I know, Grin. North Cali girl. $10 haul. The problem the CW has is that the SUV doesn't have canine teeth.
No, it does not.
No, it does
No,
not.
it does not. God
No, it
damn
doesn't.
it.
That is not the Oscar Mayer Wiener hot dog mobile. That's for sure. That might have teeth. Do hot dogs have teeth? Oh no, that's lips and assholes. Never mind. You were on the wheel, NorCali. And thank you. CRR. Put me and the puppies on the wheel. So, babe,
Yes.
CRR is down in she's in a county in Illinois that's not all that far from us.
Mm-hmm.
And she has boxer puppies, which are, it looks like maybe she sent a picture. There's only 2 left. And she's really, really trying to get us a brother for Nanook. So
I don't know.
I mean, I'm tempted because sometimes I feel so bad the guy doesn't have a partner in crime. It's getting to me. It really is. Thank you, CRR, and you were on the wheel. And
I mean, I would love another puppy, but I feel like we need to.
These are cute little boxers. You remember old Blue, right? Brett's dog, Blue.
Yeah.
He was a boxer. Remember how great he was?
Yeah.
I love boxers. It's in the brain, CRR. You've planted the seed. Teresa, honey.
Oh my gosh.
Honey. Teresa Ann Chalk, $10 holla. I'm a member. Woo! Love you guys. I've been laughing all morning. Hank is an idiot.
Yes.
Indeed. I mean, I don't know that he is an idiot, but he acts like an idiot. Like an awful lot.
Oh Lord, look, you got him stuck, or her.
Oh, boy.
What a true crime
Throw
pod
it in chat, Trace.
at
Throw the
Gmail.
email. Yeah.
Or insider. No. A true crime pod at Gmail.
Boris, you're on the wheel. Do it, Boris. Don't listen to Allie. Do it. Keith, Welcher cannot be left alone with those test dummies.
Some things can't be undone.
I mean, look, he was playing a little grab ass during the drop test there. We all seen it. Keith, my friend, you were on the wheel. Aw, family hug. NorCali girl, welcome to the fam.
Yes.
Mark R. gifted 5 DD podcast memberships. Thank you, Mark.
Very generous.
Appreciate you so much. And I'm sure all the beneficiaries of your generous gifting, we're very, very thankful to you as well. Thank you. And Mark, you are on the wheel, my friend. The members get 5 gifted memberships, definitely gets you on the wheel. Tony, listening to the cross now, and arg.
Yeah, we feel you.
So fucking stupid. It wasn't even like I get more like worried and frustrated if he's being effective. That was not effective.
Right. No.
It was completely ineffective. That had no impact on the jury whatsoever.
No, the best thing he asked was like, oh, so you wrote all these law peer-reviewed articles. None of them have anything to do with pedestrians. But then he asked that stupid question, like, but your resume doesn't even say you specialize in pedestrian collisions. Well, sir, that's encompassed in the overall like exactly what I do category.
You were so cute when you were doing that little face. I was mesmerized by you. Uh, yeah, you look so adorable. All right. And Tony, you were on the wheel. Jade, Canadian $7 holla. I raise goats and I have a bottle baby in the house with me. Aw. She screams whenever Allie rants. I'm not sure who is louder. Just kidding. Love you both.
Oh, that's hysterical.
Okay, so I have a question. Have you guys all seen the scream? Like, you guys know that there's
Most people have seen screaming
there's
goat.
many goats that scream, and when they scream, they sound like humans. It's hilarious. If you've never seen it, go on YouTube and just Google goats screaming. There's like tons of compilations. Oh, it's hysterical.
It's
so
hard to
funny.
miss because even me, who's never searching for doing
Well,
any of
I
that
showed it
stuff,
to you a million times because it was the funniest thing I'd ever
right?
seen.
That is why I've seen it.
I
'Cause
couldn't stop watching it. It was so funny. Jade, you were on the wheel. And let us know if your goat screams like a human. Grin, back again. Here comes the rain again. Feeding Bob. Appreciate you, Grin. Good eye on the picture. Robert nailed it. When are the voicemails? I'm thinking midweek next week we'll do members only. Members only midweek next week. So y'all need to be getting your
we're
voice.
definitely. I think we definitely need to be doing it during verdict watch when everyone's going to be wanting to get
Ooh.
out all of their.
All right. I
all
like
of
where
their
your head's
shit.
at. I like where your head's at. Let you guys all rant. We love when you all rant. Like, I love the rantings are my favorite voicemails. Thanks, Grin. You're the best, baby. The best. Larisha, in case you didn't see Nick Balance on the stand and Lori Vallow today, same FBI dude with some controversy in Idaho 4. I did not. I have not watched 1 second of Lori Vallow shit. That's what I'm saying.
No, me neither.
Like, I kind of want to get into it. I kind of want to, and I don't think it's going to be that long. The other thing, if I can find it, is I definitely want to go back and watch. If I could find Aiden's thing with his bench trial, and I heard it was only
Wait.
supposed to be a 2-day bench trial. He's
When
on
did
trial right now.
He's on trial right now.
That's what people are saying.
Oh,
That's what people are saying. So if I could find it, that would be something great to watch during verdict watch.
I don't even know if you're gonna have time to put on the
No,
opening today.
I up and fucked it.
Yeah, there's only.
As Allie likes to say, you fucked it. You fucked it, Bob.
babe. You're fucking up, Bob. You're fucking up.
Bob. Larisha, you're already on the wheel, but thank you for the intel. Kelly, can you explain the bingo balls thing with the jury? Thank you for everything. So that's who they figure out who's going to sit. So all of the jurors, which includes the alternates, are sitting there and none of them know who is going to go back and deliberate, and they do the bingo ball thing. So the 12 that come out with the bingo balls are the 12 that go back.
Or was it the opposite, that they picked the two, the ones that were not? I don't know. Whichever way it is.
I don't know, but it has to do with who's going to be deliberating out of the jurors. She gone. Thank you, Kelly. Hopefully that helps. And you were on the wheel. Norman Corey, you were on the wheel. I woke up this morning with blue paint on my arm. Oh, man. Welcher must have crept in during the night, huh? With his little paintbrush and a little can of blue paint. Yeah. Arca has just proved that I was really, really wrong. What a fucking joke. Agreed. Norman Corey, you were on the wheel. Shy Dandy. Hey, Bob and Allie. Greetings from Berlin. Hey, love it. Love it. You guys rock. Don't ever change. I couldn't even if I wanted to. I'm set in stone. There's no change in me. But I appreciate those sentiments very much. And Shy Dandy, you're on the wheel. Objection, fuckface. LS gifted 5 DD podcast memberships. Thank you so much, LS. We appreciate you so much. And you, LS, are on the wheel. And Boris, with your continued generosity all day, gifted 5 DD podcast memberships. Wow, we got a lot of new members in today. I always love that. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you all. Oh, Roosevelt came in late. I hear there is testimony of Chloe saying, I bid him, I bid him, I bid him. That would be great. All they need is that like a little adapter. Have you guys ever seen Up? The Pixar movie Up, which is my favorite. It's either Ratatouille or Up. It's a dead heat between those two in terms of my favorite Pixar. And but at any rate, in Up, they had created the voice modulator so that the dog could talk, right? Like there was all the dogs, you could understand what they were saying. That's all we need is one of those voice modulators that allows us to understand what the dogs are saying. Should be great. I don't know if I'd give Nanook one because it seems like he'd be whining a lot. He's like, why aren't we out for a walk right now, dude? That's all I want to know. I need to be sniffing things. Roosevelt, thank you. And you, my friend, are on the wheel. All right. Up destroyed me too. It's just like, it's such a great movie. Inside Out is Pixar. And that was great too. I loved that for kids because I thought that was really a really great way to let kids know about their feelings and have them understand their feelings and make them understand that it's okay to feel all these things. You know, Ratatouille and Up were like, in terms of kind of like adult fare, because obviously they were movies I was bringing the kids to. And I just happened to like, I've watched both of those independent of the kids. Like I'll fuck with Ratatouille and Up like right now. Like I'll go watch Ratatouille after court today because Ratatouille is that good. So is Up. They're both great. Just great stories. No, of course he doesn't. He does not ask any science questions. Yeah, watch it with my niece and nephew after I saw it. Are you talking about Inside Out? They had a sequel to that as well. They added a new emotion too. I forget what it was. Yeah, I use the anger / rage character meme a lot when he's blowing his top. You love Hotel Transylvania. It's a good one too. Moana is my shit, and my daughter hates it. It's good stuff. All right, let me double check. How long we've been on? Like, I don't even know when they went on lunch. We've killed some time though. Let's see. Okay, the fan's back up. I'll pull her up. Let's get her up there, just so we don't miss 1 second of the scintillating. Let's see which one this is. That looks like that. Yeah. All right. That's Boston 10. All righty. Only fan. Oh, only fan. Oh my God. What? Yes. Your homework is to watch Up tonight. I promise you'll love it. It's a love story. It's one of the best love stories ever, actually. I love it. It's so good. Kellyanne's a Finding Nemo girl. Finding Nemo is wonderful too. So not Pixar, but I love Frozen 1 and Frozen 2 and Encanto. Encanto was great. Frozen 1 and Frozen 2 were great too. Let's see what else we got. Court should be back at 1:45. Yeah. So a few minutes. Brian, I don't know if I've seen that one. Did you try to throw one up, babe?
No.
Oh.
If I did, it was by accident. I was scrolling to see what was there. I'm on hold with Walgreens, trying to rush them.
I did miss you. I always notice when you're not in the chat. I always notice whenever, like, I haven't seen Pammy in here today. I always notice ride or dies if they're not in here, who I always see commenting. I notice Pammy's not in here today. I always miss Pammy when she's not in here. She's so sweet. Oh, you know what? That reminds me, we got some Venmos. Got to give some love to some Venmos. So Holly Ann, thanks for the coverage. She gave a $5 Venmo. Thanks for the coverage. Hank and Bev are making me so angry already this morning. Put me on the wheel. Holly Ann, you were on the wheel. Crystal came in with a $25 Venmo. Thank you both. Y'all rock. Thank you, Crystal. Hey, Crystal, you're on the wheel. Shannon from Connecticut here. $10 holla via Venmo. Thank you for your passion. I'll always be a ride or die with y'all's. We love you, Shannon. And you, Shannon, are on the wheel. And then Tim came in with a $20 Venmo. And that's MadFit Biohazard to get on the wheel. So you are on the wheel, MadFit.
I hope Tracy's keeping a list here. We're just like shouting things out to the void.
Whew. Tracy's pretty good about that shit.
Did you read Grin for Me's? Or did you finish the Venmos or no?
I did. I just finished the Venmos. Larisha, I gave you love yesterday for that enormous $100 Cash App, right? If not,
Wow.
I'm doing it again. You are so generous. We are so grateful. So grateful.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure I gave you guys love via the app, but Tanya with a $20 Cash App yesterday, in case I didn't. And then Pammy, speaking of the devil, she sent us a $10 yesterday. That was a $10 yesterday. Today, Johnny came in with a $10 Cash App. Thank you, John.
Is that like
that's John Miller.
NNY?
Huh? No, it's John Miller. I just call him Johnny.
All right, well,
thank you, John. You're on the wheel, my friend. Papa G, my appreciation for Allie and Bob's wisdom. $10 holla via the Cash App. You're on the wheel.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Kathy with the $10 holla via the Cash App. You were on the wheel. The wheel's gonna be lit today, y'all. Lit. Woo, big wheel. Big wheel, keep on turning. Proud Mary, keep on burning.
Rolling
Rolling down the. Okay, so.
river.
Okay. Ugh. I have to do all the paperwork for Scouts All-Stars again.
So the Grin for Me's most recent comment, I don't think you read. The only thing I worry about at this point in the trial are the instructions and the confusing jury verdict sheets that are in favor of the Commonwealth. # feed Bob. I am certain that will be a widely discussed, overanalyzed. They're going to get that jury sheet right. And at this point, it should be exactly the way that Alan Jackson asked for it the first time. But they've got their pattern instructions and their pattern verdict sheets. So, but it's going to get addressed one way or another. I'm hoping that is not going to be an issue this time around, but we feel you, Grin. And Scorpion, member for 2 months. Thank you. Does Spanky have admonishment coming in hot? I mean,
no, of course not.
No.
But
maybe if he does it again. Maybe the next time. Gonna hold out hope.
I have no idea why she's stroking Hank so hard. It's like ridiculous.
Stroking.
Stroke it to
all right.
Stroke it to the west.
Okay.
Bob's saying ratatouille. Yeah, ratatouille. It's so wonderful. It's just a little story about a rat. It's so good. How much do I love ratatouille, babe?
Bob loves ratatouille.
I fucking love ratatouille. I mean, number one, I'm a foodie. And then so it has all the foodie elements.
And ratty.
And it's super ratty. Super ratty.
Well,
I mean, I think if they ever make a like a live like stage performance, Hank will definitely be one of the rats. So he's doing that face, pushing his glasses up. Little rat face.
What is that movement? Was that a sound in the courtroom?
Freedom ring. $5 holla. If too personal, no need to answer. Do you mind please clarifying how many separate and joint children and grandchildren you two have? Just curious. It's not too personal. So Allie had Brian and Courtney in her first marriage when she was very, very young.
But they're Bob's children.
Yes, they were my children. I came into the picture very, very early in their lives and raised them as my own because they are my own. And then Cameron and Scarlett are Allie and I's bio kids.
And we have one grandchild from our oldest son.
Yes. So let's see. And thank you. And Freedom, you are on the wheel. Oh, PayPal. All right, let me check the PayPals. Thanks, MB. I need reminders.
But we never distinguish. We have 4 children together.
Oh, okay. We got some recent activity on the PayPal.
Oh, and you also got another new member, Danny. What's Danny get?
Aw, family hug. Yeah. So MB, is that you? Is that your PayPal? I got it. It says ready to declare I am firmly in the factually innocent camp, effective immediatamente. Thank you for that. We appreciate that. And I don't know, like, I have not seen Megan.
Right. This Megan right here. Megan.
Where? No.
Right on the screen.
It's
Oh.
Megan F. And this was all the way back on May 29th.
Wow.
Megan's the one who, no, I shouted it out, but
Okay.
I don't know if she was in the chat, but she sent us $500 on PayPal. So
Wow.
it's worth re-mentioning because that is insanely generous. I was like, what?
You're all generous, but yeah.
They're all generous. Like every dime that is sent to us, we were incredibly grateful for.
Megan Tomlinson.
The Ocean Gate documentary out on Netflix today.
Which is Ocean Gate?
I don't know. Is that the one with the little sub that sunk? That's the only thing I can think. Let me see. Oh, you know what I watched last night? How much of that did you watch, babe? The Gilgo, the new Gilgo that 50 Cent put out.
No, I think I fell asleep.
Holy shit. Okay, Ocean Gate documentary. Yep. It's the implosion of the Ocean Gate submersible Titan, which was en route to the Titanic wreck when it lost its signal and killed all 5 passengers. Interesting.
Wow. Check that one out.
That was a fascinating story. Yeah, I'll check that out. So at any rate, so I watched, I think 2.5 out of the 3 episodes of the new Gilgo Hewerman thing. And this is the one where Peacock, because I think it's on Peacock, had paid Asa Hewerman, or whatever the hell her last name is.
The wife?
His wife. Yeah, they paid her $1 million to do it.
What?
Yes, woman. Yes.
Oh my gosh. Are you fucking kidding me?
Why would I kid about something like that? So
they don't.
I
don't even get it. They don't get commercial money. If somebody really wants to,
I don't think she thinks that Rex did it.
Well, no, not from the parts that I saw.
It's fucking insane. She is,
or his daughter, but the daughter you can kind of see.
No, the daughter's not in the camp with their mom. Like she wasn't flat out thinking like she didn't like. I believe like I still have half the last episode to go. It is worth watching. I wish we could watch it on YouTube because, and you know who I'd love to watch it with?
Jay.
No, Dr. Shiloh and Dr. Scott. I would love for them to forensically psychology the shit out of Asa, because it's like her. I was just sitting there, like, you know, because in a documentary, like the documentarian isn't like supposed to challenge them with like the facts. Like, okay, well, they found your DNA, your daughter's DNA, and Rex's DNA in the burlap sacks or on the bodies, on 3 of the bodies.
Crazy.
Asa, how do you
Reconcile
explain
that.
that?
Right.
So Asa, did you see the to-do and what not to do list in terms of I mean, there's so much shit in that case where like I don't know. It's such it's a fascinating thing to watch. It just is. Like
All right,
really
we
the
recommend it.
rest of it I don't really care about, but like watching her and her interviews and
All right,
trying
let's
to understand that what do you keep interrupting me
go
for?
ahead because I wanted to get through. We've got a bunch more people
Oh,
with their, but
well,
finish your thought.
I mean, we got time.
Well, I don't know. We
You're
might as
making
well
me feel like I don't have
5 minutes before they come back.
I mean, all right. I mean, we're ahead of the game here. We've gone through a lot of them.
Yep.
I find it fascinating. Yeah, like, but it's really her because like there to me, it's like the whole Gacy thing. Like the way that law enforcement just didn't work the case because these
We're sex
human
workers.
beings were sex workers. These human beings. That's all that matters. I don't give a fuck what they do for a living. These human
Mothers,
beings were
daughters, sisters.
all of it. They have people.
Right.
They are people. I don't give a shit what they do for a living. But just like Gacy, the cops in that case were not investigating properly because they considered them to be gay crimes.
Oh, I was
It's
just
the
gay.
gay guys.
Yeah, that's what gay guys do. They do that shit, and
Gay
then they
guys.
disappear.
Gay guys.
You know, it's like in that kind of like ignorance is like, man, and I like in my Gacy season, I just flamethrow the Chicago cops and their bullshit. I put 29 additional victims on the Chicago police because they didn't do their jobs for the very same reason that they weren't working Gilgo the way that they should have because of their stupid fucking bias.
Well, Gilgo was even worse because they had the bodies. They didn't have any bodies. They just had all the missing people.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I mean, but all the evidence they needed,
right. Yeah.
like in both cases.
Yep.
I mean, they honestly in 2011 they had everything.
They had it all. Get the ogre with the
They had
avalanche.
Dave, who I'm really gonna try to get that Dave guy on the show.
All right.
Because
Lana
it-
M says,
Wow, Allie's just dying to get through these things.
well, because
You
this
know
is a
what?
very
We got
good.
time to kill, girl. Like we're gonna burn through these in like 2 minutes, and now you got me off track, and I'm done. So I'm gonna put it on you. You're gonna have to fill the time.
Okay. Lana M says, I've thoroughly enjoyed your commentary and amazing chemistry. You make me laugh through the frustration. Well, thank
Aw,
you. We
That was worth
appreciate that.
interrupting me, babe.
Yeah, it's a good one. It was a good
That
one.
was a good one. And you, Lana M, are on the wheel.
I wish I could ride more and work less. This chat is the best.
It is the best. It is the best.
Yes.
You know, and the nice thing about our chat is that like you can actually like have conversations in the chat because there's not 50
You are unmuted.
people.
Boy.
We all.
In Coda. What
Oh, we
is
played through lunch, babe.
what's
job.
in Coda get?
Aw. Family hug.
All right, while the jury is on their way in, I need to see counsel at side.
Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you
Yep.
do.
I'm gonna
Mary
admonish
Holt.
you over here in private. Where no
Mary
one's
Holt,
here.
member for 4 months. Aw, family hugs.
Up's a
4
great
months.
one.
Up
Up's a
is
great
my
one.
favorite. I love it too. I think it's my favorite. It's like it's tied between Ratatouille and Up.
Ray 5690. Bob and Allie.
Or it could be Rhea.
Rhea. Yep. I love listening to you guys every day. I'm scared for Karen, but I'm optimistic. Thank you for saying all the things I want to say, Allie. Yep, we are optimistic as well, but it is still scary because as Bob and everyone's been saying, you never know about that one.
Rhea or Ray in chat, tell us how the proper pronunciation is so we're not butchering it.
Well, then
And
I'll
you were on the
forget and I'll
wheel.
have to ask Bob, but
Yeah,
I get a
I
perimenopause
got you. 'Cause
tag.
I remember, like, I'll ask people in chat and then it's seared in.
P.S. I asked the doctor about that today, and he's like, there's some hormone therapy, but you got to go to a specialist. I'm not really sure how all that works. Yeah, all that perimenopause. She's like, I don't know. DK says, I love this channel. It's literally the only time in my life where I am a DD,
Yeah, baby. DK, you were on the wheel.
double D. Or I'm a double D.
TLA 1616 gifted 5DD podcast memberships. TLA, thank you. And you are on the wheel. Teresa Ann Chalk, I loved Ratatouille, my favorite. And for my other super chat, I didn't hear you say you were on the wheel. Hell yeah, you're on the wheel. You are on the wheel. Teresa Ann Chalk, you were on the wheel.
Oh,
Thank you.
and
Thank you.
Casey at Bat says, yes, my name is pronounced Casey. Love y'all.
All right.
Laura
Mr.
Blake.
Brennan,
Aw, family hug.
jurors, hopefully it'll be comfortable enough in here this afternoon. The court officers has done a great job keeping the AC going while we were out of the courtroom.
Great job, guys. Java Cat, thank you, Bob and Allie, for making me laugh during this shit show of a trial. Love you guys. Love you back, Java Cat. And you were on the wheel.
Dr. Rentschler, you wrote a report back in February 2024,
That's correct. Yes, sir.
and in that report, you provided a number of opinions, didn't you?
I did. Yes.
Do you remember if you opined or had the opinion that the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm would not result from impact with a non-damaged tail lamp cover?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
And the amount of force required to fracture the tail lamp cover would result in extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Correct.
And so your opinion back in 2004 was that if a person's arm were to cause the damage to that taillight on that Lexus, you would expect to see extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury.
Yes. Soft tissue referring to ligaments and tendons of the elbow and shoulder. Correct. And the wrist.
And so you're saying not superficial abrasions, but in the arm?
Yes. When you look at, and you can see from the testing we did for this case, for this round, that the arm extends and you have contact with the arm, you would expect at those speeds damage to the tendons and the ligaments, the elbow, the shoulder, likely the wrist.
And the x-rays that we looked at or that we saw and you
Mention X-rays.
offered the words of the medical expert,
No, Hank.
there is
No.
no MRI studying any ligament damage, is there?
There are no MRIs that I'm aware of. No, sir.
And x-rays wouldn't fairly depict some of those internal injuries that you're
Asked
referring
and
to, would they?
answered, asshole.
As I described before, it can show laxity of the joint, but it normally doesn't show the actual soft tissue damage itself. No, sir.
And a crash test dummy is different than a person, isn't it?
Certainly it is. Yes.
No
sir.
muscle,
That's correct.
no ligaments.
That's correct.
The crash test dummy does not react or respond like a human being.
Well, it does to a certain extent. Yes.
There are differences.
Certainly there are. Yes.
And so when you're looking at a crash test dummy, you can agree that there are significant differences between what you might see on the dummy's arm and what would maybe happen to a human being's arm on the inside.
There can be. That's why you have to look at the acceleration and the force, and that's primarily what the ATD is utilized for.
But focusing on the actual observation of the arm, you would agree, doctor, that looking at a crash test dummy arm is not comparable to actually looking into a human being's arm with an MRI and seeing if there's any damage on the inside.
No, of course that they're not the same. No, sir.
You were speaking about references earlier. You did have a chance to see Dr. Welcher's report, didn't you?
I did. Yes.
And in his report, there were a number of references, weren't there?
There were different references, I think maybe 26 within his report.
In addition to his references, you were sent a number of gigabytes of information, weren't you?
I was, yes.
And in those gigabytes, there was different references to different materials, wasn't there?
Well, first of all, there were only 26 references in his report that he cited to for his opinions. There was material contained within the batch of documents that they sent over. There was a bibliography or CV of different papers that he had submitted, I think 20 pages of papers that weren't referenced in the original report. And the most recent paper in that AutoPed packet was from 2004. Most of them were from the 60s and 70s, but there was an additional packet of
When
information.
you read his report and saw his references, did you look up the references?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were saying earlier that there was only one reference, you were referring to the paint test, correct?
Well, I was referring to, there's only one reference specifically with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
When you looked at his references, sir, did you have an opportunity to read any of the articles?
I did, yes, sir.
And many of them are peer reviewed?
Yes, sir.
You got to
In
ask.
addition, when you looked at the 20 pages of materials he sent over that were not in his report, how many references did you
I was
read
talking-
out of those 20 pages of references that he offered?
Well, I didn't read any because they weren't referred to in his report for his actual opinions in this case.
Do you know whether or not he considered those references or whether he read those references?
I'm going to allow that.
He didn't cite to any of those references in either the PowerPoint presentation or in his report. That's the knowledge I have of whether he reviewed those.
So you don't know what he considered or thought, do you?
I know what he cited to and he referenced to in his report in PowerPoint. That's the extent.
The
yes.
question is, you don't know what he was referring or reading or relying on other than what was in his report cited, correct?
Well, right. If he referred to the other articles, yes, certainly other articles in the 60s, 70s, and 80s he may have, but they don't really pertain to what happened in this case.
How many references were in your May 7th report?
Well, I think there were, let's see. Uh, 26, I think.
Those 26 references, are they offered in your report to suggest some type of support for the proposition that you're promoting in the report?
Well, they support the opinions or the methodology or both with respect to what I've offered in this.
The
matter.
reason why you put a cite in is suggesting that it supports whatever proposition you're footnoting on that.
To some extent, or the methodology or some information pertinent to that opinion, yes, sir.
Regarding crash test dummies and prediction in soft tissue injury, you provided 3 sites, didn't you?
And soft tissue injuries?
Yes.
Can you show me where it says that, sir?
Footnote 11 of your report, Mr. O'Keefe's right arm kinematics during impact with the Lexus are inconsistent with producing the documented cuts damage to his right sleeve as well as the abrasions to his right arm. Did you write that?
Yes, and which one was that again? I just want to make sure. What was the number?
You cited footnotes 24, 25, and 26.
Yes.
And when you cited 24, 25, 26, did any of those 3 sites, in fact, those are the only sites that you cited for that proposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your entire basis of sites is limited to those 3 articles or 3 papers, yes?
For reference, it's not, the testing obviously proves differently, but yes, for that one comment there, those were the 3 that were provided, yes.
Starting with number 24. When you looked at 24, did it ever suggest, this paper, did it ever suggest that it was appropriate to use a crash test dummy in the material of a crash test dummy to make an analysis or determine whether or not there would be documented damage to someone's skin?
No, it didn't, and that's not what I did in this matter.
In this article you cite supporting the claim that you made, there is nothing in here that would suggest that a crash test dummy is appropriate to use in making that determination, is there?
There is not, no, sir.
In fact, in this article, it gives you details on what actually should be used to make that analysis, doesn't it?
No, sir. It tells you certain ways to look at sharpness and how lacerations are caused.
This is titled Skin Tissue Cuttability and its relation to lacerations, severity, indices. You know that, you cited that.
That's correct. And it looks at specifically, I think, laminated glass and its ability to cut the skin.
Number 24 in your site, correct?
Yes.
And it tells you 3 types of skin were examined and used for this type of study. Post-mortem human skin from 2 different body sites Cameos leather, and Napa goatskin. Is that correct?
Right, to look specifically at laminated glass and it's the cutability of that type of glass.
And the reason why the study is giving those suggestions is because a crash test dummy's arm and fabric, the way it's made, is different than how real skin would respond. Yes?
Well, it is different, sure.
Yeah.
And I didn't do that type of comparison.
You did not do any comparisons with any of the suggestions in the site that you cited in support for your proposition, did you?
Oh, I did not evaluate that. No, not in that manner.
He
No,
doesn't
sir.
need to. There was no
And
holes
then
in the
You cited
sweatshirt.
number 24 or 25. You cited a book, Forensic Pathology, correct?
Correct.
And in this forensic pathology book, in the entire book, it never suggests that crash test dummies are appropriate to use when making this type of analysis, does it?
Correct. And that's why I would not do that type of analysis with respect to lacerations. That's not what my analysis involves, sir.
My question was, nowhere in that book does it
But he
say
didn't do
that
it,
crash test
Hank.
dummies are appropriate for analyzing skin lacerations on
I would object.
a collision, does it?
Sure. I mean, for that sake, it doesn't say it's inappropriate either.
And then you also cited an article, your third article, understanding the acute skin injury mechanisms caused by player surface contact during soccer. Did you cite that?
I did, yes.
And again, there's nothing in there that talks about the use, the appropriate use of a crash test dummy when you are trying to support the proposition that someone's arm is consistent or inconsistent with producing cuts and damage in a collision.
That's correct.
Are you aware of literature relative specifically to the use of the hybrid 3 crash test dummy, which was used in this case?
There's a lot of literature with respect to the hybrid dummy, yes.
Have you ever heard of the person by the name of Stanley Bakatis?
I don't recall that I have.
Okay. How about Harold Mertz? Isn't he a leader in the field with crash test dummies?
He is, yes.
Would you agree that we also do not believe the current instrumented arm configuration is suitable either for prediction of soft tissue injuries? Would you agree with that?
Well, for laceration, sure, it shouldn't be used for that. It shouldn't be used in that manner. That's why I don't use it in that manner.
Do you have any source that
Hank,
says it's suitable
he
for
didn't
determining
Fucking do
superficial
it.
abrasions?
I do not, no, sir.
Objection, fuckface.
You have no
He
other
didn't do
sites
it.
whatsoever supporting that proposition, which
Pause
led
this.
inevitably to one of the
Yes,
opinions
ma'am.
you gave to this
Yes,
jury.
ma'am.
True?
I understand the not wanting to object, but he keeps asking the same fucking question, and the guy keeps saying, I didn't do it. No, it wouldn't be appropriate, and that's why I didn't do it. Well, no, it doesn't say it's appropriate, does it? It doesn't say it's appropriate. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I mean, what in the fuck?
Hold
It's
on,
like-
I'm finding. I went over to the tube so I could do some objection fuckface emojis because they're so fun. Oh yeah, there it is. I did them. Boop. There they go.
Oh my gosh.
I know it's frustrating.
It's
frustrating.
gas, his whole gaslighting thing.
He's
It's
a fucking
just
gaslighter extraordinaire.
insane.
He's the gaslighting king of New Jersey. All right, I blew back a couple. Bloop.
Okay.
Allie's okay.
That's why I don't use it in that manner.
Duh,
Do
Hank.
you have any source that says it's suitable for determining superficial abrasions?
I do not, no, sir.
And
You
I
have no other sites whatsoever supporting that proposition, which
What? Oops.
led inevitably to one of the opinions you gave to this jury. True?
No, not true. That's a misrepresentation of what I performed, the testing that I performed, and the results that I analyzed in this case.
Yeah, a
Now, you
misrepresentation.
talked a lot about
fuckface.
Dr. Welcher's pain test.
Yeah,
You don't
how
have
much
any
it
information that Dr.
Then he
Welcher
just moves
ever
on.
claimed that his test was intended to represent exactly how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was when he was hit. Do you?
Well, the evidence I have for that is that in his report, he says that the orientation and position of the lacerations are consistent with the orientation position of the taillight cover. And then right under that, he has reference to that test that he performed. So again, if he didn't intend to do that, then there's no evidence that he can provide with respect to the arm impact at all. That's the only test that was performed to look at the arm and the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent the actual position, then apparently he has no idea how the arm was positioned or how it was impacted.
Let's get back to my question.
Yes.
Yeah, I just did answer your
Is there
fucking question.
anything where Dr. Welcher has informed you or written that he is intending to represent the actual arm angle of John O'Keefe when he was hit by Alexis?
Again, I just described what he has in his actual report. So he didn't write specifically that that's what it's intended to do. It seems he's inferred that. And again, that's the only test that he's performed or referred to in this case.
You inferred that.
No.
Inferred
Hank.
that that's how he believes that the arm was positioned.
I think we understand your perspective is that the only test he performed, but what I really want to get at
That's perspective.
is your
It's a
conclusion,
fucking fact, you
your
moron.
assumption that Dr. Welcher was suggesting that there was a specific arm angle that occurred in this case that he was identifying. You don't see that anywhere in his report.
Well, it would be pretty odd if the one test he ran didn't actually represent what he thought happened.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
fucking
understand what the
moron.
value of that would
What are you
actually be.
talking
Did
about?
Dr. Welch ever represent that he was trying to describe the actual body position?
Yes.
of John
Yes,
O'Keefe
Hank.
when he was hit?
Actually, he doesn't state that. He states very little in his report or in his PowerPoint. He demonstrates through the video of his arm like that and contacting it, and then he holds his arm up to a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm to compare and apparently demonstrate that it's in the same area. But again, he doesn't actually state that opinion. He doesn't state any opinions that the contact actually occurred, except in one point, and has no evidence or foundation for that.
Would the answer to my question be no?
Oh, I answered your
He
fucking
did.
You would have to
You didn't
ask
like the answer.
Dr. Welcher, I suppose, but if it's not, again, then I'm not sure what that test actually accomplished.
I'm going
Contact
back.
actually occurred, except in one point, and has no evidence or foundation for that.
Would the answer to my question be no?
You would have to ask Dr. Welcher, I suppose, but if it's not, again, then I'm not sure what that test actually accomplished
Well,
or
I'm asking
represented.
you. You've made assumptions
Oh my God.
and then have given opinions to this jury based on your assumptions, haven't you?
I've evaluated the evidence in the one test he ran. If that's incorrect, well, then I would have to correct my opinion and my assumption and say that not only is the test not actually show what occurred, but he hasn't performed anything to actually link the arm contact to the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent that, you're right, I'd change my opinion that there's no evidence, no analysis, no conclusion whatsoever.
I'm going to try to make my question a little clearer.
No, he answered your fucking question.
He answered your fucking question, fucko.
Rewind it.
Is there
And what's changed my opinion that there's no evidence, no analysis, no conclusion whatsoever.
I'm going to try to make my question a little clearer.
Mm.
Is there
Mm.
anything in the report where Dr. Welcher has stated that the arm angle in the demonstration was in any way attempt to replicate exactly how John O'Keefe's arm was when he was struck by Alexis?
I don't believe anything's written in the report with respect to that, no.
Pause
Is
it for
there
a second.
anything in the report,
Wait.
Dr. Welcher, anything, that states Dr. Welcher
Yeah.
was stating or claiming that he knew the body position of John O'Keefe when he was struck?
I'm going to allow that.
So no, I guess there is no opinion or conclusion that he knows how Mr. O'Keefe was actually positioned at the time of this alleged incident.
Do
You're
you
correct.
know whether Dr. Welcher has been clear that he does not know? Let me say this a different way. You would agree, Dr. Welcher has never stated in his report that he can identify the speed at which Mr. O'Keefe was struck in a collision.
He does not state what he thinks the speed is. That's correct.
He never states how far, if at all, Mr. O'Keefe was thrown after being in a collision.
That's right. He does not.
When You don't know the speed. You don't know the body position. And you don't know the angle of the body at the time of collision. You cannot replicate a collision with crash test dummies to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well, you're right. You can't prove that that actually occurred. That's the
That's
basis.
kind of my point.
Yeah.
So
If you don't have
You
the
can't-
information, you can't replicate what happened. You can't determine, you can't state to any conclusion of accuracy what actually occurred if you don't have the evidence.
so you
Which you
would
guys don't
do
have.
a crash reenactment, but couldn't state to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty this replicated the actual collision. That wouldn't be scientifically reliable to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, would it?
You're speaking in circles.
Well, if you perform a test and you state this is what I tested and this is the angle, then you can certainly say these are my conclusions. But if you don't know the throw distance, if you don't know the position, then you're correct. You can't actually come to a conclusion that it didn't occur. If you don't know how something occurred, how can you conclude that it actually occurred? It scientifically makes no sense.
Right, Hank, what you did.
So if an expert does a crash test and they can't determine to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it replicates the actual collision, you would agree that would not be a reliable test to present to a jury, don't you?
I'm gonna, very briefly.
Oh,
I'm
God.
gonna allow. She is allowing him to conflate things, to confuse things, to misstate things, and just say, "I'm gonna fucking allow it."
I don't
I'm
even
gonna
know what the
allow
fuck what is he asking? Like what? Like, can you like? What is he asking?
Some
Do you
kind
know?
of circular nonsense.
No,
He's
but do you
asking.
know?
He's trying to say that Aperture didn't do a crash test thing because they couldn't, because they don't know how the body is, because we have no idea how this accident happened. That's literally what he is establishing. We ain't got no fucking clue how
We
this
have no
accident
fucking
happened.
proof. We have no
So,
evidence that John.
Could you let
O'Keefe
the
was there.
jury know we have no proof and we have no evidence? Could you reiterate that, please, to the jury?
It seems to me that Hank has just given his closing argument for the defense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, buddy, Hank, you know what that's called? Reasonable doubt.
Right.
Your quack ass fucking doctor who
Why'd you-
absolutely. I mean, look, the only thing that they're trying to figure out is how he got the injuries on the arm, and Welcher with his arm in this position is
Right.
absolutely implying. You're not
Right.
even implying, he's
saying-
demonstrating.
Demonstrating.
This is how he thinks John O'Keefe's arm, the position it was in, because
Well,
that's how the pattern
Right.
matches on the blue with the blue paint with where John's injuries
Right.
are. I mean,
so
what
how the hell
I
would
don't
the
know
blue
what the
paint
fuck he's
get there
talking
some
about.
other way? It wouldn't get
Yeah,
there.
I mean, like Hank's torpedoing his own shit. He thinks. Does he think he's torpedoing Arca's shit?
I think he thinks I think he thinks that he's showing that Arca is criticizing Aperture for something Aperture didn't do because it can't be done because you can't prove what happened in this case.
He can't prove it.
Right.
Can't prove it.
I mean, at the end of the day, it all comes down to there's no evidence of what happened in this case and we can't prove it. So don't you dare try to criticize Aperture by saying they tried to prove it because we all know that can't be proven. I mean, that's what he's saying. We all know it can't be proven. We don't have any information to prove it.
Beruzberry says it's 4 a.m. in Austria. I have shingles and I feel like my body is on fire, and it's still less painful than this cross somehow.
Yeah.
And you're on the wheel.
In reading the reports and evaluating the PowerPoint, would you agree there is no statement by Dr. Welcher ever
Asked and
in
answered.
anything that you reviewed that he is claiming or stating that his paint test was supposed to be a reenactment identifying the details of how Mr. O'Keefe was standing, moving, or holding his arm at the time of the collision.
Holding his
He
arm,
did
yeah.
not state that. That's correct.
So when you've made your criticisms, that you've done testing regarding Dr. Welcher, you don't have any evidence, any statement by him that he was trying to reenact the actual collision.
When I did that, there's one test with the arm like this. That's the only evidence that was presented in his opinion or in his case. I evaluated that. I have not seen any other explanation of what happened or how it occurred. Specifically, Dr. Welcher said in his report on page 9, he said, I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. If he did not recreate how he was positioned, if he did not determine the speed of impact, if he did not determine how Mr. O'Keefe's body moved, if he did not determine where he ended up, then he did not conduct either an accident reconstruction analysis or a biomechanical causation analysis.
There you
He did
go,
nothing of the sort.
He did nothing of the sort.
Other than your opinion, let's get back to my question if I could.
That's an answer.
I believe
to
I
your
answered at the
fucking
beginning of
question.
that, sir.
I'm gonna ask you
Exactly.
again.
Boom. Shove it right back
My
up his
detailed
ass.
question is,
Rentschler
there is
for the
nothing
win.
in Dr. Welcher's report
Rewind it, because that was
or
amazing.
any of his presentation that
Let's hear it
states
again.
Look,
Till
Yanetti's
that
shocked. He's like,
of
what
mechanic. He
is
did not
Brennan doing?
how Mr. was positioned, if he did not determine the speed of impact, if he did not determine how Mr. O'Keefe's body moved, if he did not determine where he ended up, then he did not conduct either an accident reconstruction analysis
Watch, babe.
or a biomechanical
Babe,
causation analysis. He did nothing of the sort.
I
Other
heard
than
it.
your opinion, let's get back to my question if I could.
I believe I answered at the beginning of that, sir.
I'm going to ask you again. My detailed question is, there is nothing in Dr. Welcher's report or any of his presentation that states he is trying to represent
babe.
the exact posture, movement, and stance of Mr. O'Keefe when there was a collision. It's not anywhere in there where he stated that, is it?
It's not stated. I'd be curious to find out what that, if that wasn't the intent of the test, I'd be curious to see what the actual intent was.
Is the answer no, it's not in there?
I think I just said that at the beginning of my answer, sir.
I'm going to ask you
defense
again,
is
is the answer no?
Perplexed.
The answer is no.
When you do crash tests, you have a controlled environment in some respects, don't you?
Oh, Lord.
You do, yes, sir.
You get to control some or sometimes many of the variables, don't you?
You can, yes.
Real life sometimes is described in your world as chaos, right?
I suppose it could be under certain circumstances.
Testing is limited to the variables that you produce, but real life sometimes has variables you can't predict. Isn't that fair to say?
It's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible, doctor?
I don't know, is it?
What I'm asking you.
It depends on the situation and the certain variables. It depends on the case. It could be possible, yes.
Have you seen cases where variables are impossible to predict?
Where the what?
Variables. Have you had cases? You've had many cases, you said. Have you had cases where variables are impossible to predict?
It depends. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. And if you want to conclude that something happened and this is how it occurred, you have to look at those variables. If you can't control for those variables, then it's possible you can't prove that it actually happened. So yes, if you're
Your
doing a
problem,
certain
right?
test to prove something, you have to look at how those variables may affect it. But there's basic information you have to know to perform that type of an analysis.
So my question again is, are there scenarios where variables are impossible to predict?
Then what was
There
the
could
point
be,
of your
yes.
expert, Hank?
Have you had cases yourself where there are variables that were impossible to predict?
I suppose I probably have. I mean, it depends. If you don't know what happened, sure, then you don't know those variables necessarily.
To Nicole
How many
Kelly's
cases
point,
have you done on
what did your
pedestrian
test prove?
accidents?
Done hundreds of cases.
So you have a good background and basis to know whether or not there are variables that sometimes you can't predict, don't you?
Sure. As I said, it depends on the case.
When you did the crash tests in this case, did you actually do them?
I did not,
Were
no.
you even there when they happened?
I was not, no, sir.
So you're relying in part on Dr. Wolf's work.
I am, yes.
If Dr. Wolf made mistakes, would that affect your conclusions?
It depends what mistakes they are.
When you had, or when Dr. Wolf had the crash test dummy in test E and F on a forklift, you remember those?
I do, yes.
When it's on the forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy after being struck to move, to be thrown, does it?
Actually, if it's a force acting on it, it will move. It will like a pendulum. So if there's a force acting on it, you'll see which direction it moves. If there's a forward force, it will move. It'll swing forward or sideways or backwards. It can move.
Well, my question isn't direction. It's, can it show the throw? Can it throw or move the crash test dummy in its natural course after the collision to a resting spot?
No. In those tests, though, there wouldn't be any throw.
If a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift,
Hank, there wouldn't be any throw. So fuck yourself. Sorry, buddy, but there wouldn't be a throw. So it
if a
doesn't
crash
matter.
test dummy is restrained by a forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy to be thrown, does it?
Assuming there is throw, that's correct. It doesn't.
It doesn't allow an observation of the crash test dummy to turn or fall, does it?
No, it does not. Well, no, actually it turns, sure. I mean, it can spin.
How about fall?
No. And a crash test dummy would just fall down anyway.
Have you seen crash test dummies where it is held in place electromagnetically, and when the collision happens, then the dummy can move? Have you seen that?
I have, yes.
Have you seen, excuse me, have you seen crash test with crash test dummy where there is a light? I'm sorry. Have you seen crash tests with crash test dummies where there is a light string and somebody cuts the string moments before the impact or a second before
I
the
have,
impact?
yes.
That wasn't done in this case, was it?
What? It wasn't necessary.
Was that done in this case?
It wasn't. I'll speak slower and a little clearer.
If you answer my question.
I just
You
did
did,
answer
you
it. I said
fucking
it
asshole.
wasn't.
And it wasn't
When
necessary.
the crash test dummy is held by a forklift and the car hits it, it doesn't replicate the drag that the car will have on the crash test dummy as it would a real person, does
This
it?
wasn't a direct.
You can see if there's any drag because it's on like a pendulum. So if there's any drag pushing it forward, it's going to sway that way. It's going to move the dummy. It's not going to move at the distance that it actually would. If there was any distance, it would move it. But you can actually see the motion, and you can see in the testing, the 24-mile-an-hour testing, there was no motion, which is not unexpected for that type of a test.
There is a difference between a
Hank, you're
crash
losing.
on center of mass
You're just losing.
and a fender vault, isn't there?
There is, yes.
A fender vault is a different type of collision than a center of mass collision. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
It is impossible to replicate all of the different scenarios with a crash test dummy on a fender vault collision, isn't it?
Yes, Farmer
I mean,
White.
it depends on what you're trying to replicate, and it depends looking at the injuries or how someone was positioned. So if you know how they were positioned, you can try and replicate that, yes.
Could I have 59 of Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint, please?
So what's your case based on, Mr. Brennan? Why the fuck did you call Aperture? If they did no testing, what the fuck did you call them to say? That when we
In your
had the
PowerPoint, you
hydraulics
cited
wrong?
an article, Vehicle Pedestrian Collisions, Validated Models for Pedestrian Impact and Projection, correct?
Yes,
And you put snippets up on the board?
yes.
And these snippets talk about an engagement with the pedestrian in the vehicle?
Correct.
Is there a reason why you took out a piece of that article that falls between those two paragraphs?
No, I don't think so, no. Those were the most relevant parts.
Did you cut out the part that says some frontal collisions are with the corner of the vehicle where the pedestrian is deflected to one side without secondary impact
Yeah,
of
'cause
the
it's
upper
not
body with the
frontal.
vehicle front?
Fuckface.
Alternatively, the transverse velocity of the pedestrian at impact may be sufficient to prevent head contact as the body rotates sideways off the bonnet. And these situations are known as fender vault. The models presented here do not apply to fender vault. Did you
That's
leave
a
that part out
front
purposely?
end collision.
Oh, yeah, I did, sir, because this isn't a frontal impact with a sedan or the fender of the hood of a sedan. This is with the back of an SUV, so it's completely different.
You've cited many, many sources where it talks about front end collisions because that is the majority of pedestrian collisions, the front end, isn't it?
The majority,
Yes.
it is, yes, sir.
And so there is a difference between fender valves and a center of mass collision, isn't there?
That's correct. And that's why you see a center of mass, you look at the testing we did, that's a center of mass impact. On a frontal impact, usually, if you're hit by the front of a car, it doesn't usually get your center of mass, you're too tall. That's why you do a fender vault, or you flip onto the hood, or you flip over the top of the car. So yeah, it's completely different. It doesn't pertain to allegedly what occurred in this case.
So let me
Right
get back
hand.
to my question. When
Oh my
the
God.
tests were done, E and F was a center of mass collision at 29 miles per hour, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Right. E, are you considering E a center of mass collision?
Which was he, the
24
24?
miles per hour.
No,
Test.
it didn't hit the center of mass of the
Right.
dummy, it just hit the arm.
Exactly. So there is a difference. In this case, you don't know the position of Mr. O'Keefe's arm at impact, do you?
Nobody knows. I don't think his arm was even impacted by the car, so no.
You
I don't know the position of the arm at impact because it wasn't hit by the car.
You don't know the angle of his body at impact, do you?
There was
The
no
alleged
impact.
angle,
So ask the question again.
Okay.
There was no impact, Hank. There was no impact,
You have
Hank.
no information about the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time the defendant's Lexus was traveling backwards on January 29, 2022, do you?
we have no information that he was even hit by the Lexus. So there wouldn't be any information on the angle if his body wasn't hit.
When you talked about force equations with this jury,
Oh, boy.
you cited a number of pieces of literature, didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you cited the literature, you cited all literature regarding concentrated forces, didn't you?
No, that's not true.
There's a difference between concentrated and distributed force, isn't there?
Yeah, I talked about that on my direct, yes, sir.
When you showed your slides, for example, the hand,
Yes.
could we see slide 8, please?
I'm coming up to get some Tylenol and Advil.
Okay. Let's try slide 56. You would agree with me, doctor, there's a difference between a concentrated and a distributed load, wouldn't you?
I would, yes.
When you gave your opinions in this case, it was based on concentrated load, wasn't it?
No, sir.
When you gave your force equations, was that distributed load or concentrated load?
That was the load at the center of mass. And so you can evaluate that on a distributed load. You look at acceleration and you look at bending moment. So you can do both.
When you gave your charts and numbers, was that based on concentrated or distributed load?
No, that was based on the distributed load with respect to the center of mass of that arm and where the accelerometer was.
But this was not a center of mass impact.
But we're assuming a center of mass is the most dispersed impact. So if we want concentrated, then we look at a focal point, and you can do that with the hand.
So
But
the
center of mass, acceleration, and distributed across the entire arm, that's where it's the least amount of pressure. If we're talking about force over area. And that's what I evaluated in this case.
When you gave your demonstration about the hand with the different hexagons on it, do you remember that?
I do, yes, sir.
There's a difference between taking a small object and putting pressure on the body as opposed to a larger, wider object, isn't there?
Well, it depends on what it's contacting. And certainly not a difference when you look at the size of that impactor and the size of the knuckles and the metacarpal bones.
So for example, if somebody took a book and hit somebody off the forehead, it may or may not leave a mark. But if they used the same force and they took a high heel, the heel of a high heel, and hit somebody, there would likely be more damage with the high heel than there would with the book. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, soft tissue, but if the force is the same, you would expect the fracture to occur. You have to look at the distribution, you have to look at the strength of the bone, and you have to look at the overall force that's being applied.
Now, you said in your differential diagnosis, you considered all evidence. Did you say that on direct examination?
I don't believe I did. I believe I considered evidence for a biomechanical and accident reconstruction analysis in this case.
So you didn't consider phone data.
Has nothing to do with biomechanics or accident reconstruction.
Did you consider text stream data?
I'm going to allow that.
I'll strike it. Did you consider Apple Healthcare data?
No, sir.
I'm going to allow it.
Did you consider phone temperature, battery temperature data?
I'm going to allow it.
Has nothing to do with biomechanics, sir.
I'll ask again. Did you consider it?
I did not, no.
You said it would be improper to ignore evidence. Are those your words?
For a biomechanical analysis, yes, sir.
Have you been to the scene of an accident before or a collision?
I have, yes.
Do you know what a debris field is?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen in your videos E and F, there's debris fields after the collision and the taillight brakes, isn't there?
So first of all, there's debris in the yard. What that's from, is there a collision? Was there a collision? Where did that come from? Where it was positioned? That's all conjecture and supposition. Those aren't actual facts, sir.
Did you hear my question about debris fields?
Your question sucks.
Yeah, and I think it's
Excuse me, sir.
This is great. I love this.
Collision. Have you seen debris fields?
I have, yes.
Asked and answered.
Have you seen debris fields where a taillight was shattered?
I have, yes.
In fact, in your video, yes or no, after the collisions, in video E and F, there are debris fields, aren't there?
There are at a certain point. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And so when you're looking at your studies, do you consider debris fields?
It depends on the evidence. It depends on how it was collected. It depends if it is accurate or reliable. But from a biomechanical standpoint, no, you don't need to look at the debris field or alleged debris field of a taillight cover. That has nothing to do with the injuries or the position or the movement of
Could I
an
have exhibit
individual.
73, please? Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Do you know what that is?
Your mom?
Looks like possibly part of the taillight cover.
Right. Is that an alleged part of taillight cover, or do you think that's part of a taillight cover, sir?
I don't know specifically. It might be part of the actual taillight cover.
Well, when you
Looks
studied
like the
this case
diffuser.
and you looked at all the evidence and all these different things, did you look at these photos and see that alleged piece of taillight shard recovered from the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road? Did you consider that?
Well, I don't. Was that part of the one that was recovered by a leaf blower or not?
When you were doing your ample study, sir,
Yes.
what I'm asking you is, when you were looking at all the available evidence,
Did you look at this photo of this alleged taillight shard on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road? Were you aware of this?
No. Oh, I was aware that there was debris in the yard, but again, that has nothing to do with the biomechanical analysis. If you can't prove that the impact happened, then everything after that doesn't actually matter, does it? Because all of that would be from something else. So unless you prove the core issue at this case, the contact, the post-impact movement, the head injury, without proving that,
Sit the
everything
fuck
else
down,
is
man.
ancillary to what you're attempting to conclude.
do you have any evidence in your biomechanical studies how this alleged piece of taillight shard ended up on the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I don't know, sir. I didn't evaluate or investigate that.
Could I have exhibit 76A, please?
He might just open some motherfucking doors right there.
Ooh, Michael Proctor.
Did you see this photograph, sir?
I do, yes.
Is that part of a red taillight shard or an alleged piece of a taillight shard?
It looks like it, yes.
Did you consider this in your biomechanical studies that this taillight shard was found in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Was found. Can you give me a precise distance from where the body was found and where that was found with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, with respect to a reference point,
Did you consider this, sir?
there is none. So, no, I did not consider that.
You fucking asshole.
Do you know how this taillight shard got there?
You know how this
How it got there?
taillight
Yes.
got there?
That wasn't part of my
Asking the
analysis.
same
There are
fucking
certainly
question.
different possibilities of how that actually occurred.
Exhibit 990.
That.
Did you consider this, sir?
There is none. So, no, I did not consider that.
Do you know how this taillight shard got there?
How it got there?
Yes.
That wasn't part of my analysis. There are certainly different possibilities of how that actually occurred.
Exhibit
Michael
990.
Proctor. I rewound it and I'm still going to yell over it.
Do you know what that is, sir?
It
Your
looks
mom?
like part of the light assembly.
Mr. O'Keefe's hat?
Oh,
Did you
that's
look at
his
this
hat.
photograph?
I see now. Yes,
Did you know he was wearing a hat that night?
I did. Yes.
And did you consider how that hat ended up on the ground in front of 34 Fairview?
No, sir. That was not part of my biomechanical analysis. There's a number of ways a hat can end up in a yard.
Is one of those ways being in a collision with a Lexus?
There's another that
I suppose that's a possibility, or someone could put it there. I mean, there's a number of different possibilities as to when or how a hat may appear in a yard.
Who do you think put it there?
Your mom?
I have no idea.
Michael
I don't.
Proctor?
I haven't seen any evidence of how it got there, and frankly, it's immaterial to a biomechanical analysis.
Do you have a theory you want to share with us about planting evidence? Is that what we're getting at, sir?
Oh, Hank, you little pimp. You're such a little pimp.
By the way, the x-rays you looked at earlier, when's the first time you saw those?
I saw those when I was on the case initially for the first trial.
No mention in your report about reviewing those.
It says I reviewed medical records and reports. That's how I actually word in every report I have. I just put generally that it refers to medical records and reports, which includes x-rays, MRIs.
Exhibit 74, please.
Hank is fucking losing it right now. Someone put it there, Hank.
Have you seen this photograph?
I have, yes.
Okay. In your studies or your testing, did you determine how Mr. O'Keefe's shoe ended up near the curb?
No, sir.
I considered
Exhibit
how it didn't
201A, please.
end up near the curb.
Have you seen this photograph before?
I don't know that I have.
Have you ever seen any container that had taillight shards that matched the defendant's Lexus that were removed from his sweatshirt and his shirt? Have you ever seen any container holding those?
I haven't. Well, I believe there was evidence collected like that, but yes.
Okay, could we have 201E, please? Have you seen this photo?
I believe I have seen that, yes.
Do you understand those are taillight shards matching the defendant's Lexus, the broken taillight,
Yes.
that were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's sweater or shirt?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Did you consider that?
Wait, but
I'll try. I'd rather try to reformat it than come sidebar. Did you know that taillight shards were collected after Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt and T-shirt was scraped?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I need to see this.
right.
Jurors, this will be brief.
She still doesn't get this fucking case. She still doesn't get it.
She don't know. She don't know.
Oh my God. So Billy Journo says, is it
Juno.
Hank's tactic to say, Juno, is it Hank's tactic to say there was no experiment, so Rentschler can't criticize it? Yes. Yes. I mean, that's what I fucking heard. Right. So how are we still here?
I
How?
don't understand.
Laurie H. Report the jurors seem shocked, some smirking. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate that. Josh H. Brennan seems to forget who has the burden of proof in this case. Yeah, it's
There's
not Arthur's
Penny.
job to prove how the alleged collision occurred. It's Brennan's job. Josh, go fucking slap him in the head. Because right. And I'm hoping the redirect is something like, it's not your job to figure out what happened, but you have figured out the one thing you know for certain. He wasn't struck by a motor fucking vehicle.
Yeah, Hank doesn't get that part of it.
It's
He's
like,
okay, so
he's like,
listen.
oh, wait a minute, there were tail light pieces. Yeah, he still wasn't struck by a motor vehicle, but the hat was in the ground.
Sir, are you aware that this hat was found in the yard? Are you aware of that, sir? Sir, are you aware?
Like, here's the thing, Mr. Brennan. I was hired to figure out whether or not John O'Keefe was struck by a motor vehicle. Once I came to the conclusion that he was not, none of that shit mattered. Do you understand that, Hank? Do you get that? I don't give a shit where they got anything that they found, because it didn't come from John O'Keefe being struck by a motor vehicle. So it didn't matter.
Yes, Lisa. According to Hank, everything is possible. Y calete. Sí.
In your extensive study of the detail of this case,
Siéntate y calete.
did you
Sit down.
know that these pieces of plastic were removed or scraped from Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, specifically his sweatshirt and his t-shirt? Did you know that?
I was aware that samples were recovered, yes.
Were you aware that these samples were consistent with the broken taillight of Miss Leeds' Lexus? Did you know that?
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, Hank.
Did you do any analysis how these broken taillight shards got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
No, I did not. The first step involved with that would be to actually perform a biomechanical analysis, to look at the movement of the body, how the body was positioned, where it ended up. So without that knowledge, you can't determine exactly how or if those types of shards were deposited there as the result of an actual impact.
I'll try again.
Okay.
Rewind it. See if you can hear what he just said.
When you looked at these taillight shards that were
I'm turning up the
He
gain
said
on mine.
basically what he said
That's
is that
not the-
he said
got
the same
into
fucking
these.
question.
broken taillight shards got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
No, I did not. The first step involved with that would be to actually perform a biomechanical analysis, to look at the movement of the body, how the body was positioned, where it ended up. So without that knowledge, you can't determine exactly how or if those types of shards were deposited there as the result of an actual impact.
Pause it a second.
Okay.
So he said, something was improper, and I moved a strike for the same reasons I was going to say it's sidebar. I don't know.
Well, no, the same reason I did say. He said he just reformed the question, and it's the same thing that she had stricken prior to. So now he's going to try to reform it. He's going to try it again.
You looked at these taillight shards that were
Plastic,
Mr.
pieces of
Brennan.
plastic.
when we looked at these taillight shards that were consistent
Objection.
with the break in Miss Reed's Lexus, did you consider how they got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes? Objection. Same objection.
I understand the objection. Word it differently. Start with the different.
Yes, Your Honor. You see these pieces of broken plastic, don't you?
I do.
And you understand that these were found in the scrapings of Mr. O'Keefe's clothes.
I do.
And you understand that these broken pieces of plastic are consistent with the taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
I do, yes.
In your studies and reenactments, did you make any determination how these pieces of broken plastic
I determined how they didn't
No,
get
when you
there.
look at those studies, first you have to know how the incident occurred. Then you can look at that and determine, if you want to, how that may have occurred. Because otherwise, there's, again, different ways, different manners in which that may have been deposited on the sweatshirt. Without knowing how this happened, you can't just then look at other evidence and try and predict how it happened. You need the actual evidence to look at the event. This all goes to the event. You need contact with the arm, I guess, apparently, to actually cause this incident to occur. And without that evidence of any of that happening, knowing how the body moved, knowing how it was hit, knowing where it ended up, any conclusions drawn off of information like this is just supposition, because you don't know the movement of the body or the vehicle. It's putting the cart before the horse.
There you go, Hank. Like that answer?
I wish you would have said, somebody could have put
Can I have
it there.
exhibit 201D, please?
Again, say it again. Keep saying it.
Do you understand this is broken pieces of plastic consistent with the broken taillight of the defendant's car? Do you understand that?
I believe so, yes.
And do you understand this is a photograph of these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope?
Okay.
Well, I'm asking you, do you understand
Well, if
that?
that's what you're
I don't
telling me, then
I don't want you to rely on me. If you didn't see them, it's okay.
I don't recall if I saw those or not.
Have you seen this picture?
I don't recall seeing it, no.
Now looking at this photograph and seeing these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope with fibers near the plastic, is that something you would want to consider in your analysis, forming your opinion whether or not it was a collision
No,
between
Right.
Ms. Reed's car?
because the taillight didn't puncture the fucking hoodie, you idiot.
Again, if you can't do a proper biomechanical analysis, then that evidence is not
meaningless.
consistent. You can't determine how it occurred. You can't say that that's consistent with it. You can't just look at certain evidence and not do a proper analysis. If you can't even tell that an impact occurred, you can't look at tertiary evidence and say, well, this proves that it occurred. In order to say from a biomechanical and accident reconstruction standpoint that an impact occurred and here's how it occurred, you have to understand the mechanics and dynamics before. This could certainly support that finding and those conclusions, but by itself, I don't know of any methodology in any study or peer-reviewed article that says you can just look at alleged evidence and then form an opinion as to whether an impact occurred.
Can you see with your eye that parts of those broken pieces of plastic are sharp?
They look sharp.
Do you disagree? Do you think they're not sharp?
I don't have an opinion as to that, sir.
We'll take a look. Objection.
Sustained.
If you look at that for me kindly, can you tell me whether you think those pieces of broken plastic are sharp? Objection.
I would allow that.
I guess they look sharp. I have no idea if they are or not. It's under a microscope. When you actually put things under a microscope, it looks much different, and it is much different than.
Okay, let's go back
Been
to
looking at the normal
20D.
eye.
Perhaps that can help.
Why don't you pull the real pieces out, fuckhead?
Yeah. Hand us
Not under
the
a
pieces.
microscope. If you
Quit
pay
showing us that
particular attention
stupid
to the
fucking
larger
picture
one in
you
the
want
middle,
microscopic piece.
that looks like a shark's tooth. You see
Yes.
that one?
Yes.
Except it's nowhere the size of a shark's tooth because it's fucking microscopic.
Or you don't
Hank.
have to go that far back.
Where is the
Jesus.
real evidence? Why aren't they showing the real evidence? Like, why isn't the defense pulling out the fucking baggie,
Right. That's what I'm
pouring
saying.
into a little cup the teeny little fragments that he's trying to make look like a shark tooth?
Right. That
It's a
should
total
happen
misrepresentation of what that is.
on redirect.
Yeah, I think I blew back too far.
Yeah, you
And
went
all
crazy.
worked up.
There you go.
I saw sharp.
Oh no, that's sharp.
They look sharp.
If you disagree, do you think they're not sharp?
I don't have an opinion as to that, sir.
We'll take a look. Objection.
Sustained.
If you look at that for me kindly, can you tell me whether you think those pieces of broken plastic are sharp? Objection.
I would allow that.
I guess they look sharp. I have no idea if they are or not. It's under a microscope. When you actually put things under a microscope, it looks much different, and it is much different than.
Okay, let's go back
Been
to
looking at the normal
20D. Perhaps that can help. not under a microscope. If you pay particular attention to the larger one in the middle, that looks like a shark's tooth. Do you see
Yes.
that one?
Yes.
Do you think, doctor, that some of those appear sharp?
Some of those appear sharp, could possibly cause a laceration, sure, as opposed to an abrasion.
Do you think that any of those could cause an abrasion?
Not
I don't think that
projected.
you could get a consistent level of superficial abrasions along the entire arm of minimal depth of less than 0.5 millimeter through impact with the glass. To have that minimal force on every part of the arm to only cause superficial abrasions would be highly unlikely.
Do you think some of those sharp pieces, if they were lodged in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, could cause an abrasion?
It's possible if you had enough punctures and holes in the sweater to correspond with the abrasions on the arm, that would be, I suppose, that could be a possibility.
In your testing, not to belabor it, I'm just going to show you one. I want to show you video
Laboring
E. Can you
everything.
go to video E, please.
Hank is the definition of belabor.
Yeah.
Stop.
Oh, Randy.
In video E, the arm that is sticking straight out, who determined that angle, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, well, we positioned it just so it would impact in the general area of what was shown in Dr. Welcher's paint test study, which apparently is irrelevant and doesn't show the alleged position of how the arm was at impact. But yes, we positioned it in that manner.
When you say we, did you have input on the positioning of that, or did Dr. Wolf do it?
Well, I had input into how we were going to position it. It would probably be both of us, I would say.
So you and Dr. Wolf chose to position the arm straight out, correct?
In that test, we did, yes.
Is there a glass in Randy's hand?
There's not, no,
A drinking glass? No?
no.
In any of your studies, did you have a drinking glass in Randy's hand?
We did not have a drinking glass in the dummy's hand, no.
How would the drinking
And do you
glass?
see when the tail light is shattering, those red things falling down, what are those?
Those are part of the tail light.
Continue a little bit, please. Stop. Did you count how many taillight pieces broke?
We didn't count the taillight pieces. We counted how many punctures or holes there were in the sweatshirt, which was 0.
If you had done this test and changed the arm angle, do you expect the damage would look different as far as the breaks in that taillight?
Well, we conducted a number of tests. It may look somewhat different, sure.
If you conducted this test and moved the arm angle, not another test, this
Yeah.
test, but you moved the arm angle, do you expect that the break would look different?
That the break would look different?
Yes.
It could look a little different. I mean, certainly the breaks looked a little different in the test, but they were comparable to each other.
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
Well,
No, I'm going to allow that.
You do not
How
know
he was
how John
standing that-
O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
if he was standing, if the impact occurred, then no, nobody knows how he would have been standing.
You would not know what his arm angle was, would you?
No,
You would not know the exact speed of any vehicle that hit him that night, would you?
A vehicle didn't hit him. Just keep saying it.
The debris, the broken taillight, is that traveling in a consistent or a different direction?
what do you mean consistent or
Is it
different?
all going in the same direction or is it going in different directions?
No, there's some spread to the debris.
So the pieces don't all fall right in a pile with each other, do they?
They do not, no.
Continue, please. Stop. Do the majority of the pieces land on Randy?
No, they do not.
And so as they fall, if Randy were to fall, many of those pieces would not be among the immediate area of his body, would they?
No, Hank.
If the dummy fell right there, no, they would not be.
Now, the dummy can't fall because the dummy is on a forklift, correct?
It's suspended like a pendulum, correct?
And you see in your test that the tail light, at what you say is 24 miles per hour, can be broken without the dummy's knees touching the vehicle. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
You can't tell the full movement and fall of this dummy the way you've set up this test, can you?
Ha ha, Keith.
Well, knowing the physics, you can certainly determine or estimate where it would be, but no, you could release it and it would fall primarily straight down. It would twist and it would fall down.
Is there something that could affect the dummy if you let it fall? Is there something that could affect its movement after being hit?
Like what?
Like, could its feet be twisted and then hit another object like a curb?
Well, there's going to be very little lateral movement of its feet, but even if it did, then it's still going to fall over right where it is.
Can you continue, please? Can you see the feet, doctor?
Yes,
Are they twisting?
they are, yes.
Is that because of the rotation of Randy after he struck?
Yeah, that's the rotation of Randy. And again, yeah, as you said, that's not a normal person because there's no normal force acting on the dummy. We just have it barely touching. So a normal individual, you aren't going to twist to that extent because this is a dummy which is suspended with just a little contact on the
And
ground.
after being contacted by a vehicle enough to break the light, could it cause a person to stagger backwards?
I mean, you're making some suppositions here. There's no evidence that would occur in this case, and not if you're spinning like that. You're not going to stagger backwards. First, you're going to spin if you get hit with your arm, as I described in my direct. But is it possible? I can't say it's impossible, but there's no evidence of that.
Could a person stumble backwards after being hit?
I'm going to allow that.
What do you mean by backwards? Because you'd be spinning. So what direction is backwards?
Could a person get their foot caught on a curb, sneaker come off, and then stagger backwards and fall on their head?
Objection, Your Honor.
He scoffed. He scoffed.
I'm going to allow that.
That's scoff.
Dr.
Dr. Rentschler scoff.
I mean, I guess you could somehow predict or have a possibility of almost anything happening. You could say someone could get hit by a car and do a couple of somersaults into the yard. I mean, there's no evidence of that. So it's just supposition, but I won't say it's impossible.
You think John O'Keefe did somersaults in the front yard of 34th Fairview? Is that what you're telling us, Doctor?
No, I don't think he even got hit by the car, sir.
I've heard that. I'm asking you,
Yeah.
he did somersaults into the front yard.
No, there's no evidence of what he did.
Your Honor, come sidebar quickly before I start.
Okay.
Yeah, I bet you want to go sidebar.
Yeah, I'm going to have to come sidebar.
So I didn't like when he said that to me, Judge. My feelings are hurt. I didn't like that at all. Oh, wow. This is glorious. This is so great.
All right.
He's got
so-
nothing.
From the nose?
What
Yes.
happened?
Okay. And that alleged
don't
piece
know.
of material, were you aware that it was
Yes.
Rewind.
glass?
How did that happen?
I think it was that feed sometimes does that. Go back to the. There you go.
Is this what it
What?
was?
Well,
Is
we
that
were at
what-
a sidebar.
Yeah. Yeah, it jumped to like real time.
Yeah. You have nada, Crash
Have
Daddy.
Exhibit 166,
Holding
please.
his own. Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, Liam. The doctor has broken him. It's a bloodbath
Did you
in
see this
there.
photograph, sir?
I did, yes.
And do you see the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the left side of his nostril?
I do.
In your analysis of whether there was a collision with the defendant's Lexus, did you consider or know that there was evidence that a piece of glass or a piece of broken plastic was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Your Honor, it's a formal question.
I'm going to allow that.
Your Honor.
So, hold on. Let's get an answer, Dr. Rentschler. Your objection's noted, Mr. Jackson.
I was aware there was some piece of material allegedly pulled from the nose. Yes.
Allegedly pulled from the nose?
Yes.
Okay. And that alleged piece of material, were you aware that it was perhaps a piece of glass or broken plastic?
She never said that.
Are you
No one
aware
said.
of that?
No, bullshit. That
So-
misstates the facts, Judge Canoni.
Hold on. Mr.
Rewind it.
Jackson.
Rewind it.
Mr. Brennan.
I
do
can
you have a
reword
quick-
it.
Okay.
She only said I pulled
You're
a piece of glass. She didn't say fucking plastic. Go ahead. Did play.
Are you aware of that object that was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? What material that was?
I
Wait.
believe it was glass.
Rewind, babe.
Did you want to
You
know
didn't hear
in
the
your
whole
assessment?
exchange. Okay. Okay.
Let's get an answer, Dr. Rentschler. Your objection's noted, Mr. Jackson.
I was aware there was some piece of material allegedly pulled from the nose. Yes.
Allegedly pulled from the nose?
Yes.
Okay. And that alleged piece of material, were you aware that it was perhaps a piece of glass or broken plastic?
Are you aware of that? So. Hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Brennan.
I
do
can
you have a
reword
quick-
it.
Okay.
You're welcome. Are you aware of that object that was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? What material that was?
I believe it was glass.
Did you want to know in your assessment about collision where that came from?
Well, I did evaluate that, and it's actually entirely inconsistent with coming from an impact with the vehicle.
There you go, Hank.
Can we have Exhibit 52A, please?
Oops. Entirely inconsistent, Hank.
Do you know what that is, Doctor?
It's hard for me to see from here. I believe that's the drinking glass.
A drinking glass. Do you
Yeah.
know where that is in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe it was found in the vicinity of where he was found.
And could I have Exhibit 195, please?
How did it get there? Under either theory, under any theory, it
recognize
only
that?
gets there if it was put there.
That is another photograph of the drinking glass. Yes, sir.
197A, please.
There's no explanation how it got there.
B. C. D.
Why aren't they showing us?
And in your assessment, did you know that a piece of glass that fit the broken drinking glass was found
What?
in the street area in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, sir.
98, please. A little more, please. Do you know what that is, sir?
It's hard for me to tell from
Does it
back.
look like a drinking straw?
Okay, the black, that does appear to be a drinking straw, yes.
Have you seen that before?
I've seen that photograph before.
And do you appreciate that is in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And sir, in your analysis, in your reconstruction analysis, did you consider the broken glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body, the suggestion glass is found in his nose, and that glass that fit the broken glass was found on the street? Did you consider all those things in your reconstruction analysis?
Well, my biomechanical analysis, I did consider especially the glass in the nose, yes, and whether that could have been as a result of the impact.
A result of what?
A result of the impact with the vehicle.
When did you find out about the glass from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? When did you learn that?
I don't recall specifically.
But was it before you came and testified last time, or was it before this time?
I honestly, I couldn't tell you. I know it was before this time. I don't know when I found out about it.
Weeks ago, months ago? Could you turn the lights on, please?
I have no idea, sir.
You don't know if it was weeks or month ago?
I don't remember with that specific piece of evidence when I found out about it.
What do you mean you don't remember it? Have you seen it before?
Well, I evaluated certainly for my report for this case. I don't know if I had known about it prior to that.
Is it mentioned anywhere in the report about the piece of glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
No, it's not.
When you received that information, did someone tell you about it? Did you listen? Did you watch? How did you evaluate this evidence?
It might have been in an interview or something that it was pulled from his nose, I believe.
Okay. So you saw and listened to something?
I believe so, or was made aware of it.
Okay. Just a couple more questions, sir. I had asked you at the beginning of your examination whether you denied that receiving information certainly helped prepare to understand what was going on during the trial. Do you remember those questions?
With respect to the trace DNA, correct?
Okay. And approach.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Rentschler. I love him. I love him.
See what Cam said? What do you mean you don't remember? He doesn't remember, fuckface. He doesn't remember. Hi, Cam. I love you so much.
Wait, is our daughter in here?
Yes. 124.
Pull your head out of your ass.
Cam's here?
Well, there's a comment of hers right on the screen.
Where's my love bug? Oh,
You've testified a few times under oath in this case, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And you testified recently for a short bit in April, didn't you?
I did, yes.
On April 28, 2025, did you testify in this very courtroom
I believe I did.
under oath,
Yes, sir.
like the oath you took today?
Yes, or yesterday.
Now, when I read this, I'm not attributing this in any way to the defendant's attorneys. I'm going to read you this just for clarity.
I'm going to read you.
You were asked, did they inform you about witness testimony? And what did you say, sir?
They did inform me, yes, about testimony in situations and events that came forth in the trial that I was not aware of.
Those are your words?
Yes, sir.
Page 125, line 7. I'm going to ask you if this is your sworn testimony, sir. On page 125, line 7, I'll read the question. And if this is your answer, you should read the answer. You asked, and by calling and raising issues and telling you information, even if you weren't requesting it, it helped prepare you for your trial testimony, didn't it? What did you swear?
I said it certainly helped prepare me to understand what was going on during the trial, yes.
Understand what was going on during the trial, not prepare him for his trial testimony. And it's a stupid fucking point, Hank. It's so stupid. Love you too. Or thank you. Or yes.
hey, what about me?
Oh, well, I said I love you, Cam.
I love you, Cam.
All right, Mr. Jackson. Okay.
Oh my gosh, I'm in so much pain.
Oh, baby.
I just want that prescription to be ready.
Let's see, we might have some blooping due to all of our hysterics and screaming. Get him, buddy. Get him.
What's the dog doing?
What did that do?
What the hell? They told me this
Yes.
shit would be ready.
Dr. Rentschler, you were just asked a couple of questions about they provided information about the prior trial, correct?
Correct.
They is no one associated with the defense team, correct?
That's correct. No one associated with you, and they provided information. And again, it let me know what was going on, but it didn't affect my preparation or my opinions. It in no way changed any of my opinions or what I testified to.
Thank you
So
for that.
to get through this, I'm going to let you just
you.
answer the question.
Sorry,
And-
Your Honor.
Rentschler.
And with regard to, and I appreciate that, Mr. Brennan asked you a couple of questions about they being your employer. Do you remember those questions at the beginning of his cross-examination?
I do, yes.
Who is your employer, actually? The actual employer that you work for?
ARCA.
Okay, wasn't them.
No,
It's a client, correct?
it was a client.
A
That's
completely
correct.
separate entity that hired you for that work, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. You were asked about a fender vault collision, and you said, well, this wasn't a fender vault, right?
Correct.
What is a fender vault?
A fender vault is when you're hit by the front of a car and you're moving across the car. So you're moving across the center towards the driver's side of the car, and the car hits you. You go up over the car and you fly over the fender to the driver's side of the car. So you vault over top of the fender.
Dr. Rentschler, where is my, as I stand here, where is my center of mass?
Right about your belly button.
Right there.
Yes.
So what would happen if I was hit by a vehicle, front collision, and the vehicle struck me below my center of mass?
It's going to flip you. Your center of mass will go, you'd go right up. If it was coming right at you and it hits you at your legs, you'd flip right into the hood or over top of the top of the car.
Is that what's described in the industry as a fender vault?
That is part of a fender vault, yes, but it's at an angle. So instead of going direct back, it's because if the person's walking across and you get hit, you fly kind of back and over the top of the fender.
Did that set of circumstances, physics, have anything to do with your analysis in this case?
No, none whatsoever. The profile of the car is completely different, the back of the SUV.
You were asked several questions about the debris field.
X-rays.
In the test F as in Foxtrot, that, well, actually you were asked about both test E and test F. Test E being the 24-mile-an-hour impact to the right arm of Randy, correct?
Correct.
And test F, the full rear impact, center of mass impact, correct?
Correct.
You were shown several photographs, exhibits of very tiny, tiny shards. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
I'll get to that in a second. You were also shown some photographs of pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been found at 34 Fairview. Clear plastic, piece of red plastic, correct?
That's correct, yes.
In your review of all the data in this case, do you know when those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not. No.
Do you know how those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not know.
Do you know who put those pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview?
I do not.
Were you aware in your review of the police reports
Go Proctor.
that none of the plastic that you were shown was found at the time John O'Keefe's body was discovered and the area was initially searched?
That is correct, yes. I was aware of that.
You indicated that the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the right side of his nose, was inconsistent with coming from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe why you came to that conclusion?
Well, if you're standing at the back corner of the vehicle and it strikes the arm, and let's be clear, if nobody wants to say where the arm was or how it was positioned, if they're claiming the abrasions are a result of the fractured taillight, it has to strike the arm. You have to be standing like this. The debris goes forward with the vehicle. So it's with your arm like this, it already passes by the person. And if there would be any contact whatsoever, it would be with the right side of the face. The shard can't come out and then make a right turn and then somehow embed itself on the left side of the nose. That's entirely inconsistent with the fracture and how the glass and the cover would actually move.
Dr. Rentschler, you were asked a series of questions about a hat. Do you remember that?
I do.
About some shards of plastic material, correct?
Yes.
About a drinking glass,
Yes.
about a drinking straw.
Yes.
Doctor, if there was no collision, does any of that matter in terms of your biomechanical analysis and your reconstruction in this incident?
It does not.
Why?
Well, because if there wasn't a collision, it wasn't that debris or those items weren't a result of that impact. You can explain how that got there, I believe, easier than if you can't explain how the impact occurred, if the injuries don't match up. If you can't even prove what happened, then you can't use information or evidence if you have no idea how it got there to try and prove what you don't even know what happened. Scientifically, it makes no sense.
Scientifically, is the first question that has to be answered is, was there a collision?
Objection.
Sustained, you have to watch the formal question.
Of course.
Leading.
In your expert opinion, based on all of your review of all of the data in this case, all of the testing that you've undertaken, do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was a collision with John O'Keefe?
I do.
Objection.
Yeah, I'm sustaining that beyond this.
Beyond the scope of rehabilitation.
In your view,
Talking about what?
Beyond the scope.
was there evidence of a collision with John O'Keefe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Wow.
She is
She's
so full of
fucking
shit.
outrageous.
He is so full of shit.
I can't even.
In your opinion, were any of the injuries that you saw suffered by John O'Keefe consistent with having been struck by the subject Lexus?
No, they are not.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do.
Thank you, Doctor.
That's it.
No, she's letting fucking Stank
There was
get back
nothing
up.
new. He didn't say anything new. Oh my God.
Yeah, the boomerang glass.
Doctor, you just said that you do not believe that there was a fender vault collision. Could it have been a clip?
Could it have clipped Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
No.
Not hit him, but clipped him.
Well, I don't believe that's consistent with the evidence and what occurred. I mean, someone can get clipped by a car, sure, but in this case, no, I don't believe the evidence indicates that's what occurred.
The glass. When you learned of the information of the glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose, when do you think it was that glass was pulled from his nose? What date?
Objection scope.
I think it was the morning when his body was discovered.
January 29,
That's outside of the scope.
2022?
Yes, sir.
Somewhere around 6:15 a.m. Is that your understanding?
Sometime when his body was discovered, that's correct.
Do you know or understand that, did you see any evidence that Mr. O'Keefe had a drinking glass outside of 34 Fairview Road that morning after he got out of the defendant's Lexus?
Come on,
Do you
Hank. We
understand
all
that?
know that.
What do you mean evidence?
Drinking glass. Did you hear anything about that in your review about?
What evidence would there be? Is there a video or a photograph, you mean, of him holding a drinking glass? Because otherwise there's a drinking glass there, but there's no evidence that he had it.
We have a clip, right? Okay.
Well, he doesn't
Judge?
know that there is.
Go ahead, come sidebar.
Okay.
Judge, can I come somewhere?
Oh God. Shut the fuck up, Hank. I thought he was gonna ask the boomerang glass. Oh man, he
Oh
is.
shit. Chris needs. All right. I'll call you back. I mean,
You'll call me back? All right, take care then.
Dad,
Yeah.
if we have to leave at 4,
$4.10. All right. Yeah. Frustrating. Hank is Wow. Get out of here. Hey, make sure you can find your uniform, by the way. I don't want to be digging around for it.
Okay, stinky boy.
And make sure you get your water ready. Got a game tonight, kids. So this has been just glorious. It's just, I've loved every second of this. Like you can tell when I am, this has just been a shit show of a cross-examination. Hank made 0 points. Hank made 0 points in that cross. I mean, he didn't address anything of significance during that entire cross-examination. It was all, he spent 25 minutes or whatever it was getting him to admit that his own expert's test was fucking like completely irrelevant and useless. Like that, he literally spent 25 minutes doing that. It was glorious. So I fully anticipate this is it. This is it. Oh yeah, no, I'm supposed to be on Tony's thing weekly. Why is Tony still popping off? Yeah, no, I was supposed to, but the wedding got in the way. So I'm sure I'll probably jump on with him tomorrow or Friday. She's talking about Tony Bruschi. Like Tony had he had pretty much decided that Karen was guilty, so we were having some real battles. I love it though. I love it. Like I live for that shit. I live for that shit. No, it's not brutal. It's fun. It's fun. It's the exercise. It's what, it's what I do. It's what I did for a living for an awful long time. So I love the debate. I told you guys that a million times.
You
That's
were
what
asked
they
about
talking about.
whether or not any plastic taillight shards were found near Mr. O'Keefe's body. Do you know the limits of the search that the Canton Police Department did around Mr. O'Keefe's body? How small of an area they searched when they first went there?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see a video of somebody with a leaf blower blowing snow off the ground?
I did see that, yes.
And did you see the confined area in which that happened?
Well, I mean, I saw the area where he was blowing with the leaf blower.
Have you seen any information or evidence whatsoever that the pieces
No, this is actually not beyond the scope because Alan asked him about collection.
of taillight that were found after that search, have you seen any evidence that they were found in that exact area, or were they found in different areas on the lot?
I'd have to go back and look. I don't recall specifically.
And so when there was a snow blower or a leaf blower search in that area, there would not be a piece of plastic taillight to find if it was never there, would there be?
If it wasn't there, you wouldn't find it? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Okay. Did you notice in the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, most of them are on the right side of his body?
Well, we have the abrasions and then a 0.5 centimeter abrasion. And then we have the laceration and scuff on the left side. And then the skull fracture, it's a little bit to the right, but it's mainly on the back of the head.
And the bruise on his knee?
That's the 0.5 centimeter. It's not a bruise. It's a 0.5 centimeter abrasions, about an 1/8 of an inch.
When you're conducting an investigation or you're doing your analysis and you keep saying the physics, do you add a little bit of common sense in the equation when you're considering the evidence?
Well, you can sit back or step back and look at whether what someone's claiming makes sense in the bigger picture.
So when you have common sense and you look at the big picture, it's not just physics. It's considering all of the evidence, right?
Well, it depends
The
what you're looking
planting
at.
of evidence, you mean?
Certain parts of it, the biomechanical analysis, you look at the physics. It tells you what it is. I mean, if you don't like it and you don't think it fits, well, sorry, it is what it is. That's the science. So you have to step back. I mean, you can look at it the bigger picture if things make sense. You know, if somebody was standing on the side of the road with their arm like this while an SUV backed up at them and they didn't flinch or they didn't put their arm up, that's kind of the smell test bigger picture that doesn't make sense. But the physics, you can't deny it. You have to accept what science tells you.
Can't deny it. That's the line you were laughing about in the documentary. Is one of your answers that you were all celebrating, isn't it?
Objection.
Isn't it?
The objection sustained.
How'd that feel like break, sir?
How did it break that night?
How did, oh, I don't know. There's no evidence of how it broke.
Hank, fucking your guys broke it.
All right. You're all set, Dr. Rentschler.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Doesn't
Well-
even ask if he wants to redirect.
Is there an objection? So, subject to us discussing it. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson? Subject to me taking a look at it and us discussing it. It's not coming in right now. Okay.
Is the jury gone? What's happening?
They've been marked for identity. Jurors, I'm going to see counsel for a couple of minutes over here.
Did the witness get, is the witness gone? I'm confused.
Yeah. I think that she just released him.
Yeah, but then,
Well, she said, here, let's go back.
wait, Jesus.
Isn't it?
The objection sustained.
How'd that feel like break, sir?
How did it break that night?
How did, oh, I don't know. There's no evidence of how it broke.
He should be saying,
All right. You're all set, Dr. Rentschler.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there an objection? So, subject to us discussing it. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson? Subject to me taking a look at it and us discussing it. It's not coming in right now. Okay. They've been marked for identity.
I can't make out what he said.
Jurors, I'm going to see counsel for a couple of minutes over here.
Couple
All right,
couple of minutes.
Look.
I mean, I think they're resting.
Well, there's something that they need to get in.
We're
Bluebird
blooping.
says, love you guys. Thank you. Love you too. Carla
up,
Free
Lisa?
Karen Reed says, oh my God, this is fantastic. Member for a month. Thank you.
Aw, family hug.
Giggle Glimmer, motion for permission to send Hank to start walking into the sunset and keep going until he gets a motherfucking clue. Motion
Ooh.
granted.
Motion granted. You're on the wheel.
You're on the wheel. Ginger Winton, found you in Delphi. Live an hour from there. I'm such a newbie, but so into learning. My first 2 trials, and they are off the charts. Love you guys.
Aw,
Yeah, that's for sure. Glad to have you, Ginger.
love you,
Crystal
Ginger.
says, I love my true crime friends. I'm shocked at how many people watch trials. Free Karen Reed. Thank you to the badass Mata Law fam for breaking this down for us. Love you from Tennessee.
Aw, big hugs.
Crystal.
Big hugs, Crystal.
Oh,
And you're
what
on
is
the wheel.
what does Violet get?
Aw, family hug. Aw,
Thanks
family
for
hug.
joining us, Violet. Now, Ginger says Hank came out like a rabid dog. You think he'll rehome? They'll rehome him like Chloe. That's for fucking sure. Or put him down like her, because I'm sure that's what they've done with her.
Aw, I hope not.
Right. Not that Mikey. Am I crazy?
Mickey.
That one's Mickey? I thought.
Yes.
Okay. Am I crazy, or is Hank actually proving the defense's case? Yeah, we were saying the same thing around that same time.
Yeah,
there.
it's like Sean, who's potentially criminal. He's like, that's the first time I've ever seen a prosecutor, Perry Mason himself.
Right.
Yep.
Haley says, pack it up and go home, Hank. His ego hurts. Yeah, that's for damn sure.
Ouch, my ego.
Amara Deshane. The lack of self-awareness and self-owning is crazy. Geez, Hank Brennan, sit down. Yeah.
And Amara, you're on the wheel.
Bluebird, thank you.
with a bluebird on my shoulder.
Farmer Whitehair says Hank has memory loss
Lisa, you're on the wheel. Sorry.
of his previous question.
Mm-hmm.
Blustery breeze. A
Pterodactyl.
pterodactyl's beak could hit the taillight and carried the pieces into the yard and knocked his hat off, scaring him so he tripped.
All right, watch your ears. I'm going to do a pterodactyl noise. That was my pterodactyl.
I'm so glad that the thing like
everybody.
the thing like silenced you though.
Oh, it
So,
did. It muted
yeah.
me. Pterodactyl's loud.
This is the best place to live.
To live.
Or to live.
Or maybe to live.
To live.
Yeah.
Just
Thanks,
south
Jess
of history.
We love you, Just South.
Oh, there you go. Potentially.
There's my boy Sean. Sean, you're on the wheel.
Hank
Even though you don't
Perry.
need to be, you just need to come on the show. Sean's got a
Andrea
great
says-
channel, Potentially Criminal. Go
Yes,
check it out. Go
does. Go
sub.
check it out. Yep. Andrea says, seriously, your daughter is a doll. My son has a baseball game tonight too. What does she play? Your family is the best.
Shortstop and pitcher. Allie keeps yelling at me because I let her pitch. She's like, I want to try pitching. I'm like, you know what you're going to do? You're going to try pitching.
Just a lot of extra
Cyan Blue.
stress.
Oh, and Andrea, you're on the wheel. Cyan Blue.
Oh.
I can't take any more spanky.
Her way to say her name the other day, and I don't think it was that.
Not Andrea? Andrea?
No, Cyan Blue.
Oh,
Lord.
yeah, I think you're right.
I just can't take any more spanky. He's twisting my melon.
If anyone
Man.
will do any independent research or investigation into this case, if you happen to see, hear, or read
They're not
anything
resting
about
yet.
this case, please
Wow.
disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Love you guys. Love you too. I want to be on the wheel so bad, but I'm broke.
Oh, and look, Stephanie.
Oh, put
Nixon
Sharon
for
on
her
the wheel.
girl, and Sharon.
Oh, that was so
Sharon,
sweet.
you're on the wheel. Yeah.
Sharon, you're on the wheel.
What a gal. What a gal, Steph. What a gal.
Why are we still? I hope after the jury's gone, we're not at OnlyFan, but that's the way-
Only fan. Oh,
that's the way she'd like
only
to go.
fan. Only fan. Oh.
Maybe seated.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, I'm going to take a recess. You go ahead and look at that PowerPoint. I'll come back out in 10 minutes regarding the PowerPoint.
Whose PowerPoint is it?
All rise for the court, please.
Hi, Scout.
She ready. She's ready for her game that is starting in 3 hours.
Dealer's choice, whatever that means to you.
Dealer's choice, whatever that means to you. All right, let me see. I gotta find.
Cyber sleuth Steph says I'm broke too.
All right, let's see. The Wheel of Names. Bum 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 bum
Why
bum
isn't it
bum
all
bum
caps
bum
right
bum
now?
bum bum. I yell a lot. Next question.
You have a game tonight?
Yep.
What time?
Yeah, they were. I was gonna try. They wanted me on Court TV, and I opted out this morning because it was like I'm not like the game doesn't end until 7:45, and it's like a 8 o'clock 9 Eastern for them. I'm like I could do the C and the D block, and then I'm like I don't feel like stressing out, like because I'll have my baseball hat on, my Canelan baseball hat. So I told her to bump it to tomorrow.
Bro,
That's at 9. Scout, Scout's trying to go to a Great American tomorrow, like after the trial.
what do you mean try?
What I just said, trying.
Well, one of you.
All right. Would you?
Hold on,
I'm trying to do
Billy
something.
says that everybody rested. Wait, I just missed the.
Wait, who said that?
That's what people are saying. Go back.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to deal with the wheel. So
Well, I can't control the thingy.
we'll
All
find
right,
out.
I'll just get it.
Yeah, you pull it up. You do work.
There's a lot of people on the wheel.
There's a lot of people on the wheel. All right, so remember Lily B. That's where I'm stopping.
Or you'll just still
Um,
see the highlight mark.
Okay. Let me go here. Do a little pasty poo. Ooh, there we go. All right, now I got to go back over there.
Lily BC still highlighted. Isn't that cool?
That's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I think Lily B's gonna win.
Oh, you do?
No,
Wow, that was a quick turnaround
I
there.
think. I gotta see the wheel.
Okay, Shaka Khan was the last one on.
Or
Alright.
Shaka Khan
All right,
really
let's
lowers
see.
your odds here.
All right,
I think
95 of you on the wheel. Big wheel. Big
I
wheel. Keep on turning. That's a lot of people on the wheels.
I think
And I've got to add a few more.
I think Lily B or
All right,
Or-
so I'm going to
Yeah.
add Sean, you're going on the wheel whether you like it or not. Sean, the host of Potentially Criminal. Another brother in arms, another
Scout,
fellow.
babe, stop talking.
Okay.
Discussing it. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson, subject to me taking a look at it and us discussing it. It's not coming in right now.
Oh, with that, the defense rests.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. But subject to the documents coming in.
They've been marked for
Right. So this is about them resting subject to blah, blah, blah.
All right, gotta do the Venmos.
All right. Thanks, Kaylee. The
Transaction.
defense rested. And then he said, subject to the documents, something, something.
All right. Shauna, thank you for your Venmo. You are on the wheel.
Oh, gosh, my pain. It's really. Oh, there's some
I had-
more. There's a lot more. Two
What do you
people
mean?
put in for cyber sleuth. So we got to figure out who. Dawn said this is for cyber sleuth Steph.
Okay. I'm adding sleuth stuff.
And then it's me, Melanie. Never been on the wheel before. Birthday gift to me. Oh, our birthday's Sunday, right? Happy birthday. We'll have to do it on Friday.
Yeah.
Uno más from the therapist, you know. But then Larisha, am I saying that wrong, babe?
What?
Is it?
Larisha.
Yeah. She also put on for cyber sleuth. So we have to figure out who she wants to put it on for instead.
Okay.
Mama 2SL, Morgan. I feel left out. Add me to the wheel, please. Amy Lavelle, add her to the wheel. She wants to know what it is. Well, this wheel is a special wheel. Whoever wins gets 15 minutes on the live with us during Verdict Watch.
It's exciting.
Wow, I get to do that for free.
Yeah, you do.
Wow.
All right.
All right, dude. I've got to. If Walgreens doesn't get my script ready, I'm going to go over there and like literally hurt someone. The thing is, it's not even going to help like right away. So I don't know what. We said
Dad,
What
I have
baby
some
cakes?
news for you.
ready to be
What?
picked up.
One of you might have to like go a little early on live, and the other person got to stay there.
What is
And
that?
then the
Why is it?
other parent comes along after.
For what?
Tonight?
Flags.
Oh, we'll figure it out. I don't run my life around Amelia. I'll tell you that right
No,
now.
me.
All right,
Wow.
I'm going to be listening from the car. I got to go Walgreens.
Wait, you gotta you can't kill some time till I'm done doing the wheel here.
Okay.
I mean, your thing's not ready.
It is ready now. Oh, there's more. Maureen Murphy, thanks for your generosity. This is for ice cream. Afternoon for the game, after the game. Scout, you hear
Ooh.
that?
Hmm?
Well, you better tell people that Maureen Murphy sent money for ice cream after the game. And somebody also sent you $40.
For me?
Yep.
All right, pay me up.
Put Sharon on the wheel.
Mom, you can just put that right in my Apple Pay.
Yeah, I know.
Don Brooke. Okay.
Well, it's two $19.99.
Melanie. Okay, so
39. Just kidding.
Let's see.
I got another one.
$39.98. I'm just kidding.
Me?
It's me.
It's
Melon.
what I'll explain later. Andrea says, my son is a shortstop and a pitcher, and he is a sophomore. Cheering for her. That's you. She's cheering for you from Utah. Because you're a shortstop and a pitcher. What do you say to Andrea?
Thank you.
Wow. Now
What do you
you're
say to Maureen? What do you
At
say to
least-
Maureen Murphy?
the least shy person I've ever
Gave
met.
money for ice cream. What do you say to her?
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Disappointing. Thank yous all around. Well, thank you, Maureen. I'm very, very grateful.
That you don't have to pay for my ice cream.
Yeah, I'm still paying for it.
Not really. Maureen Murphy is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's true. That's true. Maureen. Okay.
I was
But
trying to
Maureen is getting on the wheel. Wheel
find the other one
of
out.
names.
Wait, Mom. So I get $120.
No.
No.
Come
It's
over here.
$40 plus
Look at
ice
this.
cream.
The grifting must be rubbing off. All the grifting.
Oh, it was Mickey. Last one of the week for Scout. Maybe a ham sandwich with this. So Mickey did that twice. She sent.
All right. Is court done? Like, why are they still showing OnlyFans? Like, what's
She
happening?
said she was gonna go take a recess and then she's gonna come back. Are you live?
In 15
Oh, it's
minutes.
me. Right.
Yeah, I'm live.
She said she's
No,
going to
it's
come
me.
back in 15 minutes.
It's you. I'm live. I'm live.
I might stick you back up so I can go. When do you have to leave with Scarlett?
You guys are lucky. I just got like
I just
we-
need
like the game. I got to be over there at 4:45. So it's up. It's like a half hour away.
All right, I got time.
37 minutes.
Yeah, but I eat up time with my exceeding the speed limit occasionally on the back roads. Occasionally speeding. Okay, all right. I think the wheel's done. Oh wait, there was a PayPal. I have to check the PayPal.
You got all the people that we just added.
I did.
Oh, you got another one.
What do
David.
you mean?
And I got to go back into the regular chat and see if Larisha decided someone else to.
I want to make sure she's on the wheel anyway. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Back to the regular chat to see if she gave a different name or not.
Okay.
Right. She said,
All right.
don't forget, I just added Cyber Sleuth.
Yeah, I got Cyber Sleuth in there.
Yeah, but 2 people put on for Cyber Sleuth. So
Shuffling. It's a fat wheel. Wheel be crowded. The wheel be crowded. 113 entries on the wheel. Wow. Wow. This is exciting.
That says 158.
No, it doesn't. I don't know where you see that.
300.
It says right there.
Maureen sending cocktail moolah on Friday. Score.
Woo-wee. For me, that'll be edibles.
Edible cocktails.
Go right over the dispensary. Spend that all up. All right, let's see.
I wonder if I left my string.
The wheel will be the death of me.
Dad, I'm going to spin it. Can I spin it?
Negative.
Oh.
That sounds like that's too much fun for you. You ready?
Wait, did you get David James
I did.
and Andrea S?
Got him. All right. We're about to do this wheel right now. Okay.
Did you say right snail?
If I can get this guy bigger.
I'll help you.
Wait, it seems like it's frozen. What's going on here?
It seems like you don't know what you're doing.
No, it seems like you don't know what you're doing.
Wait, what about Donna White? Did you get Donna White?
Huh?
Yeah.
Donna White.
No, he didn't
Gotta-
get her yet.
Gotta add Donna White.
Yeah.
Donna? Okay.
Yeah,
hold on.
she said 114.
All right, like I've frozen the wheel, like moving it over in between the screens. Now it's gone. It's gone wacky. Oh no.
Fail.
Okay. I can't even share it. What the heck? What's going on? What's
Well,
really going on?
Luckily, if you copied
Where'd
and
it go
pasted,
there?
you can just refresh and repaste.
Huh?
He
If
can't
you
even
copied
get it.
and pasted, you can refresh and replay.
Nah, but I didn't do like it doesn't have all the other ones I added. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Why is this thing frozen? What is happening? Urgh.
Go
Yeah,
on to the.
honey, none of
Okay.
that's working.
Press stop sharing and then
I
press
did. I
reshare.
like nothing on this screen is working. It's
Wait,
as if
do a
it's
test
dead.
Brennan and see if it works.
Am I speaking a different
Just
language?
tap
Nothing.
it and see if it works.
Nothing works. Nothing on here works.
You gotta click the middle.
Nada.
I guess it doesn't work. Wait, try tapping that.
That doesn't work either.
Verdict statues by
tapping
VS
that.
needs to get added on this defunct wheel.
This wheel defunct.
Awesome that I caught alive. Defunct.
No,
right.
when I tried
I'm
to
just-
share it to my second screen, something.
I'm just asking,
horrific
can you
happened.
go on to the other screen directly and just navigate on it directly?
Oh my
It's broken.
lord!
The wheel's broken.
The wheel, the big wheel, keep on turning. Proud Mary, keep on burning. All right, where's this guy? Why am I here? Watch out!
Oy
Trying to
vey.
get work here. What is Grandpa doing down there? There's strange noises.
How am I
Like I
supposed to
can't
know?
like this whole thing. Yeah, something's going on with my second
Guys.
window.
Oh boy.
Failed you. We're gonna have to postpone the wheel.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, wheel back on.
Oh wait, let me see if this wheel of names.
You got to
Oh,
add
yeah.
these Donna White and
The
verdict
wheel of names
statues.
is broken. It's glitched.
Oh Lord.
A wheel of names. All right, this one's working.
But that's the old one
This is yeah, and look, everything's like froze. I don't know what's going on here.
with only 46 names.
Yeah, like all of my. It's like the Google.
Copy and paste what you can, so you don't have to retype some shit.
Well, I mean, Tracy made me the lengthy list, but I've got to yes, the wheel of misfortune. That's exactly what this is. All right, so I'm gonna stop screen share. Yeah, like everything's frozen. I got to refresh.
Oh boy. Once you do that, name's gone.
Like everything's frozen. Nothing's working on my computer.
Okay.
Like none of my Google tabs.
You're broken. You broke it.
None of my Google tabs.
Oh boy.
Like I can't.
Bobby, you're fucking up.
It's not me. It's all the Google pages. Let's see. Yeah, like I can't switch between tabs or anything. Oh boy. Oh Nelly. I don't know what to do with this.
Scott's being exposed to
All kinds of foul language
yeah,
from you.
all kind of stuff actually.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like I don't know what to do with this. All right, so here's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna leave studio.
Oh boy.
Stay up in here. Oh, I forgot. I can't do anything.
Why can't you leave?
Nothing on any of my Google Chrome screens is working.
I don't know how that was supposed to help. I just removed you from the I can't boot you, so you're muted if you're supposed to be. Probably supposed to be since he's all right. Well, we don't know. Brennan's supposed to look at a live at a PowerPoint. I don't know. I'm assuming maybe it's his own Welcher's PowerPoint, new PowerPoint or something that he's probably looking at. They're going to come back in and talk about some stuff. I don't know what's going on in this world today. Andrea says, the girl just flipping her hair in the camera. Go shy. Go get it, girl. I know he knows he's muted right now. Okay. Man. Seems like a really long time ago I went up and took that Advil and Tylenol combo. What are you doing? Give me your cheek. Give me your cheek. What? Don't be weird. I'm about to turn off my camera. Oh, careful, my arm, my arm.
Uh-oh.
Give me your cheek. Jeez. Wow. What are you doing? All right. Well, I guess.
Mom,
What, love?
tomorrow,
Yeah. Did Bev overrule the wheel because Brennan didn't get the answer?
it all comes crashing down on me.
Meg says, Scout, are you signaling for help?
Yeah.
So how are you playing softball with those nails?
I gotta get them off.
What do you mean you have to get them off?
Help me.
That's not a thing.
I need nail polish remover and I gotta soak them in there and
Yeah, I know it takes a while, and you need special nail polish remover. It's not coming off. You're gonna have to. Told you not to put those on.
it's not my fault.
The wheel's
Let me-
broken like Hank's brain. All right, Bob's gonna have to reboot. All right, so I don't know. What do you guys think? I think that there was absolutely nothing. There was absolutely nothing that Hank did with. I mean, like, enlighten me of what anyone saw. Trying to be as objective as possible. What anyone saw on the cross examination of Rentschler, where Brennan made some points, just like a little point, a point here, a point there. I just don't know what he was doing. But the other thing is that his whole thing about the freaking glass, and he's like, there's no glass in his hand in your experiment here. How does neither side can explain how the glass gets over to John O'Keefe's body. Like, it's been saying that since day one. If he threw it, how did it bounce back to his body? If he's holding it in his hand when he strikes the car, how does he then stay with his body? The only explanation for that glass is somebody put it there. I mean, and I agree with Amanda. You know, all he proved is that nobody knows what happened. That's like, it's just crazy. The only thing he will say is Welcher looked at the totality of everything, which isn't a point, but the one he loves. Right. I mean, it's true. He's like, you looked at but you considered all the things that you shouldn't consider, all the things that don't matter. You considered the straw and the glass in the nose and the tail light that was planted by whoever. It's just. Yep. You got Hank confirmed reasonable doubt. He made Rentschler look like a hired gun. I mean, that I think he did. I think he did do that. But I don't know what points he scored for himself. Hank confirmed reasonable doubt. Yeah, he did that too. But what about any points for the prosecution? Any discrediting, any impeaching? I mean, I don't think there was literally anything. I don't know, Kai. Bev could be having a meltdown in chambers. Hank was insufferable. When doesn't Hank make an ass of himself? Yes, verdict statutes by VS. When doesn't he? None of Hank's fuckery made any sense. Thank you, Nikki Lee. This is true. None of Hank's fuckery made any sense. Larisha, I've never been active on Twitter, and with this case for my own mental health, I can't. Yeah, no, that's something. Yeah, I could get it at Walgreens. I just don't know if she's got time. Need some cotton balls. I think all we have are like the thin ones you use for your face, not any real cotton balls. Is that the wheel coming in? No. I mean, it sounded wheelie. Everyone's like Control Alt Delete Escape. Oh boy. Let's see. All right, Stephanie says he really just proved the case shouldn't have been brought to trial. Jane says nada, zilch, zero. Yeah, Bob would be a good mime. He's good at everything. He did say over and over again, there's no evidence, so that was helpful. I know, but hey, so we're all in agreement that there seems to have been nothing that he did that was helpful to the prosecution as far as impeaching, undermining, casting any sort of real shade on Dr. Rentschler. Yeah, Rosie overruled, said Hank wanted to try and prove he didn't spend $400K on nothing. Yeah, well, he fucked that. Proved the exact opposite. Don't try to say that my expert tried to prove something, because it can't prove shit, because we don't know shit. So don't you dare criticize my expert for trying to prove something he never tried to prove, because it's unprovable. Such a fool. Yeah, well, he does keep trying to make the knee scrape happen, but no, it's going nowhere. You're not talking to us, right? You're muted. Me unmute you? There you go.
Thank you. I can't control anything.
Have you just powered off?
I can't. Do you think if I power off the computer that it'll kill the stream? Since I started it?
Think so, because when you leave, it doesn't.
But that's different.
Just power off. We need the wheel.
I mean, one of the girls can do the. I can't even get the like.
What, Mandy's gonna say something. Let's see. What you got,
Mandy? You can leave, Bob. You need to close. For some reason, my comments in chat aren't going over to StreamYard, so I can't explain.
Judge is back.
What the?
All right. Well, I'm gonna. All right.
You can leave, Bob. You
All
can
right,
close
so I had
your
a minute
windows.
to look at the
Ally's the
PowerPoint. Are
one
you in
person-
agreement on the PowerPoint?
We're not. I do not want to admit it. I don't think it's substantive evidence.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Exactly the substance of
Right? Exactly as substantive.
Which was not objected to, right?
Right. Problem.
But did he object to the PowerPoint coming in?
It's been well under pressure. I don't know what Mr. Wesson did do, but PowerPoint, that's the question. The question is whether this PowerPoint is admissible, and it is. There's nothing in it. We take out all hearsay, discussion, opinions and thoughts.
And it's unfair to have one, not the other.
These are all the tests that were completed and done, exactly as Dr. Wolf's PowerPoint was done. Dr. Wolf's PowerPoint is in evidence. This PowerPoint should be in evidence.
Is there anything in this PowerPoint by way of videos that is not already in through Dr. Wolf?
I believe the video of,
Turn your shit off, babe.
I believe the video
Trying.
of processes in Dr. Welch's PowerPoint, there are, most of the videos are included, oh, no, I'm wrong. Basically slowed down. So there are
Have side.
videos of saying, but the videos that Dr. Rentschler used because of the side of the case that he was handling, the biomechanic side of the case that he was handling, slowed down significantly to show the deformation of the arm, the force impact on the elbow, the hand, forearm, which he testified. So what he did, I remember asking him this before I ever saw the PowerPoint, is there going to be anything different? He said, I use the slow motion cameras more than Dr. Wolf does because I need.
Okay, so I need you to tell me tomorrow which slides specifically answered that question for me. Okay, whether they're in evidence or not, and which ones are not regarding the videos.
Is the court suggesting that it's not just the entire PowerPoint?
Maybe. I'm going to take a look at it. There's an objection before me now,
I realize that.
so I have to rule on the objection. So I will take a look at this, okay?
Okay.
So if you let me know, and if you want to let me know tonight, I can let you know first thing tomorrow. All right.
Have you heard briefly?
Yes.
Very briefly?
Yes.
I am objecting. It's not admissible. It's hearsay. It's a strategic decision. The past introductions have been strategic. The defense did not object to Dr. Welchers. I did not object to
Okay.
Dr. Wolf's, but that was a strategic decision. I'm objecting.
Okay.
The defense objected to Shannon Burgess. Only a select amount of documents were allowed. I wanted the whole thing in. I was precluded properly from introducing it because it was hearsay and they objected. I'm objecting.
Okay.
There's no hearsay. They objected to certain slides. We took out the slides. They had an objection to the PowerPoint. They should have posed that objection before it was displayed for the jury.
Well-
The jury has not seen the entire PowerPoint. I think it's tactical. It's not strategic. It's tactical. They just don't like it because it hurts the case. If they didn't want certain things before the jury, which is exactly what admitting it into evidence does, brings it before the jury so that they can see it, they should have objected in a timely manner. When they objected, they chose certain slides, certain data on certain slides, and we took all of that out at their request and at the court's instruction. We did that with the court's instruction, with the Commonwealth's instruction, and there was no objection to playing before the jury. Given the fact that it's been displayed in, not in part, but in whole, as it now assists for the jury, assists for the court, for quadruple K for identification, it should be admitted.
Okay.
Just like Shannon Burgess. It's no different.
All right.
Shannon Burgess's PowerPoint is in evidence.
So, Mr. Jackson, when you let us know which slides answer my question about slides that are not in evidence and you want to put in evidence, the videos, just the videos, let me know that. And if need be, I'll hear you all on this tomorrow morning as well. Okay. All right. Is that it for today? Will we see everybody just tomorrow morning? What else do?
Mr. Lesson needs to, I didn't mean to interrupt.
After the defendant rests, we will not be calling any witnesses, putting on any further evidence.
What?
Okay.
I thought the defense did
All right.
rest.
Your Honor, it's late in the day. We would like to renew motion for required finding of not guilty at the disclosure of all evidence. It won't be a lengthy argument, but I'm happy to be heard on that in the morning if the court prefers.
Okay. Is that all we have left now?
That's it.
I have no idea what Mr. Alessi wants to talk about, but would,
I'd like to respond to that, Your Honor, and the answer is, given Mr. Brennan's answer with no more witnesses, my issue is moved.
okay, great. So,
The technical thing is we need to move in the 3 items of evidence, the documents associated with the sweatshirt. I think they've been marked for identification.
no, they were marked as evidence, right?
They're private markets.
Yeah, they're exhibits.
But no, they're coming into evidence, Your Honor. I mean, ruling, but
Are they,
I thought they were marked as identification, not evidence. If they're an evidence, they're in identification.
so I need to find that. It would be my intention that they get put into evidence. I'm
All right.
not going to display them and bring a jury in just to see those at this point.
I'm not asking for that.
Okay.
As long as they're in evidence and I can use them in closing argument, then. So be it.
if I can for clarity, Your Honor, there are exhibits. I have Y.
So that's not an exhibit, Mr. Alessi, if that's how it marked. That's identification.
I have a different parlance.
Fixed it.
They're all done. No rebuttal.
They're not, no rebuttal case?
So that means they're, all right, so that's for identification. Letters are identification, numbers are exhibits.
Your Honor, I understand that. We all know
Those are the
what
ones
we're
we-
talking about, and Your Honor agreed that they're going to be in evidence.
Right. So, and I've ruled that they're in evidence. I just need to know for this record whether they're in evidence or not. What you tell me, you just told me they're in evidence. They're not. They're exhibits. They're identification. Now they will become exhibits. Can we do that now? Do we have them? Where are they? Oh, Jim, they're in there? Okay.
Yeah, and Your Honor, my whole point in wanting to be heard is that they're not in evidence, and I want to make sure they get it. That's my point.
Oh, she just said she's doing that. Gonna do it right now. But what he said.
What
is
number are we at, Madam Court
When-
Reporter?
The defense rests. We're not.
Okay, and we'll
going
do
on
A,
for
B, C, D.
Witnesses or evidence.
So is it Y, Z, A, and B? I think I have.
I'm stunned they're not putting on any case in rebuttal. There's our answer to Welcher, right?
Mhm.
Wow.
Counsel, I'm not sure I have those.
All right, so we will make, so as of now, they're in evidence. Tomorrow, we need to physically put the sticker on those.
Can I skip the numbers? While we're waiting?
Yes.
230A,
I'm sorry, say that one.
230A through C, 230C.
I wonder if those are the x-rays.
All right.
Council, there are 4,
Wow.
A through D.
Well, you're not gonna be able to get to Massachusetts unless you hurry up.
That shit has sailed.
Triple Y, triple Z,
Quadruple A,
and
quadruple B.
Okay.
And all I need to do for my records is figure out which one is which in terms of the whole points marking. So as we do that, I'm good, and I'll get out of here.
We will do that first thing tomorrow morning.
That's fine.
All
You're
right.
doing your
We will, so
conference, jury instruction.
everyone is in agreement then. I will let you have tomorrow without the jury. We'll have our charge conference here in person. Then I'll give you the rest of the day to get your closing arguments ready.
Oh, so nothing.
Wow,
tomorrow.
Friday.
I'm imagining that you don't want to argue tomorrow morning at 9:00. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Mr. Brennan, are you in agreement?
I'm in agreement. I'm not interested in arguing.
Okay.
Now they're
All
going
right, so we'll give you tomorrow.
on
We'll
Friday.
have a charge conference tomorrow. I'm going to ask the court officers to call the jurors tonight as soon as possible. This is great that you did it. I was going to give you until 7:00 tonight, but if you're certain, then the court officers will call the jurors now and let them know they don't have to come in tomorrow. And then when they come in Friday morning at 9:00, we'll do arguments and charge. Tomorrow morning will be the charge conference. Since we don't have jurors, do you all want to come in at 10:00 instead of 9:00? Does that work for the Commonwealth as well?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 10 for the charge card. Do you have them now, Jim?
I do, Judge. And just for the record, YYY, ZZZ, AAAA, and BBBB are 223A through D. If you want to look.
In the same corresponding order. So you know what they are, Mr. Jackson, in order. Okay.
223.
223.
Thank you. My only other question, Your Honor, was regarding the parameters for the argument. Last year, we were relegated to 1 hour. I would ask 1 hour and a half.
He's asking for more time.
No, I got it, but yeah, you can go.
I would ask for.
Okay. Wow, did it.
I would ask for an hour and a half for a final summation, given the gravity of the case, the length of the case, the amount of evidence that's been adduced. I think that's outrageous, and the court normally allows only an hour.
You might get an hour and 15 minutes out of me. Let me see it out an hour. Let me see. You would not have got an hour and a half by asking for 2 hours. Mr. Brennan, what are you looking for? Do you want the
I don't
same?
have a position, I'll take whatever the defense is.
Let me think about it. All right. So we will see.
What does she care?
All
They
right,
need an
so
hour and a
see
half.
everybody at
Give
10
them an hour and a
o'clock
half.
tomorrow morning. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
No, thank you.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right, the court, please.
All right. So is it in stone? Closings are Friday?
Yep.
All right. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I'm stunned. Hank's not putting on any rebuttal.
You
Nothing.
kept saying, he might not want to call
Well,
Welcher.
Welcher, I knew, but I didn't think he was going to completely.
So now what about all
Give it
that
up.
stuff with the dog DNA? He never put it in. That's precisely the fucking reason he should not have been allowed to ask that expert about it. Bullshit.
What?
He asked Russell about dog DNA, and there was no dog DNA admitted. Now he's not putting on a rebuttal case. So he's not introducing the dog DNA. He didn't introduce the dog DNA during his case in chief. Then he asked her about it. That was the whole thing about the mistrial.
Alan Jackson's gonna have to argue it. Summation. You know what I mean?
Oh God.
All right. So the wheel.
Wait,
I've
you
got
get
the
all
wheel.
these people. There's been more.
Like
We've
who?
got David James,
Yeah,
Donna White, verdict statutes by VS. Andrea S., I think, already was on, but
Yeah.
Mary Holt is new. She tells me I need ice. Ice that shoulder. It helps. Thank you. Nika Dimitro. So glad to see others cursing or cussing because I cannot with this judge. None of us can. What is this?
Ordinary you.
Ordinary you. Love your channel new member who made your intro song. That would be our
Darren, our producer.
Yes, Darren. He's a musician.
He's an
and a
amazing
master of
musician,
many
actually.
things. Master of
I was
many
just
things.
watching him play the piano. I had a 20 plus minute video that I had to delete of him playing the piano, like classical, beautiful piano playing. All right, I'm about to pull it up. The wheel. Let's go. This is
Should have
so
sent it to
exciting.
him first.
Hey,
I don't know.
I think it's up in the cloud. I don't know how that should. Look at that wheel.
Oh my
Wheel of names. 116 entries. You guys broke records, DD records today with your generosity. And the winner
and sharing with your friends.
The winner will be joining us for 15 glorious minutes of fun and hilarity during Verdict Watch, which presumably will be Friday. So if
I
you're the
still think you
winner,
should get down there for Monday, maybe. I think you should look into it.
if you are there Linda's telling you to take some leave. If you are the winner, get to your, get to your local beautician, get your hair did, get the butter whipped, get your nails done. If you're a guy, go to the barber shop, get your shit cut because you coming on. Now, remember, if you win and you're on, you don't have to have your camera on. You could do this thing. Oh, hi. I'm not on camera, but I'm talking.
No, don't worry. You'll touch up your appearance. You'll look great.
Yeah, you'll look great. You'll look great. All
Touch
right.
up my appearance.
Can you
It
guys see it?
saves
The
everything.
names are so small. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, so many names. So many names. All right, hold on. I got to get my media assets ready for the huge applause. Bum 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 bum.
All right, click it. Wait,
Oh.
what? You screwed up.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
Oh yeah, it's coming, baby. It's coming. Wheel of names. All right, you guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Jaws is ready too. All right, let's go. Okay, there it is. You guys see it? All right. Whoa, what's it doing? Every time an ad. Oh my God, the ads are causing it to really. There it goes. Round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Giggle Glimmer.
Giggle Glimmer.
Glimmer.
Wow.
It's a big winner.
Oh.
How exciting. How exciting. Now, Giggle, if you're still here, which I hope you are, all you have to do, shoot us an email so we have your email, and then I will send you the invite. We think we're going to do this Friday. And it's
You
real
can let
simple.
us know whatever
you can
time
get
you want.
on your phone. There's a StreamYard app. If you just want to use your phone, you can get on. You can get on with your computer. Both of those are way. If you've like a computer is better for sound, frankly, most of the time. So how exciting! How exciting! I'm super excited about that. So Giggle Glimmer, the big winner, big winner, big time winner. Congratulations, Giggle Girl. And thank you everybody.
I'm leaving to go get my script. So love you guys.
Yeah, we will definitely stream the instruction conference tomorrow. It'll be boring, but not really. If you learn nothing from trial 1, it proved what Allie and I are always telling you, how very important it is to get these jury instructions right. Because if you get them wrong, it's no bueno. It's no bueno. So it's important. It's frankly one of the most important things that happens with the trial. So you guys are all fabulous and amazing. I think they're going to start. I might do a 8:00 start. Proper. Who? Did you take mom's phone? Yeah. Stay out of there. What are you doing? I'm trying to get the cord for the mini mic. The what? The mini mic cord. I just charged it with anything.
No, this.
Oh, you're not. That I don't even think that thing works.
What? No, it does.
All right, y'all. Okay. This is so exciting. I can't believe the trial's over. Can you guys believe it? Like right when I was like frozen and couldn't do anything, the trial was ending. It was amazing. All right, you guys. Hold on. I'm choking on all the excitement. There we go.
Something for this.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, let me wrap up here. Okay, we love you all, mods. Thank you for all your hard work for the last 31 days of trial. It's been amazing. Super excited. So we'll set the live for tomorrow. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, subscribe.
Post
Like, share, and
notifications.
yeah, post notifications. You tell them, kid.
So then you'll know when we're posting content.
All right. So Sophia, she says, I think Karen is obnoxious and arrogant. However, if she's found guilty, I'll forever believe our system is rigged and an absolute rigged and reasonable doubt means nothing. I mean, that's the fear, right? That they don't understand that. Gen X girl lawyer. This is exciting. You guys have been amazing today with your generosity. So very, very grateful to all of you. We're so grateful. We're only 600 away from 50,000. So I'm trying to get better on. Sounds like it might be tomorrow night. It depends. He's going to let me know. If we have better on, that'll be later. So, all right, y'all. Big day today. Big day today. Rentschler held up like a champ. He was absolutely phenomenal. We had two very powerhouse witnesses to end the case for the defense. And now it's closings and it's in the hand of the jurors. So, and hopefully it's their capable hands. We love you guys. I mean, she basically is. She's basically running the show over here. So, all right, you guys are amazing. We love you so much. Please remember to share, like, subscribe your friend, the replay crew. Leave a comment. It really helps get us into the algo. We love y'all. Indeed, the post notifications. Those are true. All right, y'all. Thank you 1,000 times over, because without you, I'm just an old man
Talking a whole lot.
Yeah. Love you.